Dragon 8 tried to force himself to get up, but the figure on the coin was displaying a mighty number 8. His hands trembled in exertion as he attempted to rise, but nothing came of it. He couldn't get up. Dragon 8's dragon fire was burning like a bonfire, but try as he might to rise, he just couldn't get back on his feet. Ding! The number on the coin was now an almighty 9. Dragon 8 couldn't hold the force back anymore. His hands were pressed into stones that buckled under the weight and crumbled, leaving him to slowly sink into the earth. Dragon 8 roared and cut off half of his own head again. His body was free for a sparse few moments, but the coin appeared back on his forehead in precisely the same spot in less than a second. Pang! There was a loud noise, and Dragon 8's body slammed back into the ground. All of the people and creatures watching this horrid spectacle were frozen. The elites of the dragon were dismayed at Dollar's chilling performance. When the coin's number ticked over to 10, Dragon 8 could no longer resist. He collapsed and let his body sink into the earth without restraint. Gritting his teeth, Dragon 8 tore up the sheet of paper. With a body contorted under the tremendous pressure, he left the Geno being scroll in defeat. The fight came to an end, but when all was done, no one was sure how to describe what they had just witnessed. No one had ever heard of a human. And what was that Geno art? An unknown name had suddenly shot to stardom faster than the speed of light. Although Han San did not tell anyone the Geno art's name, it was commonly referred to as coin. Coin is awesome. It was even able to pin down Dragon 8. Dollar is incredible. His body is as strong as a dragon's. It's rare to see a performance like that even amongst the higher races. Human? What is this race? I've tried to do some research, but I haven't found anything about their origin. I couldn't find anything about them either. Did he make them up? He might have, but that does not discredit how strong Dollar himself really is. If he keeps winning like this, he is sure to go up against Lone Bamboo of the Sky. Now that will be a show to watch. Everyone in the universe was raving about the human Dollar and his coin, but two women in particular were gritting their teeth. Dollar, you are finally here. Isha's face turned dark. She had sought Dollar for the longest time, but since their last encounter, she had found no trace of him. Dollar was now participating in the Geno being scroll, but where he was joining from, she hadn't a clue. In that universe, the Geno being scroll could be entered from anywhere. The other person who hated Dollar was called Higher. She wanted her revenge on him. She had used the resources of the pirates to learn of his whereabouts, but she had come up empty. These two women ground their teeth. It was torture to watch Dollar merrily waltz his way through every opponent he encountered in the Geno being scroll. And on top of that, there was nothing they could do about it. Isha's next opponent was sure to be in bad luck. She was on a king-class battlefield, whereas Dollar was on a marquise battlefield. They couldn't fight no matter how much she wanted to, but all that pent-up rage had to go somewhere. And that meant her next combatant would be the unfortunate recipient. The poor king that went up against Isha was swiftly wrecked. He couldn't fight back in the least. If he hadn't ripped up the paper quickly, it'd have been a fairly brutal murder. Fuck you. It's just a ranked match. You don't need to hit that hard. The king cradled his battered body and started to fancy some revenge himself. Dollar became incredibly famous. The title of Human Dollar was one of much renown now, and it wasn't just the marquises that were interested in him. Because of how mysterious Dollar was, people became all the more fascinated with his Geno art. The contestants who knew they would have to face Dollar researched his Geno art even more frantically than the rest. If they couldn't find a way to counter coin, they knew that they'd lose in a most spectacular fashion. Every race sent a researcher to watch Dollar's fights. They desperately wanted to discover a way in which they might deal with a hostile Dollar. Every time a new Geno art was discovered, such things would take place. The pursuit of knowledge was always ongoing. But the Geno arts usually researched were king-class or deified Geno arts. Lower-tier Geno arts rarely drew much attention. Coin was cast by a marquise, so it was strange for so many people to invest time in researching it. The reason why every race focused on Coin was because Coin was able to suppress even the dragon's evil breaker powers. It also seemed as if it could keep growing in strength. Those 2 points were enough to draw the attention of every race. And this was only a marquise's use of it. They worried about what could be achieved if a king or deified person used it. Just thinking about that was enough to give such dreamers a chill. If they could not find a way to overcome coin, the kings would never feel safe. But after the fight with Dragon 8, no other opponent had been able to get Han San to cast coin. Han San beat them all with simple strength. It was something that came as a grand disappointment to those who wished to research coin in finer detail. Little Flower came against his next opponent, and it was a white tiger. Little Flower swung his fist, and when the little fist was going to come into contact with the white tiger's face, he disappeared and appeared behind the tiger. The fist was driven in the direction of the tiger's bum. Seeing the fist on its way to smack its butt, the tiger's body blurred. Little Flower punched through the tiger, revealing it to be little more than a shadow. Behind Little Flower, the tiger bared its teeth in a savage grin. Its claws were like lightning, soaring to strike Little Flower's skin. But in the next second, the white tiger's smile froze. When it touched Little Flower, the boy's body was revealed to be a shadow, too. Another Little Flower appeared to the left of the tiger. He kicked the creature in the belly. The white tiger disappeared the moment Little Flower's foot came into contact with its belly. The two of them then flashed and flashed between each other around the mountain. They disappeared and reappeared continuously, making spectators dizzy. He really is from Sacred. He can fight the white tiger's teleportation. The dog-faced elder standing in the desert frowned. Han Little Flower and the white tiger were engaged in a lengthy battle, and it was incredibly difficult to determine who the victor would be. But after a while, Han Little Flower suddenly stopped moving. His legs became very still, and he placed his hands against each other. A great opportunity has opened, the white tiger shouted, as it flashed behind Han Little Flower's back. Its claws were raised and ready to fall upon the boy's head, looking like sharp white talons. They were as frightening as any weapon. Han Little Flower did not move, aside from crossing his arms. But as he did so, the environment around them started to twist and distort. The white tiger's attack had almost reached Little Flower, but as it approached, its speed was suddenly slowed. Everything about the scene now seemed to be playing out in slow motion. When Han Little Flower turned around, though, he seemed completely unaffected by the slowing effect. He threw a lightning-fast punch into the white tiger's belly. The slowed white tiger was unable to react, and he most certainly couldn't teleport away in time. All he could do was watch as his opponent's fist came driving into his stomach. Pang! The white tiger's face was brutally disfigured as the force caused his eyes to burst from their sockets. He immediately heaved up a bucket of blood, and his entire form started to fly backwards. All this occurred in slow motion, of course. Every spectator was able to finely inspect the tiger's every distraught emotion. It was weird and almost creepy. Little Flower moved to catch up with the still slow white tiger. He threw more punches without hesitation. They came thick and fast, morphing the white tiger's face into pitiable mush. The changes still occurred in slow motion, however, and while it was creepy, it was also mildly humorous to see. Sacred power. He has a holy body. How? Sacred has a real air. The old man with the head of a dog stared in disbelief. His shock was so great that he almost dropped his staff. Powerful elites all across the universe found themselves trembling in their boots. They shivered in pangs of fear at what they had just witnessed. Sacred? Really sacred? How? A holy body cannot be passed on. Why? Why? One particularly frightened elite found himself screaming aloud. Although Little Flower's power was nothing to them right now, it was all about the long-term development of those powers. It was the future prospect that had them quivering in fear. Ha! Ha! Sacred has an air. Someone can actually make use of Sacred's powers? Wow, this is so very interesting. Those old guys better go put their diapers on, because they must be peeing themselves right now. Sacred being here, though. I wonder if that means they are finally able to pay their debt. At the end of the world, a man watched Little Flower fighting and laughed. He laughed so hard he almost found himself crying. Pang! The white tiger was lying on the ground now, his face swollen beyond recognition. "Stop! Stop it! I concede!" the white tiger exclaimed. He wished to rip up the paper of his registration, but unfortunately, he was way too slow to do it in time. It was likely he was going to die before he had the chance to tear it up. Han Littleflower, hearing the white tiger's plea, halted his fist in midair. He relented, and simply looked upon the white tiger. The dimension around the white tiger untwisted. The flow of time returned to normal for the white tiger, and the physics of Littleflower's last blow took over, carrying the tiger back with the speed of an arrow. Boom! The tiger's body punched a hole into a big mountain behind it. The white tiger came crawling out of the pit. It had the audacity to look at Littleflower and growl at him. "Do not even think about being so cocky. I'm only 10 years old. When I grow up, I'll bang your mom so hard, she won't even recognize you." 10? Wow, you're so much older than me. Did you know that I am only 6 years old? Han Littleflower blinked at the creature. Patong. The white tiger almost hit the ground after hearing that. Everyone else heard it, too, and onlookers across the universe stared with open mouths. If what he had just said was true, then that was terrifying. It was wild enough that he had become a viscount at the age of 6, but to then go on and defeat all the powerful and more renowned viscounts occupying the same league as him was something incredibly grave. The old elites, hearing what he had to say for himself, almost wet themselves. Inside the land of the pirates, Hire visited a strange castle. She knocked at its stone gate and said, "Sister Kuin, are you here?" "Miss Hire, why have you come here? I thought you hated this place," and complained that it was too dirty and too ugly for your liking. The stone gate opened, and when it did, a woman came walking out. That woman looked fairly strange. She looked like a human wearing armor at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it was obvious that the garb wasn't actually clothing. It was a part of her. Of her face, only her jaw and mouth were human-like. The rest of her face and body were shelled in a carapace. And very much like an insect, her eyes were insectoid, too. Behind her, a set of insect wings spread and vibrated strangely. Hire lifted her lips and said, "I have a problem, of course. Why else would I ever want to visit this dump?" "Okay. So what do you need me for, miss?" Sister Kuin asked with a warm smile. "Your next opponent is Dollar, isn't it?" Hire said with a squint in her eyes. "Yes, that is correct." Sister Kuin also nodded in confirmation. "Good. You have to beat him no matter what. Do you think you stand a chance of killing him?" Buyer asked roughly. Sister Kuin smiled. "That Dollar is strong. Coin is strong. Even Dragon 8 lost to him. You know that, don't you? But even so, well, I suppose his power is nothing compared to mine. My power will beat him easily." Sister Kuin then changed her tone of voice and asked, "But why do you want me to kill him so badly?" "That is none of your business. Just get this done and I'll see that you are handsomely rewarded," Hire said. "As you command, my lady. This so-called Dollar is a dead man." Sister Kuin looked confident. "Good." Hire nodded, as her teeth itched in remembrance of what Dollar had done to her. When Han Sen looked at his next opponent, he thought it was strange. His opponent's name was simply listed as Kuin. The list also said she was of the pirate, and that was one thing Han Sen was familiar with. Not many pirates joined the Geno-ranked fights. I wonder what Kuin's power is like, though. Han Sen went on the internet to learn more about her, but he couldn't find much of anything that was helpful. Aside from a few famous pirates, little was known about most of their members. And this lack of fame applied to Kuin, too. It is a shame that Hire did not think to join. If she did, I could surely benefit from her involvement. She sure likes to dish out treasures. Seeing the name pirate, Han Sen thought back to Hire and the treasures she frequently possessed. Hachoo! Hire was going home, but all of a sudden, she sneezed. Ugh! Why am I getting ill? Have I been staying up too late recently? Hire said, while rubbing her nose. The next set of bouts in the Geno-being scroll was underway. When Han Sen was transported into his next battleground, he found himself standing in a forest that was tangled with a copious number of trees. Across the entire universe, many different races tuned it to spectate Han Sen's fight. Han Sen's contest was now receiving more attention than the fight of any king. It appears that Dollar's next opponent is Kuan of the Pirate. The pirates are fairly mysterious, aren't they? They have many elites and their powers are, for lack of a better word, strange. I am really hoping Kuan is going to cause him trouble. She needs to put him in a sticky spot that will prompt him to use coin again, so that we can get a better look at it. Clear Sea King was currently speaking with King Rosa. Clear Sea King and King Rosa had been sent there to investigate the enigmatic Dollar's ability, widely dubbed coin. Even though they weren't very interested in watching Marquis's fight, they were looking forward to seeing Han Sen's performance. King Rosa nodded and said, Dollar is indeed strong, but pirates don't put up with weak, middle-of-the-road characters amongst their ranks, either. Perhaps we will be able to find out something through this fight. Even if we are unable to later when Dollar faces off against Lone Bamboo, we are guaranteed to see it again. It's all just a matter of time. Clear Sea King and King Rosa weren't the only ones trying to research Han's senator. Even Sky Path Garden of Sky Palace had tasked a whole bunch of researchers to observe Han Sen's fight in the hope of seeing coin again. Han Sen looked around, but all he could see amidst that forest was trees. He couldn't see his enemy lurking anywhere nearby. Han Sen frowned and took off into the air. He wanted to fly above the trees of the forest and see if he could spot his enemy from the air. But when his body lifted off of the ground, he saw a swarm of bugs begin filtering down from the top of the trees. They were all very small like flies, and they flew quickly. Like a black cloud, they came forward to try to cloak Han Sen. Han Sen swiftly tapped into his Dongxian Sutra's simulation abilities and attuned his powers to fire. He threw a punch towards the bugs once he was set, which sent a comet of fire soaring through the swarm. The cloud of insects was charred into ash, and not a single one of the critters was left alive. You are good. Realizing that bugs are afraid of fire means you are smart, and on top of that you have the ability to wield fire too. A woman's voice sounded from someplace amidst the forest, but Han Sen still couldn't see her. It was as if her voice was coming from all directions at once. Why are you hiding? Come on out and fight me. These petty little tricks won't work on me, Han Sen said calmly. The woman's voice sounded once more, but this time, it was mocking. Tricks? Well, you might like this next trick. Let's give it a try, shall we? As soon as she stopped speaking, another swarm of bugs came crawling out of a tree. So thick were their numbers, it was like a black fog headed right for Han Sen. Han Sen wreathed himself in fire. As the flames torched every bug in his proximity, Han Sen moved to one of the trees and punched it with all his might. That tree was hollow on the inside. Something had been hiding within, but whatever it was gone now. Oh, were you looking for me? Finding me won't be that easy. If you want to find me, you'll have to try harder than that. Ha! Ha! The woman's laugh echoed all across the boughs of that infinite forest. The bugs kept coming to attack Han Sen, but the fire that enveloped him was enough to incinerate any that came too close. Fortunately, none were actually able to do anything to him. Ugh! Your bugs are useless. Why are you wasting my time? Han Sen stood in the middle of the bug fog, while the flames around him raged even hotter. All the bugs that came close were burned to a crisp, and a pungent smell of charred corpses began to fill the forest. You are right. The woman's voice sounded once again, and the bugs ran off. In an instant, they scurried out of sight. Han Sen could see far through the forest, and as he peered down a long stretch, he saw a woman appear from behind a tree. She seemed to be clad in armor. I have heard that your coin is powerful. It will interest me to see how good it really is. Kuan stood at a great distance away from Han Sen, but her voice still reached him without trouble. Han Sen put away his fire powers. He wished to say something, but all of a sudden, a frown crossed his face. He used his fingers to pick up a tiny bug. It was so small that it was barely visible to the naked eye. It was practically invisible. That small bug almost landed in the space between the joints of his armor. Even though Han Sen had managed to capture and hold it between his fingers, he did not crush it. The fiend even squirmed in his grip, trying to return to what it had been doing. Pat. Han Sen used his fingers to crush the bug. A smile spread over Kuin's face. She clapped and said, "Powerful eyesight. It impresses me that you can see the products of my small bug power. I'd like to know just how much you can see. So, tell me, can you see this?" After that, Kuin disappeared from sight. And in that instant, Han Sen heard bugs coming at him from every direction. They appeared from every piece of bark and every leaf, and they even crawled out of the ground. These bugs were even ugly for your liking. The stone gate opened, and when it did, a woman came walking out. The audience could hear the noise of the bugs, but only the kings could actually discern where the bugs were. Not even the dukes were able to do that. Clear Sea King's eyes turned bright, and he smiled. Kuin's power is quite interesting. She turns her power into a vessel that is smaller than the size of bacteria. Even Dollar's full set of armor will have gaps and seams that the insects can take advantage of. Those bugs can probably fit into his face or even the pores of his skin. No matter how strong Dollar is, I believe avoiding something that small is out of the question for him. As Clear Sea King spoke, Han Sen wreathed himself in fire again. He was completely set ablaze. Although he could not see the small bugs coming for him, he could hear the sound of them dying whenever they came close to the heat that shielded him. "Dollar, how long can you keep yourself on fire like that?" A woman's voice sounded through the forest again, dripping with mockery. Han Sen did not speak. All he did was look around, hoping to catch sight of Kuin. King Rosa nodded. "Kuin is rather smart. Her bugs of that microscopic size are way too small. Han Sen won't have a clue if he has any around him or not. He'll just have to keep burning to keep them from getting close. He doesn't know when or where those powers will come at him from. But if he keeps burning like this, it's only a matter of time before he runs out of energy. When he uses all that energy up, the small bug powers will finally get a chance to drill into his body and ravage him. Kuin is most certainly the one in control of this fight. And while this fight may lack the excitement we all crave, the stakes for Dollar are continually increasing. We would all do well to learn from this, and understand that should never underestimate the pirate. All the audience members could tell Dollar was being toyed with. No matter how strong he was facing an invincible enemy. There was nothing he could do. I didn't know fights could go on like this. This woman is keeping Dollar from being able to make use of his powers like Coin. She's suppressing him well and truly. Kuin of the pirate is a most fearsome being. Yeah, her powers are small like bacteria. We'd never know her critters were in our bodies until it was too late. Not knowing how you might die is quite a scary thought. If Kuin was a hitman, I'm sure her targets would be incredibly nervous. The thieves are killers. Dollar, you can still tear up your paper and forfeit. It'd be a crying shame if you were to be suddenly killed. Don't you think? Kuin's sarcastic tone echoed beneath the boughs of the forest ceiling. Yeah, but I can end this fight by simply killing you. That works too, Han Sen replied calmly. Haha, that depends on whether or not you are able to find me first. Can you? Kuin laughed once again. Han Sen tried to listen carefully to her voice, but try as he might, he could not pinpoint the source. Han Sen quietly used his Dongxian aura to scan the vicinity, but there was no sign of Kuin anywhere. It actually made him frown. His Dongxian aura could scan an entire kilometer radius, but he wasn't picking up a trace of Kuin. That had to mean Kuin was a kilometer away from him at the very least. She's not here, and yet she seems to be able to see everything, Han Sen thought to himself. He looked around at the small bugs and said, Your real body isn't here, is it? You're probably watching me out of the eyes of these bugs. Is that right? So what if I am? Kuin didn't sound happy about Han Sen's deduction. It looks like I'm going to have to destroy your eyes, Han Sen said. Destroy my eyes? Kuin sounded as if she had heard something amusing. She laughed and said, Every one of these bugs is a set of eyes for me. You can't even see them, so how do you expect to be able to destroy them all? The audience was in agreement with Kuan. The bugs were all far too small to be seen, and exhausting more power in killing them would only drain Dollar's energy even faster. That course of action didn't seem likely to help. These bugs are really quite scary. I am afraid she might be thousands of kilometers away. Those bugs have totally got Dollar in their grasp. A power that can shrink mighty things into a reduced size is often overlooked. It really can be a difficult power to deal with, and it makes Kuan a fearsome woman. I bet Kuan will become famous after this. I cannot believe a power like this can be as effective as what we are seeing. Compared to the fight between Dragon 8 and Dollar, Kuan is on another level of extremity. Perhaps her body isn't as strong as Dragon 8 and Dollar's, but she could render either of them powerless. Of course, any Marquise participating in the Geno rank fights is powerful. The audience were all of a similar mindset right now, and they were all thinking the same thing. They envisioned themselves as Dollar and tried to imagine how they might make it out of the predicament he was currently in. That being said, no one thought that they had a sound solution. Kuan had vacated the immediate battleground, leaving Han Sen under the forest canopy with the bugs. Of course, Han Sen couldn't see those small bugs, and he had no clue when they might try to attack him. So all he could do was keep the high-temperature fires going. But doing so was a constant drain on his power, and he knew that he couldn't last forever like that. And without being able to spot Kuan, there was no chance of him actually winning. Even Clear Sea King and King Rosa couldn't think of a way in which he might turn the tables. It would have been brilliant if Dollar had king powers. The powers of a king could annihilate an entire forest, with all the bugs being incinerated in the process. They'd no longer be a threat. But Han Sen was just a Marquise. He didn't have the energy to perform grand area of effect spells. Even if the fire could stretch to encompass the entire forest, it wouldn't be strong enough to eliminate the bugs within. The bugs were very small, but that did not mean they were very weak. After all, the bugs were the creation of another Marquise. Killing them would require the powers of a Marquise. While everyone wondered how Dollar might sort out this situation, the fires that enveloped him were suddenly extinguished. Streams of smoke curled around him, leaving him exposed to the insect masses without any protection. "Ha! Giving up already? If you're throwing in the towel, then I'll do you a favor and give you a second to tear up the paper for a proper forfeit." Kuan's derisive cackle echoed throughout the entire forest. "Didn't I tell you I was going to destroy all of your eyes?" Han Sen asked in feigned confusion. "Huh? Even facing the prospect of death, you're stubborn enough to spew so much crap." Kuan summoned a horde of small bugs and sent them towards Han Sen. Those bugs were extremely small, and what's more, they were completely silent. Not even a duke could detect them. Han Sen had saved a lot of energy when he gave up the protection of the fire, but it also put him in a lot of danger. Yun Sui frowned and said, "What does Dollar want to do this time? Is he going to use his armor to block the bugs? No matter how fine its crafting is, there will always be a seam. Those bugs will wiggle their way in and attack through any joint or crevice." "He is not planning to block the bugs with the armor he wears," said a voice behind them. It belonged to Lone Bamboo. "Brother Lone Bamboo." The Yun sisters and Thousand Feather Cranes stood up and bowed to him. Lone Bamboo just gestured for them to sit, and he joined them as they did. "Brother Lone Bamboo, you said Dollar isn't planning on using his armor to keep the bugs away. But he cannot see the bugs, so how will he know when they're near him? How do you keep out something like that?" Yun Sui asked with much curiosity. "Who said he cannot see the bugs?" Lone Bamboo asked simply. Yun Sui and the others all fell silent. Before they could react, Dollar stood up. "Pat." Han Sun raised his hand and flicked his finger while he was still airborne. A number of coins appeared, scattershotting the area like rain. When every coin fell, there was a pat noise to accompany it. It sounded as if each and every one of them had crushed something. After a minute, the observers recognized the noise. It sounded like the exoskeletons of tiny insects being crunched. "Impossible! How can you see?" Before Kuan could finish her question, her voice cut off. Her real body was not there, and she had been speaking through the bugs the entire time. The rain of coins had destroyed every bug, so she could no longer speak. The audience was stunned. It wasn't just because Han Sen could see and kill those bugs. What surprised them the most was the simple fact he could use that many coins at once. That meant coin doubled as an area of effect attack. It was a scary thing to consider. How is he able to see those small bugs? Even ordinary dukes cannot see them without eyesight talent. They would most certainly need to practice eye skills and techniques. Has he focused on developing his eyes? Hire had been watching the fight, full of cocky confidence the entire time. Her smugness was quickly brought to an end by this revelation. Han Sen's Dongxian aura could trace the presence of any nearby substance. While the bugs might have been too small to see with the naked eye, the Dongxian aura made their presence obvious. They could not escape Han Sen's notice. Kuan was not in the present battleground, and when the small bugs were crushed, so too was her vision. She had now lost all sight of Han Sen. Kuan was taken aback by this, needless to say. The first thing she did, though, was spawn another swarm of small bugs with her small bug powers. They took off in flight, fanning across the area and rapidly searching for Han Sen. But before the bugs could find Han Sen, the place was doused in a golden light. Countless coins came raining down from the sky, crushing every single one of the bugs Kuan had spawned. Kuan was shocked. She spawned another host of small bugs as she moved away from the vicinity. Kuan regretted the fact she hadn't put more distance between herself and Han Sen earlier. Doubly so, after running a short while and seeing a gold shadow appear above her. Kuan screamed and flapped her wings in panic. Bugs came out of her in a swarm that was as thick as a fog. They went racing towards Han Sen, seeking to distract him while she made a desperate escape to save herself. Han Sen blasted the incoming swarm with a geyser of fire. His body was like a human flamethrower, and he scorched through the bug fog and appeared directly before Kuan. Kuan wished to turn and attack, but when she tried to do so, she lost control of her vision. Things began to spin. The world was swirling around her, and she could not reorient herself. Shortly after, she hit the ground and saw her own headless body drop to the forest floor. Seeing Han Sen cut Kuan's head off, Hire became incredibly angry. After Kuan was decapitated, though, the paper of her registration did not get torn up. The reason why was soon revealed, as a bigger bug emerged from the brain inside her lopped-off head. The bug flew up and then shredded the paper itself. After that, the bug vanished from sight. It looks like not even Kuan has what it takes to overcome the power of coin. We need someone who has real power to face Dollar and emerge victorious in a one-to-one bout. I am afraid only Lone Bamboo might have what it takes. Kuan is very strong, but Dollar is no average opponent. He was able to exploit her weakness. The audience was eager for more. Although Kuan had used a strange power to bring Dollar some trouble, fights like that were not exciting enough. It didn't quench their thirst. So, most people immediately moved on to anticipating the fight between Dollar and Lone Bamboo. The genius of Sky Palace versus the mysterious Dollar. Before the fight was even to begin, people were talking about it everywhere. Many people believed Dollar would be the one to win, but many others thought Lone Bamboo could actually beat him. Both sides were adamant about their beliefs, and convincing the opposition seemed to be an impossible task. Many gambling organizations had placed the odds at a very even sum, suggesting not even those experts could determine who might be the winner. Han Sen knew that he was going to fight Lone Bamboo next, and although he really wanted to win, even he wasn't sure if he could defeat the powerful Sky. He had battled Lone Bamboo once before, and neither of them bested the other. Their last bout ended in a draw. Lone Bamboo had suffered a terrible swelling of emotions, and he eventually put his knife away. I wonder how much Lone Bamboo has grown since then. Will he still lose control to a flare-up of bad emotions? Han Sen did not want to encounter Lone Bamboo, but he did have a simmering excitement for it that he could not deny. He wanted to fight him as much as he didn't. Dragon 8 was physically more powerful than Lone Bamboo, but while Dragon 8 was like a perfect killing machine, Lone Bamboo was as refined as art. Killing machines were perfect in the way they were big and scary. Their greatest weakness, however, was in the flexibility of their talents. They often lacked diversity and breadth in their skills, and so they could not adapt to changing situations. On the other hand, Lone Bamboo's capabilities were always stunning, even to elites. His strength was nowhere near perfect, but it was beautiful, and that often took people by surprise. If Han Sen had to select an opponent for life, it would be Lone Bamboo. Dragon 8 was a dangerous opponent, but Han Sen already understood him. He could calculate what a person like Dragon 8 would do, winning or losing. But Lone Bamboo always had something up his sleeve, and he could always do things that his opponents would never expect. Han Sen had joined the Geno Being Scroll to gain fame and draw the attention of that so-called god. He had achieved his goal by now. He had established his name, and it no longer mattered if he won or lost. But even so, Han Sen wanted to win the fight against Lone Bamboo. In Sky Palace, Lone Bamboo sat inside a stone pavilion. There was a teacup beside him, but he did not move it. He simply looked up at the moon in space. "What do you think of Dollar?" The Sky Palace leader suddenly appeared in the stone pavilion. "He is a very strong individual," Lone Bamboo answered. "How so?" When the Sky Palace leader asked this, he did so with a smile. "Feeling," Lone Bamboo quietly answered. "Feeling." The Sky Palace leader raised an eyebrow in surprise. Lone Bamboo dipped into serious thought for a moment. His body is strong like an elite dragon's. His coin can suppress someone like Dragon 8, and if he summons it in large quantities, it can annihilate a swarm of insects. But to me, that is not the scariest thing. What scares me is what I feel when I watch him fight. "What feelings does he stir within you?" the Sky Palace leader asked. "He makes me think he is indestructible," Lone Bamboo said with a tone of gravitas. The Sky Palace leader nodded and asked him, "What are you planning to do?" Lone Bamboo stood up and seriously told him, "I plan to win." "Good." The Sky Palace leader patted him on the shoulder and said nothing more. After Lone Bamboo left the pavilion, a woman with a black mask appeared by the side of the Sky Palace leader. She quietly said, "Do you think Lone Bamboo has what it takes to win?" "You don't have to doubt the abilities of Lone Bamboo," the Sky Palace leader said. "You shouldn't say that, and that isn't what I asked. I am asking you if you think he will win." The black-masked woman stared at him. The Sky Palace leader opened his hands and said, "You saw the powers possessed by Dollar. We don't know him enough yet, but I must say he is a scary guy. We can only wait and see if Lone Bamboo will triumph. But he has never disappointed me before." Lone Bamboo returned from Sky Palace and went to his own private isle. Before he entered his bamboo house, he stopped for a moment and looked at it. The bamboo door was pushed open slightly, and a little girl leaped through the opening. Behind her, however, was a black-haired young man. "Who are you?" Lone Bamboo asked the young man. He could tell that the man was one of the Sky, but he had never met a young Sky that strong before. The man's presence was akin to that of a terrifying beast or even the darkest reaches of the abyss itself. Even though the man was standing right there, Lone Bamboo's senses couldn't tell him anything about the man. "Evil Eye." The man smiled. Lone Bamboo frowned. He knew that name, but he had never expected Evil Eye to have been reborn as one of the Sky. And on top of that, he had brought a little girl into Sky Palace in secret. "What are you doing here?" Lone Bamboo asked. Evil Eye rolled his shoulders in a shrug. "I came here for you. You and Dollar are interesting. I want to fight you both, but you two will be meeting first. To make sure that I don't miss out, I have come to see you first. Actually, we are looking for Dollar. We do not know where to find him, though, so we came for you first." The little girl spoke with a surprising amount of seriousness. Lone Bamboo did not say a word. Silently, he reached for his jade sword. No one would have expected Evil Eye to have been reborn as one of the Sky, and no one would have expected him to don a disguise in order to infiltrate Sky Palace. Lone Bamboo would never have expected an encounter with Evil Eye at his home, of all places they could meet. He didn't have a single security camera installed in his home, and that was because there was usually no need. He couldn't think of a single person daring enough to sneak into Sky Palace other than the man who now stood before him, Evil Eye himself. Even a deified elite shouldn't have been able to force his way into Sky Palace. When the bamboo door opened, Lone Bamboo felt as if his options had suddenly vanished. He felt as if he had nowhere else to go, and the only way forward would be to fight the man that had approached him. Given what Lone Bamboo was sensing from Evil Eye, it probably wouldn't have mattered if he had security cameras. Even if some had been installed, he doubted that they would have been able to pick up Evil Eye. But this was Sky Palace. If they fought, regardless of whether Lone Bamboo won or lost, the authorities of Sky Palace would be alerted to the commotion. How Evil Eye expected to escape from Sky Palace after a fight was beyond Lone Bamboo's imagination. Evil Eye was just a marquis now. Even if his mind was deified, it'd be impossible for him to escape Sky Palace without being noticed. This was especially true when considering that he had a little girl with him. Lone Bamboo could barely believe that Evil Eye was this tenacious. This was too much. There was no way he would come into Sky Palace simply to duel Lone Bamboo, without thinking of the consequences. Of course, Lone Bamboo had no way of knowing for sure what Evil Eye wanted. That was okay, though. If he could defeat Evil Eye in battle, then whatever he wished to understand would be elucidated. Lone Bamboo did not use the Jade Sword for practice. It gave off no shiny lights or sword airs, but the pressure it released was enough to bring a calm energy to Evil Eye. Evil Eye simply stood where he was, unmoving. He looked into Lone Bamboo's eyes and did not spare his sword a glance. They didn't move, and there was no visible battle between them. The two just looked at each other with no further exchange. Time went by, and the entire bamboo forest looked to have been frozen in time. Evil Eye and Lone Bamboo stood silently, as stoic as a pair of mountains. Not even the largest of storms would prompt them to move. They studied each other keenly, waiting for the slightest opening. But despite that, they each felt that neither of them could be defeated by the other. It felt as if once they unleashed their first strike, it would be their last. There'd be no opportunity for a second chance. So neither of them moved. Neither of them found the opportunity they were looking for. Evil Eye, I am hungry. I wish to eat some food. The little girl next to Evil Eye rubbed her belly. Her pink face looked directly into Evil Eye's face as she tugged at his arm. After that tug, though, the frozen situation changed. Evil Eye and Lone Bamboo's fight would be so close, and any mistake that either of them made would lead to a guaranteed defeat. The little girl pulled on Evil Eye, but Evil Eye made sure not to allow himself to be disturbed. But unfortunately for him, it created a minuscule fluctuation in his life force. Lone Bamboo lifted his jade sword and teleported in front of Evil Eye. It was a sword that left no trace. Evil Eye had made a mistake, and he knew he couldn't avoid the incoming strike. Doing that would have been impossible, so he was going to lose, and there was nothing he could do to avoid that dismaying result. But in the next second, Evil Eye moved his hand. He pulled the little girl in front of Lone Bamboo's sword. It was a pointless gesture. Lone Bamboo's sword could slice through the little girl without even slowing down before it cut into Evil Eye. The little girl's body could not block the strike for Evil Eye. But even so, Lone Bamboo's sword froze. He did not use the sword to cut through the little girl. He merely pulled it back and grabbed the little girl. At that moment, Evil Eye rushed directly toward Lone Bamboo to grab his heart. Lone Bamboo had made a mistake by holding back, just as Evil Eye had done. With their places reversed, there was an incoming strike he could not deflect. He was now the one on the losing end of the stick. Lone Bamboo didn't move, though. His eyes merely cleared. The sky eye on his forehead opened, and it glowed red. Lone Bamboo's strength surged, and his power climbed to an unbearable level. Have you forgotten that I am one of the sky, too? Evil Eye smiled with a demented smile. His third eye opened, too, but inside his sky eye there were 4 purple pupils. They were like little flowers, but they were as creepy as they were beautiful. When Evil Eye became stronger, Lone Bamboo did not move. All he did was lift his jade sword. But at that moment, the little girl Lone Bamboo had grabbed raised her arms. Her hands turned red, and she threw her open palm against Lone Bamboo's chest. At the same time this was occurring, Evil Eye's 4 evil eyes shone purple. Lone Bamboo threw the little girl away and used his jade sword to block Evil Eye's hand. But Evil Eye's other hand had already come up to touch Lone Bamboo on the head. That power surged into Lone Bamboo's brain like thunder. Lone Bamboos turned his chilling gaze on his opponent. But four evil eyes pressed back against Lone Bamboo's stare. The four flower-looking purple eyes started to spin. The purple evil eye powers were demonic, and they drilled right into Lone Bamboo's sky eye. Even after experiencing the nightmares, you still never learned to be cruel. You are begging to be beaten. Evil Eye smiled evilly, as Lone Bamboo's red eye began to swell. But under the purple light, it was turning purple. The red eye became four purple eyes. Patong. Evil Eye's body dropped to the ground, squelching like mud. Only Lone Bamboo remained standing, but his sky eye now possessed those four flower-looking purple pupils. Lone Bamboo closed his sky eyes and looked at Evil Eye's body. Evil Eye's chest had a sword mark. He coldly said, "It is a shame. He is so strong, and yet despite that, he was tricked by something as simple as emotion. He could have killed me. Why did he just toss me aside instead of killing me?" The little girl looked at Lone Bamboo with confusion. "That is just one of the reasons why he is stupid," Evil Eye said coldly. A few hours later, lights came down from the skies above. A Sky Palace King-class elite had come to the island, bringing a few other King-class elites with him. "Lone Bamboo, what happened here?" The king looked at the body before turning to Lone Bamboo. "A man came here and tried to assassinate me," Lone Bamboo said coldly. Not long after, the king and his people took Evil Eye's body. And the next day, Lone Bamboo, who was now Evil Eye, took the little girl and left Sky Palace. On the day Dollar and Lone Bamboo were supposed to fight, a great number of elites turned their attention to the match. They focused on it more than they did any of the king fights. Who do you think will win? I think Lone Bamboo will be the one to win. Sky Palace is not just any faction, and Lone Bamboo is the absolute best marquis they have. Ordinary marquises cannot hope to compete against the likes of him. And while Dollar is indeed quite strong, his talents are too simple. Aside from his sturdy body and his coin, there does not appear to be anything else too significant about him. Yeah, with the few techniques that Dollar possesses, it is highly unlikely he'll be able to reign supreme. An elite like Lone Bamboo cannot find themselves defeated by just one measly Geno art. He's just too strong. How do you know that Dollar isn't hiding extra Geno arts that we have yet to see? The bout was hotly debated, and before long, the Geno being scroll shone in the sky. As soon as it did, contestants were teleported into it. "Lone Bamboo, let's have a real fight." Han Sen appeared in the middle of the desert. He looked ahead of him, trying to spy his opponent, but he could not see Lone Bamboo. Han Sen frowned. He had come to know Lone Bamboo well, and he was most certainly not the type of person that would hide. If he had a fight to attend, he would ensure that he was there promptly to engage his opponent. He looked around but could see no sign of Lone Bamboo. The viewers were confused by this. They keenly examined the environment, but they couldn't see any sign of Lone Bamboo either. Suddenly, the space around Han Sen distorted, sending him back out of the Geno being scroll with his sheet of paper still intact. Han Sen quickly realized what had transpired. Lone Bamboo had decided not to attend the battle, and so Han Sen had been automatically declared the victor. Everyone was extremely shocked by this unexpected turn of events. This bout had been highly anticipated by all, and it never came about. Instead, Lone Bamboo had decided to throw in the towel without even trying. Rumors started to spread like wildfire throughout the universe. There were whispers that Dollar himself was one of the Sky, and that was why his peer Lone Bamboo had decided against fighting him. There were a bunch of other rumors, too, stating that Dollar had struck a political deal with the head honchos of the Sky. Because of these deals, the conspiracy theorists claimed Lone Bamboo had stayed away from the contest. Even wilder were the numerous theories on how Dollar was in a romantic relationship with Lone Bamboo, and that Lone Bamboo forfeited so their love could go on. Han Sen did not pay heed to any of these rumors, but he found himself in quite worried. It wasn't like Lone Bamboo to abandon a fight. He had never done this before. Something must have happened to stop him from attending the fight. Han Sen decided to call Isha and let her know that he was safe. After doing that, He contacted Sky Palace to let them know the same thing. He also asked about Lone Bamboo. What he heard made him frown, though. He was told that Sky Palace itself had no clue why Lone Bamboo hadn't participated in the bout. They said that he had been away for a few days and had yet to return. Sky Palace had lost all contact with him. The strangest thing, however, was that a spy had been discovered at Lone Bamboo's house. The spy was a Sky, but there was no record of him in Sky Palace's records. It was as if he had come out of nowhere. What happened, I wonder? Hansen frowned. He knew something bad must have happened to Lone Bamboo, and it was dire to learn that Sky Palace could not find him or pick up the slightest trail that might lead to his whereabouts. After Hansen's discussion with the Sky Palace leader, Hansen told him his own story. He said that he would return to Sky Palace by himself, and that there was no need for a pickup to be arranged on his behalf. On a primal planet, Evil Eye was sitting on a rock. He was fishing on the banks of a gentle stream. The little girl was sitting next to him, cradling her jaw and watching the water of the river. There was a tug on the line, and Evil Eye pulled the fishing rod back and yanked the fish out of the water. Lunch! Evil Eye smiled at the little girl. The little girl smiled at Evil Eye, but after she glanced up at him, she looked startled. She pointed at him and said, "Blood!" Evil Eye frowned and wiped his forehead. His third eye, which was currently closed, had started to bleed. This guy doesn't know how to quit. Evil Eye wiped the blood from his brow and sneered. "Did you completely absorb his body and power?" The little girl asked, still reeling from the shock. "I did combine myself with his body and power, but—" Evil Eye trailed off. "But what?" the little girl asked. "His will is too strong. There is nothing I can do to dampen it. I suppose it will just take some time." Evil Eye shrugged his shoulders, and then went on to say, "But that's fine. His body and power belong to me, and that's the bottom line. The struggling of his willpower is pointless. It'll be crushed eventually." "Really? That's a shame." The little girl went back to watching the stream with her jaw cradled in her hands. Everyone thought Lone Bamboo's decision to quit was strange, but the Geno being Scrolls ranking went on without pause. Every tier had now been whittled down to the top 16 fighters. Hansen, Isha, Little Flower, and Xiaqing King had reached that last stage. They all just occupied different tiers. Hansen's last couple fights wouldn't be too difficult. He had a strong body and coin. He beat one of the destroyed and leaped straight to number 8. It wasn't too difficult for Little Flower or Isha either. Neither of them had any trouble to contend with, and it was all smooth sailing. But Xiaqing King did not fare as well. He found himself in a lot of trouble. His opponent was also one of the destroyed, and that Earl Destroyed had a reputation that was not far off Lone Bamboo's. Destroyed and the Sky were amongst the top 10 higher races, so even their Earl class members were incredibly strong. Xiaqing King used his silver book to replicate the shape and form of the destroyed Earl, but try as he might, he could not block the monster's attacks, and any additional xenogeneics he spawned were swiftly annihilated by the destroyed Earl. The destroyed Earl had 3 heads and 6 arms. He wielded light, dark, and chaos powers. His body was about the same strength that Hansen's had been when he was an Earl. His Geno arts were quite scary, too. Xiaqing King's drawing powers were useless against him. That Xiaqing King is not too shabby. He is much inferior to Earl Odoga, though. His Geno armament is a strange one, that's for sure, and it seems as if it's not enough to defeat Odoga. It looks like Odoga will top the Earl class rankings. The people that watched the Earl fights could tell that Xiaqing King was in a dire situation. Pang! A powerful punch from Odoga destroyed Xiaqing King's latest drawing, then continued on towards his face. When the punch landed, Xiaqing's King and the silver book were sent soaring into a mountainside. The resulting avalanche brought half of the mountain down. That's it. Xiaqing King pulled himself out of the rubble. A grin split his bloody mouth. He stopped drawing and threw the book away, then plated his body in a set of armor. "You want to keep this fight up?" Odoga looked at him like a disappointed instructor. "This fight has only just begun." Xiaqing King bared his teeth. and a silver light came beaming out of him like a volcano. When Xie King put down his book, he revealed just how cruel he could be. Alu alu alu. The insane storm of punches was difficult to comprehend. Xie King's eyes gleamed with a fiery silver. The silver punches he threw were indestructible. Odoga had a snowflake's chance in trying to repel those wild hits headed his way. Odoga waved his 6 arms to protect himself as light, dark, and chaos powers worked together in an attempt to devastate Xie King. But the raging Xie King cared little for what his opponent was attempting to do. His fists were the ones in control now, and there was only one thing they wanted to do: attack. He wanted to pulverize Odoga, to pound him so hard that he'd be indistinguishable from the mud of the ground. Ignoring Odoga's attack, he went forward and allowed himself to be hit. Xie King and Odoga were both fully committed to the assault, though. The cruelest and bloodiest fight of the Geno being scroll was only just beginning. Odoga's 6 fists, with scary powers, came raging at Xie King. And as this occurred, Xie King used his own power to repeatedly pummel Odoga. Armor was broken, flesh was torn, blood was spraying. The two of them were using the most primal and primitive methods to fight with each other. Odoga's 6 fists had the advantage, unfortunately. But this did not at all mean that Xie King, who only had a natural pair of fists, was weak. And the more damage he incurred, the stronger he became. His fists moved like lightning, and the shadows they cast were of spilling blood and breaking bone. Odoga raged and screamed at his unrelenting opponent. His body was severely wounded by the wrath of his nemesis, and he couldn't help but let out a shout due to the insufferable pain. Both of them were accumulating wounds. Blood sprayed through the air like flower petals, but neither showed a sign of backing off. Their repeated strikes only looked to be getting crazier and crazier. Oh God! This is no longer a competition. This is a bloodbath. This is far too cruel. This is far too violent. Ha! Ha! This is what a real fight should be like. Oh, I love this. This is rather interesting, I must confess. It's more satisfying to watch such a raw fight. Fuck yeah. Kill him. Go on. The audience was ravenous for more. The violence of the fight drew an insatiable bloodlust from them. Driving their excitement, the adrenaline levels of the audience were through the roof. Pang! Odoga and Xie King flew away from each other. One of them crashed into a mountainside, whereas the other dropped into an open field. They were both severely injured. Odoga's 6 arms had all been broken. Some of them had been torn off completely, whereas others hung on by the thread of their tendons. Only 2 were still completely attached, but even they were sorely injured. The 3 faces were swollen and distended, and one eye had been squelched. Blood was soaking the Earl's entire form. Xie King was not faring much better than his foe. His legs had been broken. His right shoulder had been dislocated. Both of his eyes had been shattered, and all of his ribs had been snapped or cracked. With the amount of blood soaking him, there was only one thing you could call him: a blood man. But Xie King's life force, despite all that, was none the weaker. In fact, its glow had increased. He picked himself up from the soil pit and shone with a silver light. That light enveloped his entire body like a hungry fire. Odoga looked gloomy, by comparison. After lifting himself up on the field, he generated a power. Light and dark energies gathered at the knuckles of his fists, giving each of them a swirling mixture of black and white lights. As Odoga's power increased, the black and white powers were like Tai Chi. A strange power was keeping them both in perfect balance. Seeing Odoga and Xie King collecting their strength, the audience knew that whatever was next would be it. Their final strikes were coming. With the condition the two of them were in, generating that much power meant that it had to be the final attack. You are strong, but you are still weaker than me. You may concede now if you want to live. Odoga's fist, channeling all that energy, was reaching max capacity as he spoke. The scary powers made everything around him vibrate. The dimension of the space he occupied seemed to distort and twist under the black and white powers he carried. I am sorry, but I am afraid that I do not know what you are getting at. My vocabulary seems to be lacking a few words, and I think what you've just said may be among the missing ones. Blood streamed from Xie King's eyes. He had a strange smile, and a silver flame propelled him forward. Light, dark, and chaos. Together, they are the most stable elements one could ever hope to possess. They combine together to create the destroyed light. It is the most powerful godlight in the entire Geno universe. When this strike falls upon you, you will be nothing more than a memory. I like you, truth be told, and I would favor the prospect of allowing you to live and not killing you. Furthermore, if you pledge to join the destroyed, I will allow you to win, Odoga slowly said. The only way I can allow myself to win is if I annihilate every enemy that stands in my way. Show me everything you've got. Don't hold back, and come and fight me, Xie King said. His silver flame was like the final swell of a volcano ready to erupt. If you want to die, then so be it. Odoga's power exploded. The attack his fist unleashed came soaring over to Xie King. Black and white powers blended together. It looked as if it could obliterate anything in its path as it headed towards Xie King. Everything that came into contact with that swirling power would likely be destroyed. Just the shockwave of that power was enough to tear up the land for miles around and sunder the skies into ruin. The last Xie cannon. The armor on Xie King's body shattered under the swelling of his own power. He stood upon the battlefield with his upper body naked, bearing an evil grin. His eyes were bleeding, and while he could not see, he could still sense the location of his opponent. His punch was unleashed, headed for the godlight possessed by the destroyed man. The silver fist became an orb of light. It came forward to strike the black and white powers simultaneously. Boom! The two scary powers collided with each other, and what resulted was akin to the detonation of a hydrogen bomb. The giant explosion looked like a sun going supernova, consuming everything in its proximity. It was too bright for anyone to actually see anything inside it, though. When the lights finally dimmed, a giant chasm was all that remained. Inside that deep crater, one person was left standing. The other person writhed around on the ground, struggling to get up. Xie King looked at Odoga trying to get up off of the ground. Slicking back his silver hair, he coldly said, "You are strong, but you are weaker than I, and since you now seem to understand my power, I will spare your life. Go back, practice for a few hundred years, and then get back to me. Perhaps by then you will stand a 0.0001% chance of defeating me. I'll be back." Odoga could not get up. He ripped up his paper and disappeared from the field of battle. "I am invincible, no matter where I go." Xie King ran his fingers through his hair and disappeared from that corner of the dimension. Pang! As soon as Xie King was teleported back out of the Geno being scroll, his injured body collapsed. The will to win and the accompanying adrenaline were the only things that had kept him going. Xie King was too severely injured and too exhausted to continue in the Geno rank fights, so he ended up placing in the top 8. The people that watched him and Odoga fight, however, were of the firm belief that one of those two should have taken first place. Unfortunately, the two powerhouses had ended up against each other far too soon. One was defeated and beaten into a sorry state, and the other was victorious but also beaten into a sorry state. The ranked fights continued with some surprising results. On the 4th match of the King tier, Isha actually ended up losing, which surprised her many fans. Her final position rested at rank number 4. Han's son wasn't there to watch the fight, so he was unsure what had led to her defeat. That being said, according to what he had heard, something strange occurred during the bout. Han Littleflower got to his final fight easily. His sacred powers allowed him to manipulate space and time, and no Viscount was able to challenge that technique in the field of battle. No one was stronger than Han Littleflower, so it was highly likely that he would gain the number 1 position after completing his final fight. If not for Evil Eye, Han Sen would have been a shoo-in for winning the entire Marquis tier bracket. But alas, it was not so. With Evil Eye being there was no guarantee that Han Sen would be victorious. Han Sen had watched Evil Eye's fights with intense focus. The man looked frightening, But Hansen thought there was something off about him. What that was precisely, Hansen could not put his finger on. Hansen called Isha to highlight his concern. He wanted to comfort her after her loss, too. "My queen, I will come to Narrow Moon and visit you in just a few short days." Isha sat on her throne with her long white legs crossed comfortably before her. She looked at Hansen through the video feed, smiled and said, "You are coming back to comfort me? No. You are the strongest woman of all. You simply missed and that's it." Hansen's comforting skills already seemed to be lacking. Isha still smiled, and she looked at Han Sr. The mecha made a generous offer in exchange for their win. "We have what we need now. Did you honestly believe I would lose?" Hansen was surprised by this revelation. That was not what he had expected from Isha at all. Isha continued to smile and said, "The rebate are a high race, but we are not like Sky Palace. We don't have anyone deified. We need to grow a great deal to remain competitive. So we had to give up something. That was just how it had to be." Han-sun understood that she had allowed herself to lose despite her ardent desire to win. She had not lost to a genuine enemy in battle. She had lost to politics. "Go back to Sky Palace. These matters aren't your concern. You need to level up and become a king. Only then can you play these games. Right now, you aren't even a spare piece on the table of play," Isha said, then abruptly hung up the phone. Hansen knew that his level was still too low. The story of genes was too difficult, and he repeatedly mulled the idea of just giving it up. He could level up his other 3 Geno arts to the rank of king instead. The final fight for the Marquis tier was about to start, and Dollar and Evil Eye's names were on the tip of every tongue. It was the hottest topic of the day. Although Hansen had shown powerful attacks, Dragon 8 was the only opponent that he had defeated with true raw power. Lone Bamboo's non-fight had also disappointed a great many people. Evil Eye's track record over multiple lives was too impressive, so most people thought that Evil Eye would be the one to win the fight. After all, Evil Eye had been deified many times before, and so he was the sort to see things differently. This point alone made him the likeliest candidate for victory. Still, it was not all doom and gloom in Dollar's corner. Many nobles still placed their faith in him becoming victorious. They loved Coin. Up until now, at least, Dollar had proved that Coin could defeat anything. Many people loved it. At a gambling station located on a certain planet, a dirt bike pulled up. The man who rode it came inside and dropped a heavy bag on the table. When the workers opened the bag, their eyebrows rose and wide smiles spread across their faces. One of them quickly said, "Dear customer, who are you placing your money and faith in? What's the winning forecast look like for Dollar?" the man asked. 1.84, the worker answered. Then, he looked at the man with the dirt bike strangely. Most people believed Evil Eye would win, so there was no way he'd be forecasted to lose. Nobody put their bets on Dollar. "I bet that Dollar will win," the man said as he straightened his sunglasses. If the man was willing to give away a sack of free money, then none of the workers would turn him down. The worker cashed it in and gave the man a receipt. Dumbass. He put all of his money on Dollar winning. "The whole universe knows Evil Eye won't lose," the worker said, upon seeing the man with a motorbike take his leave. Wang Yuhang safely pocketed the receipt and went on his merry way to a xenogenic hunting zone. When the final fight began, everyone was able to watch it. Only 2 other creatures were still engaged in fights of their own. In the past, the most famous and well-attended fights would always take place in the king tier. But this year, things were different. Marquises and viscounts had received a lot of attention this time around, particularly the marquises. Because of Dollar and Evil Eye, that tier of fights received more attention than king-class fights. The viscount tier received the focus it did because of Little Flower and Little Else. But even then, there was nothing much to watch in his fights. It wasn't as if people believed any other viscount could defeat Little Flower, who wielded those sacred powers. It's going to start. I wonder how long Dollar will be able to last against Evil Eye. Dragon 8 and Dragon 9 were keenly watching the Geno being scroll flash. Their attention was focused on the Marquis' final fight's battleground. If Brother Bamboo had not gone missing, it would be him battling Evil Eye. In Sky Palace, Thousand Feather Crane could not help but sigh. Everyone was focusing on that fight now, and that was especially true of the research organizations. They were extremely interested in Coin and Evil Eye. Not even deified elites could live forever, but Evil Eye had been reborn repeatedly. Everyone wished to know his secret to immortality. I hope Dollar lasts as long as possible to draw out the secrets that enshroud Evil Eye. Sky Path Garden's leader was keenly watching the Geno being scroll. Between Coin and Evil Eye's secrets, we're bound to learn something today, a researcher said. I want to see Evil Eye's secret of rebirth. The Sky Path Garden leader coldly repeated. The surface of the bronze scroll flashed, showing two fighters who appeared amidst the dunes of a desert. One was clad in a suit of gold armor, whereas the other was garbed in white and purple armor. Their body shapes were remarkably similar. This is it. It's going to start. Everyone felt a great deal of relief in their hearts. After what happened with the no-show Lone Bamboo, many nobles feared the same issue might plague the anticipated finale. Evil Eye looked at Han Sen with a great deal of interest, and he asked, "What race do you actually belong to?" "Human," Han Sen answered calmly. He peered right back at Evil Eye. That man was shrouded by darkness as deep as the abyss itself. But somehow, Han Sen was struck with a strange pang of familiarity as he looked at the man. And when he looked closer, the sensation grew even stronger. "You really are a human? That is a good name, I suppose." Evil Eye mumbled something to himself beneath his breath. Hansen heard what he said, but he wasn't quite sure what he meant by that. Evil Eye wasn't planning on explaining it either. He looked back at Han Sen, smiled and said, "Your coin is pretty funny. Would you mind if I had a look at it?" "As you wish." Han Sen lifted his right hand and put two of his fingers together. Then he flicked in the direction of Evil Eye. A coin appeared, and it teleported towards Evil Eye with the speed of lightning. Evil Eye made no effort to dodge the incoming coin or knock it away with a godlight. Instead, he caught the incoming coin with the palm of his right hand. Pat! The coin stuck to Evil Eye's hand. His body began to sink, his feet lowering into the sand a little. What a powerful coin! It not only has the ability to suppress a foe, but it can seal. This could very well become a deified class Geno art. I cannot believe a Geno art like this has been around, unknown to me over the centuries of my existence. Evil Eye brought his hand closer to get a better look at the coin. He looked genuinely interested in the item. Evil Eye knew that coin suppression and sealing powers were strong, as did everyone else. But he had to let the coin land on him so that he could research it properly. If anyone else had done something like this, they would have seemed incredibly reckless. But to the people watching the bout, it seemed the most natural thing in the world for Evil Eye to do. What a weird Geno art. It is heavy, forbids air, it suppresses, and some weird power. Evil Eye mumbled to himself. Then he placed another of his fingers on the coin. He tightened his grip, and the coin was crushed within his fist. The viewers looked on in shock. The coin that was believed to be indestructible, that had suppressed and defeated Dragon 8, had been shattered by Evil Eye. It appeared not to work on him at all. Evil Eye really is untouchable. Coin doesn't even work on him. This really is too frightening to watch. He has lived for so long too. This man is a god. Coin is useless after all. With that out of the way, it appears to me that Dollar has lost all chance of winning this fight. It looks like there is nothing more to see. That strongest skill known as Coin was broken by Evil Eye's hands. How can anyone expect this supposed fight to continue? Evil Eye really is too scary. Amidst everyone's shock at Evil Eye's lackadaisical breaking of the coin, Evil Eye suddenly moved. He did not move to attack Han Sen, though. He threw the pieces of the coin into the air and made them hover before him. Evil Eye then wiggled his fingers. The pieces were covered in a purple light, then they began to break down into smaller and smaller chunks. Bathed in the glow of that purple light, the coin was ground into gold dust. The gold motes floated in front of Evil Eye. "Your coin is not perfect. I was one of the dragon at one point, and in my time with them I was able to learn their dragon seal. I was one of the empty as well. With them, I learned vacuum. And at another place in time, I belonged to the destroyed. It was with them that I learned how to perform taboo. That's not forgetting my time as a Buddha. Evil Eye appeared to be talking to himself as he moved his fingers. The gold dust gathered around those fingers, though, recomposing the original shape. A new coin had been created, but this one was slightly different from the one Hansen had produced. In addition to the coin and the number count, there were purple engravings on it. They were reminiscent of flowers. Evil Eye held up that new coin he had produced. It was like a work of art. He smiled at it. "Dollar? What do you think of this, eh?" Evil Eye said, right before flicking his finger. He propelled the modified coin straight towards Han San with the speed of a laser beam. All the audience was in shock. To dismantle an enemy's geno art and then go on to modify it in the middle of a fight was something only a god could do. There was, of course, the possibility that Evil Eye wasn't even treating this fight as actual combat. He might have just been curious about coin. Sick. A guy like Evil Eye should be forbidden from even joining the Geno-being scroll. Other races can't do anything remotely comparable to this. How could something like this even happen? There should be rules, and this should be against them. Fuck. Before Evil Eye, no Geno art can remain shrouded in secrecy. That guy has been reborn as so many races over the years, so there's no telling just how many Geno arts he has actually learned. He is a god. While everyone was reeling from the shock of this, Han Sen reacted much like Evil Eye had. He made no move to block or deflect the coin. All he did was use his right hand to grab it. Boom! When Han Sen grabbed the coin, the sand in a radius of 1 kilometer shook. That area sank half a meter. Evil Eye smiled at Han Sr. "This may very well be your coin, but you shouldn't think about grabbing it so merrily. It's mine now. Dollar is too emotional. He shouldn't have tried to take it back." "Oh no. Dollar is being suppressed by coin. Does all the excitement we anticipated come to an end here? It looks like the suppression power of coin has been amplified to a sickening level. After Evil Eye's modifications. It is way too strong. There is no hope of victory against that." Everyone was in shock. Even Sky Path Garden's leader looked bitter. And he said, "We cannot see anything like this. Guys like Evil Eye shouldn't ever be seen in a Marquis battleground." Evil Eye continued smiling at Han's senator. The expression had grown a little rigid, but he kept it in place. Evil Eye wasn't the only one who was surprised, though. The audience watched as Dollar used his other hand to crush the coin that had been manufactured, modified, and fired by Evil Eye. Interesting modification, but it is too stiff to combine the powers you proposed. While it may indeed look stronger, it lacks the meaning and feel of the original, Han's son said coolly, while he squeezed the coin. "Oh, so you don't think it is any good? Then show me how I can avoid making it stiff." Evil Eye's eyebrow was raised. Hansen didn't respond, though. He threw his coin into the air while everyone was watching, and then he moved his finger to imbue it with a golden light. The finger was like a meteor, shooting across the space before the coin. Just as Evil Eye had done previously, Han San was dismantling the coin and reassembling it as something new. Evil Eye was surprised to see that Han San had managed to reduce his modified version of coin to dust, and the shock of the scene had frozen the spectators. "No way. Dollar has that sort of power. Really? Evil Eye does something unbelievable. And now Dollar can match him." This bout just got interesting again. Things were happening too quickly for the audience to keep up with. They stared in disbelief as Han San dismantled the Geno art in moments, then began repurposing it to better fit his needs. All of Han Sen's fingers moved quickly, and the bits of shattered coin slowed smoothly back together. It became a new coin. But the coin Han San was putting together looked different from the one that Evil Eye had assembled. It looked like gold, and all traces of the purple engravings that decorated the coin before were gone. And furthermore, the number displayed atop the surface was 3 instead of 1. Dong! Han Sen finished the coin and fired it at Evil Eye with a fierce flick of his fingers. A gold light shot towards Evil Eye at an incredible speed. Evil Eye frowned and moved to grab the coin, but when he touched the coin this time, his body was pushed back. And then, Every step he took left behind a deep, cratered footstep. The sand all around him was sinking. Evil Eye grabbed the coin, stumbling back for steps, and he came to a stop. Holy shit, dollar actually did it. The coin has gotten stronger. It's now clear that this is precisely how the two will fight. I have learned so much today already. Wow, those two can play like this. This Geno being scroll fight might very well be the most famous in all of Marquis history. Ah, but what Geno art are they practicing? I am afraid this is something only a deified elite could do. And it would still depend on whether or not the deified elite had the natural talent to use this particular art. If they didn't, not even those sorts could play as those two are right now. Why is the way that they fight so different from the way we do? This is a fight between true elites. These don't dictate superiority through the simple swinging of fists. Evil Eye caught the coin in his hand. His gauntlet was dented heavily by the impact, and holding the coin was not as easy as it had been. Evil Eye did not speak flippantly anymore either. He made the coin hover over his fingers and imbued it with an abundance of purple light. Eventually, the coin broke. After the coin was dismantled and rebuilt, the number upon the surface of the coin had increased to the level of 4. Pang! Evil Eye threw the coin at Han Sen, and Han Sen immediately grabbed it when it came within range. He didn't fall back like his opponent had, though. He snatched the coin out of the air as if there was nothing damaging about it at all. Han Sen was using his ability to see sequence structures to dismantle the coin, but Evil Eye was using a very different method. Evil Eye relied on his ability to feel and control powers with extreme precision. Han Sen was able to see right into Evil Eye's nature, and he realized that the two of them were actually completely different from each other. Evil Eye was able to break down coin's power by dismantling the coin with amazing, albeit primal practicality. That was also how he was able to reconstruct the coin. Evil Eye had been reborn as many different races. In his times occupying the bodies of the different races, he had frequently become deified. The power he had learned and what he now employed was quite scary. That was why he was able to use his own knowledge to dismantle, recreate, and modify coin. His power was entirely dependent on a deified's knowledge, though. Marquises should not have been able to understand things on such a deep level. This was all due to Evil Eye's continual cycle of rebirth. His mind-blowing abilities all boiled down to that. While that cycle of reincarnation had given Evil Eye incredible power, Han Sen saw the downside that everyone was ignoring. After all, Evil Eye could not see into the sequence structure properly. He only used his knowledge and his feelings to rebuild coin. While Evil Eye could still blindly assemble sequence structures that were mostly functional, his creations lacked detail and finesse. If Han Sen's technique of rebuilding Geno arts was 100% accurate, then Evil Eye was only 99.99%. While the difference might have been small and difficult to recognize, it was definitely there. And that meant Evil Eye was not perfect. Evil Eye would soon find it impossible to beat Han Sen in this way, but Han Sen didn't mind engaging him in this sort of battle. As a matter of fact, it made him happy. Evil Eye was unable to beat Han Sen without a genuine ability to read sequence structures. So, to compensate, he found himself having to add his own power into the coin every time he rebuilt it. He used his deified power to increase the coin's potential. That meant there was a deified elite modifying coin for Han Senator. It made him even happier to go along with it. The two of them kept throwing the coin back and forth. With each throw, the number displayed by the coin increased. And every time the figure increased, the power of each throw visibly increased as well. Every time Evil Eye caught the coin, the ground beneath his feet would shake. Han Sen, on the other hand, could catch the coin with alarming ease. He was not being affected by the coin at all. That was why Han Sen said that Evil Eye had missed the purpose of coin. Although his opponent had managed to rebuild coin, it lacked a manifestation of coin's true heart. Evil Eye could use coin to throw attacks, yes, but he could not use the coins as well as he might have liked. Even though he had produced a coin that suppressed powers, it wasn't coin. It was not like the real coin that Han Sen wielded, in which power could be stacked. Boom! When Evil Eye caught the coin next, the number on its surface was 10. The purple color on his armor deepened, but it looked as if the color itself was struggling against the weight. It seemed as if it had been suppressed by coin too much, and it could no longer hold on. The audience was frozen. Right now, Evil Eye was at a disadvantage, and he was being suppressed by dollar. No matter how many times you attempt to replicate my work, you need to know that coin is still mine, Hansen said, staring at his opponent with hard eyes. Evil Eye looked at Hansen, and the purple bone flowers on his armor started to open like real flowers. A deeper, more disturbing power began to rise from his body. Interesting. Evil Eye suddenly smiled creepily. His hand released the coin, and within that purple light, the coin was reduced to dust. The gold dust drifted up from his fingers. It seems that I have underestimated you. Evil Eye looked right at Han's senator. The bone flowers across his armor continued to bloom. Each one of them made Evil Eye stronger. When the flowers on Evil Eye's armor opened in bloom, the mass of his power reached a truly frightening level. He was much scarier than even Dragon 8's gold dragon body. Your knowledge and control are better than mine, it would appear. But so what? Before a sufficient amount of raw physical power, you have no hope of triumphing. You will ultimately lose. Evil Eye looked at Hansen coldly. What? You lack skill, so you want to start brawling? Hansen laughed. Power and skill are never distinguishable as two separate things. Your knowledge and your ability to control the fluctuations of power is impressive, but can you apply that talent in actual combat? Mere talk is useless. Evil Eye said, his power continuing to burgeon. Then come and give it a try, Hansen said. Ha! This is precisely how I wanted it. Evil Eye's body shot toward Hansen like a purple shadow. His skills were no better than Dragon 8's, but his entire body had been transformed into a killing machine. Purple flowers began to appear across his limbs. They swayed as if they were alive, and their sole purpose was to pursue Hansen. For Hansen, Evil Eye was the rare sort of enemy that required his full effort and attention. He was not the type of foe Hansen could afford to underestimate, so he focused his powers and prepared the Dongxian Sutra and Heavenly Go to engage Evil Eye properly. He also planned to make use of Super Spank. Evil Eye's use of skills was fluid, though. They kept on changing. He had a roster of techniques, after all. He had the skills of the dragon, the Buddha, the destroyed, and so on. But what's more, it felt as if every skill was mastered. While they might have all had different purposes and meanings, he was able to combine them all seamlessly. Every technique was stunningly employed, and every blow was followed by an unexpected change of style. The elites were all confused by what they saw. Many of their faces changed, especially when they realized that they were seeing glimpses of the legendary techniques of the race they belonged to. Hansen, on the other hand, fought in a totally different manner. His skills were very clear. They appeared simple, but they still had a depth to them that the onlookers couldn't quite understand. After watching many of his moves, the audience was able to understand how he was using his kicks and punches. No matter how much Evil Eye was able to alter his attacks, wherever Hansen touched, Evil Eye's power would be reduced to dust. Super Spank was able to break and disintegrate every sequence structure it came into contact with. Evil Eye's body split into two, and both bodies attacked Han's senator. There was no illusion, and the two forms really did comprise Evil Eye's actual body, and they were both equally powerful. Destroyed's doppelganger. Isn't that a technique that only one of the destroyed is able to learn? Everyone was shocked by this reveal. In the next second, that shock turned into awe. The two Evil Eyes split again, and now there were 4 Evil Eyes on the battleground. Destroyed's doppelganger technique was only able to split a person into 3 due to the origin race having 3 heads and 6 arms. Evil Eye was not one of the destroyed. He didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, so he was able to split into 4. That was rather scary. Hansen made no move yet, though. Heavenly Go was still pumping in his heart. Fighting for people was an insane thing to attempt, but even when faced with that, he was able to keep his calm. The 4 Evil Eyes piled on the pressure by surrounding Hansen on all sides with different techniques. The nobles that watched were all confused by what they saw, but they were able to understand that despite all that, Evil Eye hadn't exactly gained the upper hand. Powerful Evil Eye. Scary Dollar. Dollar is the one that is able to break down any skill he sees. The evil breaker powers of the dragon were weak to him. Don't you remember? Arg, he is so strong. Where did these humans come from? Aren't they so scary? Are all humans like this? No way. If all humans were this strong, wouldn't they be famous? They surely wouldn't be nameless and shrouded in mystery as this fellow is. I think Dollar must be the first elite humans have had in millions of years. What ability is Dollar using? Fighters are always weak against particular elements, but no matter what Geno art is used against him, he is able to break it in a flash. This is terrifying me. In Sky Palace, Thousand Feather Crane and the others were all frozen. Yun Sui pulled Yun Chongkong and asked, "Father, what is Dollar using? How can he break every skill and render all of Evil Eye's Geno arts useless?" Because Yun Chongkong had business with the feather, he hadn't returned to Sky Palace with Han Senator if he had been with Han San. Then Han Sen wouldn't have vanished in the attack. I am afraid that I do not understand either. Yun Chongkong shook his head. Hearing that, the Yun sisters and Thousand Feather Crane felt their eyes widen. Dollar was just a marquise despite how strong he was. But he did things that not even a king-class person like Yun Chongkong could understand. It was a very strange scenario, for sure. Evil Eye looked very glum as all this transpired. He felt as if the breadth of his power was actually much stronger than Han Sen's, but every time he came against the human, his powers were shattered. All in all, it made him realize something. He can use that dismantling power in combat like this? Evil Eye was starting to think that Dollar was some sort of old monster from ages past, and that he had lived through time by being reborn in the same manner Evil Eye had. To him, there was no other explanation for Han Sen's performance. Although he was able to dismantle powers, it wasn't something he was fast enough to do in a real fight. He could only see the weaknesses if he had time to examine them. Pang! Han Sen punched an Evil Eye, and that body degraded swiftly into nothing. The Dongxian Sutra's judgment and the formation employed by Heavenly Go were starting to come together. Han Sen was now the one controlling the fight. Evil Eye suddenly stumbled back and left the immediate battlefield. The two doppelgangers still functioning returned to the primary host and melded back into him. Just as everyone was guessing what Evil Eye would do next, his forehead cracked open. The third eye that had 4 purple pupils appeared on his forehead. Yun Chongkong and the sky screamed, "Sky!" Evil Eye became one of the sky. That explains why I was unable to see Evil Eye's 4 evil eyes. They resided inside his third sky eye. Shit! He is one of the sky. That means Evil Eye has not been fighting with power. For the sky, opening their third eye means things are just getting started. Evil Eye looks pretty past. I wonder if Dollar will be able to compete against Evil Eye with his sky eye open. Han Sen looked at Evil Eye's third eye. The pupils looked familiar for some reason. And now that he realized that Evil Eye was one of the sky, that sense of familiarity heightened. In front of this monstrous power, your skills will matter very little. Evil Eye opened his sky eye. His power had increased by a vast amount, and the purple light of his sky eye flared the purple flowers across his armor. A fire kicked up, and it enveloped Evil Eye's entire body. Seeing Evil Eye covered in purple fire, Han Sen frowned. When a sky opened their sky eye, their general strength would leap by about 1 whole tier. Evil Eye's power was already above what could be expected of a marquise, but now with the sky eye had opened, his power was comparable to the strongest of dukes. It was quite difficult to fathom how a marquise could possess such grand strength. BZZT. The audience did not see Evil Eye move. All they heard was a sound, and Evil Eye's body started to appear faded. Before his body had completely vanished from that location, he appeared directly in front of Han Sen. He had moved far more quickly than should have been possible for any marquise. It was way too fast for anyone to properly track. Han Sen moved when Evil Eye did, though. He swung his fist, and when Evil Eye appeared in front of him, Han Sen's fist collided with the power his nemesis had prepared to unleash. Han Sen's fist hit the purple lotus flower, reducing it to nothing but dust. Han Sen's gauntlet shattered, and blood leaked from his skin. Evil Eye frowned all the same. He was surprised that Han Sen had been able to shatter his power, even with the strength he now held. Evil Eye's power far exceeded what Han Sen was capable of right now. But Super Spank only had to collide with one small spot to set off a chain reaction that would wipe out a sequence structure. The collapse would build in strength as it went. Unless Han Sen's power was insufficient to exploit a specific structure's weaknesses, there was no proper reason for Super Spank to fail to break anything. For now, at least, Han Sen was able to break the sequence structures. And that meant Evil Eye wasn't quite an overwhelming threat just yet. What threatened Han Sen the most, though, was Evil Eye's speed after opening his Sky Eye. Not even he was able to follow Evil Eye's movement. He had to use his Dongxian Sutra to predict where Evil Eye would appear and Heavenly Go's formation to counter his attacks. If he waited for Evil Eye to make a move before reacting, it'd be too late for Han Sen to block his strikes. Evil Eye appeared erratically, like a ghost that was coming at Han Sen from every which way. The purple flowers kept flashing near him. Every time Han Sen punched, a purple flower would vanish. But while many flowers were wilting, the elites that spectated the fight were having a difficult time grasping what exactly was going on. Many people had noticed that Evil Eye was moving more quickly than should have been possible, of course. But aside from that, they couldn't really tell what was special about the fight between Dollar and Evil Eye. Father, is there a point in them fighting this fast? Yun Suyi, who was lost in confusion, felt compelled to ask Yun Chongkong. Yun Chongkong sighed and said, if Lone Bamboo had shown up for his fight, he might not have been able to beat Dollar either. The Yun sisters and the others were all shocked. Lone Bamboo was like a god to them. Not looking away from the fight, Yun Chongkong said, his speed and power are definitely not up to the standard set by Evil Eye, but he is still holding his own. It's not as if he's being crushed. This fact alone makes him most excellent. His speed and power are inferior to Evil Eye's? Couldn't tell. I assumed they were both even, Yun Sui said in confusion. That's what it looks like on the surface. But yes, Dollar is unable to match his opponent's speed. Even worse, he has less power than his rival, as well, Yun Chongkong said. Why does it look like they are even, then? Yun Sui asked. That is what makes Dollar so impressive. Yun Chongkong paused for a moment. Although you guys can't see this because of the speed of the fight, Dollar is moving before Evil Eye strikes. He's practically clairvoyant. It looks like he knows what Evil Eye will do before he even makes a move. He attacks where Evil Eye is going to be, rather than where he is. That is how this fight remains balanced. The Yun sisters and the others turned their attention back to the fight, trying to make sense of it. Thousand Feather Crane, as flabbergasted as the rest, had to ask, isn't that what you find in the textless book? Is Dollar one of the sky that has practiced textless book? No, he is not using textless book. While I can see some similarities, they are not the same. Yun Chongkong shook his head. Even though he is able to predict Evil Eye's movements, how is he able to keep things in balance if his power is still inferior? Yun Sushang did not understand this bit. I'll admit I don't understand that either. Dollar must have a very powerful skill to fight someone much stronger than him, though, Yun Chongkong said. Every race was doing their best to analyze the fight taking place between Dollar and Evil Eye. They had all wanted to research Coin, but Dollar's entire performance was a far better subject for study than they had initially thought possible. And the deified members of the audience were most fascinated by the fight. A pure physical fight was nothing to such spectators, but using such refined techniques over an extended conflict? That was something that deified elites very much wanted to see. The four pupils in Evil Eye's Sky Eye were bright, and his speed and power continued to increase. Han Sen was having a hard time keeping up with the fight. Super Spank was strong, and so was the Dongxian Sutra and Heavenly Go. But when the opponent gained too much strength, their effectiveness was reduced. Han Sen maintained his calm, however, despite the wounds that his fists were collecting. The injuries were so profuse that his blood-soaked bones were becoming visible through his tom flesh. They were the damage he had to suffer to keep breaking the sequence structures of his enemy. It was like pulling fishing strings. It was impossible to keep something that fine and tough from hurting you. But Han Sen's will was unwavering. Without a moment of pause, his excitement remained steady. Han Sen cast the Dongxian Sutra and destroyed the next sequence structure. He was able to predict Evil Eye's attacks, and the whole world through Han Sen's eyes was turning into a series of threads he could follow. Under the increasing threat from Evil Eye, Han Sen running the Dongxian Sutra in overdrive. And this pressure was going to result in his Dongxian Sutra reaching marquise. When the Dongxian aura changed, time itself became visible. For the first time in his life, Han Sen could see time, not just feel it. Earlier, Han Sen could see movement. Now, he was seeing actual timelines. In normal people's eyes, one person walking was just one person. In Han Sen's eyes, while that one person walked, the image of that person spread out like shadows all around them. Time. A second before. 2 seconds before. 3 seconds before. The timeline spread in 3 dimensions, allowing Han Sen to see options he had never previously considered. When the Dongxian powers changed, the feelings became stronger, too. And the timelines he could see extended in all directions. He gasped, seeing more than he ever thought possible. As his sky eye grew stronger, Evil Eye put Han Sen under even greater duress. While Han Sen was able to endure it for the moment, he wouldn't forever. It was only a matter of time before his hands snapped. They had now been shredded down to the bone, after all. Evil Eye looked excited. The purple light of his 4 evil eyes was shining, and his speed and power at greater and greater outputs. He was dying to bring an end to the man that had the audacity to fight him so successfully. The audience could tell Dollar was not faring too well. His power and speed were low. Even if his abilities could miraculously catch up to Evil Eye's, there was every chance that his body had already taken too much damage. It is time for a winner to be declared. One of the spectating elite sighed and looked disheartened. Dollar's performance had not been any inferior to Evil Eye's. He was just an ordinary marquise, while Evil Eye was an old monster that, by all rights, should not have been allowed to compete with the others. They shouldn't have bracketed him in with the other marquises. It wasn't fair. Dollar should have been extremely proud that he'd fought as well as he had. The nobles and the kings thought it was a great shame, and many people naturally sympathized with the underdog. In the match between Dollar and Evil Eye, they were rooting for Dollar. He was the weaker of the two, yet he fought with endearing courage. And so, the hearts of many kings and dukes went out in support of Dollar. But now, the situation was obvious. Although Dollar was a genius, his body was still far weaker than the monster he had been pitted against. Evil Eye. In this battle of bodies, he had lost. As everyone sighed glumly, Evil Eye felt a sudden pang of worry. There was something off about Han Sen. That worry made him want to kill Han Sen even more. He wanted Han Sen dead so he could get this fear over with. Han Sen was suppressed and his fists were bleeding. The bones of his hands looked ready to give up. But on the inside, Han Sen was feeling quite different. He was actually rather excited. The Dongxian aura was undergoing its final changes. The process of leveling up to Marquise would be complete any second now. Weird. In Sky Palace, the leader watched Han Sen fight with a strange expression. "What is weird?" asked the woman with a black mask. "Dollar is going to break through," the Sky Palace leader said. "Breakthrough? I don't think it's possible to level up inside the Geno being scroll. Even if he did become a duke, he would still be suppressed by the rules that bind him there. He would only complete an ascension after having departed the Geno being scroll. This has happened before. So why are you suddenly acting so surprised?" The black-masked woman frowned. The Sky Palace leader shook his head. "The strange thing is that I don't think he's leveling up to become a duke." The masked woman looked shocked. She said, "You mean Dollar has 2 talents? He has 2 Geno armaments? And you mean to suggest that the other one is becoming a marquise from the rank of Earl?" The Sky Palace leader nodded and said, "It certainly looks that way." The masked woman was dumbfounded. Double talents? And one of his skills can fight Evil Eye in this manner? Is he also a reborn monster? The Sky Palace leader did not say anything more. Silently, he watched the fight continue. Most nobles hadn't caught on to what was happening. Only elites like the Sky Palace leader had a grasp of the situation. "Interesting," He has two talents. Isha sat on her throne, drinking wine as she watched Dollar fight. She looked angry. Burning Lamp Alpha frowned and spoke to himself. Double talents. And one of his skills is so strong already? Who is this human? It cannot be a race that has just entered. Can it? Everyone was focusing on this fight now. Most of the nobles thought the battle had already been settled, and only a few elites could see the simmering change going on beneath the surface. Evil Eye was starting to look ill. He could see what was happening to Han Sen, but there was nothing he could do to stop it. Boom! In the middle of that crazy fight, Han Sen's body beamed with sudden power. The audience couldn't see that power with their eyes, but they could see the changes happening in Han Sen's body. After that, Han Sen's face filled with relief, as though he had set aside some mountainous burden that he had been forced to shoulder. His entire body glowed, as if he had been reborn. Evil Eye's attacks suddenly seemed weaker. It felt as if the storm upon Han Sen had been reduced to a few water drops. He could no longer stop Han Sen, who stood absolutely still. Han Sen's presence had been suppressed, but now it was unleashed in full. It made Evil Eye squirm, and all of his instincts screamed that he was in danger. What is this? Dollar had a breakthrough. I thought you weren't able to level up in the Geno Being Scroll. It can't be a new level. The Geno Being Scroll denies the ability to level up. No, he is definitely leveling up. Is Dollar cheating? How can he level up in the Geno Being Scroll? Damn! Does this guy have the Geno Being Scroll's favor? Has he been given the exclusive permission to level up here? Even if he wins, he'll win as a duke. He won't win the Marquis' crown. That's cheating. The whole world was shocked by what they saw. They weren't quite sure what to think about this, as it all looked too fake. He had leveled up inside the Geno Being Scroll. No, he's not a duke. He's a double talent. He has a double talent, and his other talent has become Marquis. Shit, this can't happen. Fuck, really? Dollar has two talents? And he's only been using one to fight Evil Eye all day. Crazy, crazy. This world is crazy. Fuck, another monster. And I was just feeling bad for him. The revelation that Dollar had two talents swept through the audience like a tidal wave. His other talent was only just leveling up now. Many of the nobles weren't quite sure what to say. Boom! The Dongxian aura suddenly grew small. The world looked weird through Han Sen's eyes. In the next second, he lifted his finger. Evil Eye roared and rushed forward. His purple flame was burning like mad, and he was gathering as much power as he possibly could to go against Han's senator, but as the two closed on each other, Han Sen suddenly disappeared. In that moment when Han Sen went past Evil Eye, he appeared behind him and without injury. Evil Eye was standing with his back to Han Sen, and he didn't have enough time to turn. His eyes widened. Catcha! The white and purple armor shattered. In the space of a second, it was all reduced to dust. And as Evil Eye's helmet vanished, the world saw his real face. Lone Bamboo. The Sky Palace leader's face suddenly went ashen. And it wasn't only the Sky Palace leader feeling this way. Everyone watching the fight was in shock. Behind the veil of that white and purple armor, the combatant was revealed to be none other than Lone Bamboo of Sky Palace. One person was not allowed to enter the Geno Being Scroll under two different identities. Lone Bamboo had already been seen competing, so he could not have been Evil Eye in disguise. After a moment or two elapsed, the realization of what had actually occurred began to settle in. Sky Palace's leader had the quickest reaction of them all. He slammed the table in front of him with a force that reduced it to dust. His voice filled with rage. He exclaimed, "Evil Eye, I do not care what you are. For this transgression, I will make you suffer." Very few things could make the Sky Palace leader behave like that, but Lone Bamboo was one of them. Han Sen now knew why looking at Evil Eye had filled him with a disconcerting sense of familiarity. It was because his opponent in some capacity was Lone Bamboo. No, it was just Lone Bamboo's body. No wonder Lone Bamboo did not show up to fight. Han Sen stared at Evil Eye, who was wearing the guise of someone so familiar. Evil Eye stared at Han Sen, his eyes radiating evil. A cruel purple flame began to blaze out of him. Good. Very good. You have pushed me this far. You are the only one to have done this in over 1,000,000 years. Evil Eye's voice hissed through a gap in his clenched jaw. The way he spoke made the audience shiver. It had been 1,000,000 years since Evil Eye had felt the possibility of death. If he hadn't used a forbidden power to evade that last strike, he would have been turned into dust along with his armor under the force of Super Spank. But he used the forbidden power, and that meant he had entered a mode that was rather passive. In Evil Eye's sky eye, the flower-looking pupils started to wilt. Something was seeping out, swimming around the eye as it came. Because of that change, his body began to leak purple smoke. Someone was bound to put you in your place eventually. It's going to happen a second and third time, too. Just settle down and get used to it, Han Sen said, his voice grim. Earlier, he felt ashamed that he hadn't managed to kill Evil Eye. Right now, he was very glad that he hadn't. If his strike had been successful, Lone Bamboo's body would have been destroyed. Han Sen didn't know exactly what was going on, but he had the feeling that the body really did belong to Lone Bamboo. You are right. It was bound to happen once. But you and I are different. You won't have a chance at a second or third time because you can only die once, Evil Eye said. And then all 4 of his purple eyes shattered. For powers beamed out of his eyes, which then turned into purple crystals. They were like shiny purple gems. A number of purple markings scrawled their way across Evil Eye's body, and then flames shot out of them. The purple flowers across him also started to become real, turning from bone into real plants. The petals spread across his body, linking together to form a new set of armor. Evil Eye roared to the skies above. The purple lights then drew together to create 2 purple butterfly wings. The wings each had the symbol of an eye on them, and they glowed purple. When the flower armor and the butterfly wings appeared, Evil Eye's powers started to increase in volume. It was truly difficult to fathom just how strong he was becoming. Purple Eye Butterfly. Many of the old people that were watching this fight couldn't help but balk at the name. Evil Eye is actually Purple Eye Butterfly? He's that asshole? In the dark land of Sacred, Old Eagle looked at Evil Eye and clenched his jaws. He's not dead. Auntie May frowned profusely. In Sky Palace, the masked woman also found herself screaming. One of the 10 generals of Sacred? Purple Eye Butterfly. He is Evil Eye? Now it finally makes sense that he has been reborn countless times through the ages. The Sky Palace leader was still angry, and he snarled. Even if he's Sacred's leader reborn, he laid his grubby mitts on my student. For that crime, I will kill him myself. On Buddha Planet, Burning Lamp Alpha found himself in a state of shock, too. Sacred's General Purple Eye Butterfly is not dead? This is interesting. Purple Eye Butterfly settled into a cocoon, only to become a butterfly. It is because of this he is practically immortal. But every time he is reborn, he can never finish the last step. Each and every time, he can go no further than becoming deified. In a black hole, Demon Alpha laughed coldly to himself. He looked at the person with disdain. All the elites of the universe looked at the Evil Eye's true form in a number of different ways. They all thought different things about him. Evil Eye's body kept changing. He looked at his enemy, Han Sen, and said angrily, I wanted to find a stronger body before becoming a butterfly. I wanted it to combine with the host. But because of you, I have to waste my butterfly form on this petty vessel. And what's more, I cannot find myself another host now. That's fine though, I suppose. I guess this body is enough once I combine and properly assimilate with it. With that combination of power, I should be able to kill you. As Evil Eye was talking, the purple symbols that decorated his butterfly wings became extremely bright. A strange, voluminous swirl started to appear. A light was dousing the entire area in a number of its beams. That light seemed impossible to avoid, but Han Sen gathered up a bunch of power to try to repel its assault anyway. But nothing he did worked, for he felt the light penetrate his body. Han Sen felt as if he had been chained up. He no longer had any control, and he could not even close his eyelids. Han Sen had always been surprised that his body was no weaker than an Evil Breaker dragon body. but seal powers did not work on him. Despite that, the light that came from those eye patterns were enough to shoot through his defenses and seal him. That light was too strong to appropriately describe. Han Sen wished to use his own power to escape the speed of that light, but doing so was useless. He could not break Evil Eye's eyelights either. Purple eye light isn't an ordinary sealing technique. Even if a deified elite was snared by it, nothing they could do would allow them to break free. Dollar is just a marquise, and now he cannot even hope to tear up his own paper to escape. Purple Eye Butterfly can do anything he wishes now. The Sky Palace leader looked grim. He stared at Purple Eye Butterfly, thinking of ways in which he might be able to kill Purple Eye Butterfly for good. Evil Eye coldly looked at Han Sen and flapped his purple wings. He flew over to Han Sen, gritted his teeth and said, "I will make you regret ever having come into existence." Evil Eye flew directly before him, and Han Sen still couldn't break out of the force that bound him. He sighed and thought to himself, "It looks like my only option is to use Super God Spirit Body to get out of this. But even if I do that, I can't think of a way in which I might save Lone Bamboo. It's not like I can kill him." But right then, Hansen had no choice. Just as he was about to use his Super God Spirit mode, he suddenly saw Evil Eye stop in front of him. The purple crystal eye on his forehead began to bleed. "Damn it! At a time like this?" Evil Eye asked, his face twisting. His body came to a complete stop, and he hovered in the air above Han Senator. He brought his hand up to touch the third eye, but as hard as he pressed against it, the eye refused to stop bleeding. The red color spread across the eye, fighting the signature purple that tried to maintain control. Pang! Evil Eye fell from the sky. When he hit the ground, his knees thudded hard into the sand. The light that was shooting out of his wings released their grip on Han Sen, freeing him. That's Lone Bamboo. His will hasn't been destroyed by Purple Eye Butterfly, the masked woman hollered. "Ha ha ha, nice, that's my student. For you." The Sky Palace leader let out an out-of-character laugh. "Lone Bamboo's fierce will is still there? Even an old monster like Purple Eye Butterfly can't suppress his own will to go on." Burning Lamp Alpha looked on, utterly flabbergasted. "Oh no!" As other people of Sky Palace were beaming with joy, Yoon Sushang let out a sudden cry of terror. "What's up, sis? Brother Bamboo's will is still present. Isn't that a good thing?" Yoon Suyi looked at Yoon Sushang with a hefty dollop of confusion. Yoon Sushang's eyebrows knitted with worry. "Yes, it is good that Lone Bamboo's will is still there, but he is in the midst of a fight. And that means he has stopped doing combat with his opponent. And with Dollar now being free, there has been no greater chance for him to kill Evil Eye. But if he destroys Evil Eye, he will be destroying Lone Bamboo in the process." Before she finished speaking, everyone suddenly understood what she was getting at. That turned their excitement into fear. The two opposing forces had been using all the powers they could muster. Dollar had only just been pinned by Evil Eye, and if Lone Bamboo's will had not shown up when it did, Evil Eye would have surely annihilated him. Now that Dollar was free and Evil Eye had lost control, this was his best chance to eliminate Evil Eye once and for all. Dollar had just narrowly escaped death himself, so why would he hesitate to bring this fight to a decisive end? Everyone in Sky Palace was worried. They were afraid that if Dollar killed Evil Eye, then Lone Bamboo would be lost with him. And the people of Sky Palace weren't the only onlookers feeling this way. The audience understood what was going on, and they acknowledged the stakes. If Dollar struck, the entire event would be brought to an end. Evil Eye had been disturbed by the thrashing of Lone Bamboo's will. He was too distracted to counter Dollar right now, so it was best for Dollar to kill him immediately while he had the chance. Dollar and Evil Eye were mere feet apart, but no one could guess what would happen next. They only knew that Dollar would make the decision, for the ball was well and truly in his court. Dollar did not move though. He just looked at Evil Eye, who was kneeling before him. It didn't suit look as if he had any intention of attacking. "Struggling is useless. Give it up," Evil Eye barked, his sky eye shining with purple light. The next second, however, Evil Eye's sky eye turned red. Then, Lone Bamboo's voice sounded through his mouth. "I have waited so long, and you have finally decided to combine fully with my body. There is nowhere to run now, even if you wish to. You think you can fight me? The sky I turned purple, and when it did, Evil Eye's voice spoke. The sky I kept flashing between the colors purple and red. Evil Eye and Lone Bamboo's wills kept fighting against each other. It looked like a pretty intense battle, as the controls for their shared vessel kept switching between the pair. The people in Sky Palace were happy that Dollar had not made a move to kill Evil Eye or Lone Bamboo. That Dollar is not a bad man, the Sky Palace leader said. Is Dollar crazy? Why doesn't he move to smite Evil Eye now while he can? Someone frowned. Maybe he is worried that Sky Palace would go after him if he did that. True. There is no need for him to offend Sky Palace for the sake of his reputation. While everyone was talking, Lone Bamboo and Evil Eye's fight continued. Of course I can fight you. I am fighting with you now. Lone Bamboo's voice sounded once more. I have lived for millions of years, and in each lifetime I became deified. My will is strong, and you have only lived for a few meager decades. It is pointless trying to fight me, Evil Eye shouted. The red took over the Sky Eye again, and then Lone Bamboo spoke calmly. He said, You are strong and you keep becoming deified, but you always win, don't you? You have never experienced what it's like to be crushed. You don't know defeat, and you don't know what it is like to lose all hope. I don't need to know, and that's because I will keep winning, Evil Eye hissed. Why don't you try to submit to defeat? Feel the bitter pangs of disappointment. The Sky Eye had turned red again. When Lone Bamboo regained control of the body, his fingers turned into a sword. Then he brought it up to his forehead. BZZT. The sword mind touched his forehead and went into his own body. Spirit Sword. Han Sen, upon seeing Lone Bamboo's fingers, looked utterly shocked. He knew exactly what Lone Bamboo was doing. His will was not enough to triumph over Evil Eyes, but Lone Bamboo had suffered the sadness of a multitude of nightmare lifetimes. Now Evil Eye and Lone Bamboo were together. When their combined emotions were unleashed, Evil Eye would have to suffer the plague of depression, as well. Lone Bamboo had suffered through a lot that Evil Eye never had. He was strong like a deified being, but with those emotional terrors, it was difficult for him to maintain control and stay conscious. This was what Lone Bamboo had been waiting for. He hadn't fought Evil Eye yet, because the monster still hadn't fully combined with Lone Bamboo's body. If Lone Bamboo had used the bad emotions earlier, then Evil Eye could have escaped them. Lone Bamboo finally had the chance he had been waiting for. Now was his opportunity to exact revenge. The Spirit Sword unleashed the bottled emotions of sadness, and the flood drowned the opposing force of willpower. Evil Eye and Lone Bamboo sank under the overwhelming sadness. And right then, Lone Bamboo became the boss. Enjoy what it is like to experience failure and hopelessness, Lone Bamboo exclaimed. Impossible. How arg. Evil Eye let out a scream. The grueling emotions were ravaging his willpower. They were washing away all he thought true into the oceans of misery. Han Sen had experienced the nightmares once before, and after his brief time, he already lost himself to them. But now, Evil Eye had taken over Lone Bamboo's body. That meant he was Lone Bamboo, and that also meant he had accepted all the emotions that burdened the man. All of a sudden, countless varieties of hopelessness were being forced onto his shoulders. Even a deified elite would be crippled by all that. Lone Bamboo's third eye continued to bleed blood. His expression held shock and sadness, but most of all, it was filled with despair. No wonder I haven't seen Evil Eye use textless book to try to free himself. Han Sen let out a sigh. When he saw Spirit Sword trigger all those ghastly emotions, he knew things were practically over. Lone Bamboo could keep himself calm and controlled beneath the pressure of all that sadness. But Evil Eye couldn't. That meant Evil Eye was trying to fight two forms of willpower at once. And just as Lone Bamboo had said earlier, Evil Eye had never once experienced the depression that accompanies failure and loss of hope. Now that Evil Eye had to fight against the emotions crushing him, he had little strength left to resist Lone Bamboo. He couldn't fight back and he was done for. How could it all end like this? This is impossible, Evil Eye screamed. The purple light in his eyes began to thin and flicker. It was being consumed by blood. He would have already escaped if he could have, but his body was completely assimilated with Lone Bamboo, and there was nowhere he could run. If he left Lone Bamboo's body, his will would be the only thing he could take with him. All the Geno teachings he had gathered across the millennia would be left behind. No, no! Evil Eye sounded hopeless, and for the first time he sounded downright scared. The purple lights of his life began to dim. The purple butterfly wings behind Lone Bamboo also began to fade away. The flower armor started to wilt, die, and fall. As the flowers and wings disappeared, Lone Bamboo's real form became more and more visible. Suddenly, Lone Bamboo's third eye flashed with purple. A light emerged in the form of a butterfly, and it flapped its wings and tried to fly away. Catcha! Hansen threw a punch. His power couldn't touch the purple butterfly, as its form was like a non-physical shadow. You guys better not bump into me again. If you do, I'll torture you to death. The purple butterfly spoke with Evil Eye's voice, and it sounded horribly bitter and angry. It flapped its wings and headed for the paper. Pang! Seeing that the purple butterfly had almost reached the paper, Hansen used super spank from his hand. The blow turned the butterfly into dust. Xenogenic deified being hunted. Purple Eye Butterfly. Obtained Purple Eye Butterfly Beast Soul. Hansen hadn't expected to get a kill announcement when the butterfly was destroyed, since what he had killed was the final, fleeting bit of Purple Eye Butterfly's willpower. It made sense that he hadn't gotten a xenogenic gene, though, since Purple Eye Butterfly's decision to combine with Lone Bamboo's body had probably negated the gene's existence. But Hansen was more than surprised that he had managed to obtain a deified beast soul. Purple Eye Butterfly had become deified many times, despite having only reached the level of a Marquise during this cycle. Hansen thought he'd get a Marquise beast soul if he got one at all, and he never dreamed of snagging a deified item. But Hansen had missed one crucial fact. Whenever Purple Eye Butterfly took a new host, it brought a seed of power with it. Using his deified will and his seed of power, Evil Eye would strengthen his host as much as he could, eventually becoming deified. Once he became deified, power would feed back into his will and his seed, strengthening them even more to prepare for the next cycle. Evil Eye Butterfly was reborn again and again, and each time, he sought to make his seed stronger. He did this over and over to achieve the final step of ascension. But so far, he had not managed to reach the final step. He had only gone far enough to become deified. Lone Bamboo's flower armor was now all dead, and the color of his eye turned a permanent shade of red. And then, a white and purple armor began to clothe Lone Bamboo. Purple butterfly wings also began to spread from his back. This looked quite different from his old Geno armor, and it must have been the result of him combining with Purple Eye Butterfly. Sorry to keep you waiting, Lone Bamboo said calmly as he looked up at Dollar. The paper for Evil Eye disappeared, and in its stead, a new one manifested. It read, Sky, Lone Bamboo. Shit. Sacred's General Purple Eye Butterfly has been killed. It is a shame a deified elite is now gone for good. No one told him to become deified. It was not difficult to kill him. Purple Eye Butterfly was murdered. Those two Marquises killed him. Ha! He should have died a long time ago anyway. Dollar behaved honorably, though. He didn't sneak in a quick victory. He could have Lone Bamboo and Evil Eye at the same time, but he didn't. It looks like this fight is set to continue. Dollar looks strong, but Lone Bamboo is certainly stronger. He broke Purple Eye Butterfly's will, so he must have a deified will himself. I wonder who will win now? Han-sun looked at the restored Lone Bamboo and felt a jolt of happiness run through him. But he kept his calm and said, That's okay. I can wait a while longer, if that's what you need. You can start. I don't need to rest. Lone Bamboo shook his head. The fight hadn't even started yet. It was like everything had been reset. Lone Bamboo flapped his butterfly wings and said, It seems I have combined with Purple Eye Butterfly, and in addition to the wings, I have his purple godlight. That's okay. Feel free to use it, Hansen said. Okay. Lone Bamboo nodded. Then, the symbols of eyes began to light up across the wings. The light spread until it burst out and flew toward Han Sen. Lone Bamboo is very strong, and now he has Purple Eye Butterfly's godlight. I am afraid Dollar won't stand a chance. He is too arrogant. He deserves what's coming to him. You don't know anything. That was a fine display of chivalry. Only winning can make someone an elite. Losers are pigs and nothing more. But Lone Bamboo's being an asshole. Dollar just let him go instead of killing him. It's not very nice that he now wants to fight him. Winning is all that matters. Dollar is stupid for not finishing him off, so you can't really fault Lone Bamboo for behaving this way. No matter what, if Dollar is unable to break the Purple Eye Godlight, he will lose. Dollar is a really strong individual. I don't think he is stupid enough to make a mistake like this. Someone as strong as he is should not make such a stupid move. He must have a way in which to deal with the Purple Eye Godlight. Otherwise, why would he not strike when he had the chance? If he could defend himself against it, why would he have stayed under Evil Eye's control for so long earlier? He's taken this bluff too far. I bet he thought that after their tussle, Lone Bamboo or Evil Eye would be extremely injured when they emerged. But nope, Lone Bamboo wasn't injured. And on top of that, he has walked away with the benefits of Purple Eye Butterfly. Han Sen felt the Purple Eye light wrap around him. He was restricted, and just like before, he was unable to move a muscle. Since Lone Bamboo was using the godlight as a marquise, Han Sen doubted that he would be able to last very long. But if Lone Bamboo could keep it up for even just a second, that would be enough time for him to defeat Han Sen with a single attack. Han Sen tried to struggle out of the light's grasp or break it, but all his attempts failed. I need to research the Purple Eye Butterfly's sealing light. I can't depend on Super God Body to bail me out all the time. Han Sen thought about Purple Eye Butterfly, and then his mind raced back to the beast soul he had received. He decided to give it a look. Deified beast soul. Purple Eye Butterfly. Spectacles type. Spectacles? Is this some kind of lenses? Like an ordinary pair of glasses that you can wear when you go out? Han Sen thought, as he prepared to summon the beast soul. It was the only deified beast soul that he had. If he used it as Dollar and other people saw it, he'd be unable to use it as his real self. Han Senator, if he didn't absolutely have to use it. Han Sen did not want to expose it to the public now and risk identifying himself. Purple Eye Butterfly's godlight is rather strong. I can't maintain it very long as a marquise. Lone Bamboo looked at Han Sen, but he did not make a move. Then don't waste time, Han Sen responded suddenly. A gold light enveloped Han Sen and turned his gold armor translucent, and he stepped through the purple godlight like it wasn't even there. The Purple Eye Godlight didn't work? The audience gaped. Purple Eye Butterfly was one of Sacred's 10 generals. His power placed him among the greatest elites, and that was especially true of his Purple Eye Godlight. It might have been the best sealing power in the entire universe. If the deified elites did not have a way of blocking or avoiding that light, they'd be restricted from making a single move. Rendered helpless. Lone Bamboo was only marquise, though, so the Purple Eye Godlight wasn't very strong. But against someone of the same level, there shouldn't have been a problem at all. But Han Sen had easily broken the Purple Eye Godlight. Witnessing something like that was incredibly scary. That is the power. That is Dollar. Isha, seeing Han Sen make use of Super God Spirit, became infuriated. When Han Sen entered Super God Spirit mode, his body exuded a most terrifying presence. Beneath the Purple Eye Godlight, Han Sen pointed at Lone Bamboo with his finger. A power gathered upon his fingertip. It looked as if they were both partners in a dance. As Lone Bamboo opened his sky eye at the same moment. Then, blood washed over his body like an ocean wave. It painted his entire form, drenching him. It also combined with his purple armor and wings. His entire body was purple and red now, as if he was standing in a bloodlight. Lone Bamboo lifted his finger as well, pointing it at Han Sen like a sword. His body was red and purple, but the sword air was devoid of color. It was invisible. If his sword air hadn't been under the red and purple light, The crystal-looking sword would have been completely invisible to people as well. Endless Sky Path from Textless Book. The Sky Palace leader noticed the sword air amassing on Lone Bamboo's finger and gasped. With eyes wide open, he stared at his fingers. No way! How long has he been practicing? He has learned Endless Sky Path. Are you sure? The woman with a black mask looked at the leader with an expression of utter disbelief. The Sky Palace leader laughed. It sounded like nonsense, but he said, "Ha, of course I'm sure. He is my student. He's been studying the core of Endless Sky Path from the Textless Book ever since becoming a Marquise. He is a good student, and I'm telling you, there is no one stronger than him in this universe. He learned Endless Sky Path at this age. Sky Palace is that fortunate," mumbled Burning Lamp Alpha. He was not looking good at all. Sky Palace has a bullshit amount of luck. Many of the older people that watched, when seeing this, became seething mad with jealousy. Textless Book was difficult to learn. By only learning 20% of its contents, a student could rule the world. But learning the core of Endless Sky Path was even more difficult. Not many of the Sky had learned the Textless Book, and even fewer knew much about Endless Sky Path. The handful of people who had learned it were king class. The Sky Palace leader learned Endless Sky Path when he was a duke, and people believed he was the most impressive genius in existence for having done so. But now that Lone Bamboo had Endless Sky Path as a Marquise, it was a bit of an understatement to say that people were shocked. Han Sen and Lone Bamboo were both building power. The red and white powers were like two gods, burning with rage for one another. Even looking at them was terrifying. Both of their powers peaked and then they moved. Han Sen looked like a god with his finger raised. It wasn't a beautiful technique to witness being performed, but it was incredibly fast. It was as simple as it was violent. Lone Bamboo thrust his finger forward, too. The sword air headed towards Han Sen with all the power of a runaway locomotive. Catcha! The powers both went right by each other, and when they did, the audience heard a sound like an egg cracking. Lone Bamboo's armor of red light shattered into dust, but Dollar was totally fine. "I lost. Thanks." Lone Bamboo nodded to Han Sen seriously, then tore up his paper. He vanished from the stage of the Geno being scroll. Impossible! How could Endless Sky Path lose? That was the essence of Sky Path. You can time travel with it. How could anyone lose with it? The Sky Path leader stared at the Geno being scroll at a complete loss. He could not believe what he had just witnessed. He knew precisely how powerful Endless Sky Path was, and that was why he was so shocked. Endless Sky Path lost. Many of the old elites were shocked by this too. They looked upon the gold body inside the Geno being scroll with trepidation. Human, Dollar. Countless eyes stared at those two words, transfixed. The audience was a huge wash of emotion, including everything from jealousy to admiration to fear. Boom! The Geno being scroll's river broke. And then, Dollar disappeared from sight. After that, a video played across the bronze scroll. The video replayed Dollar's fights. Every elite stared at Dollar's Geno being fights intently, as each one was being replayed consecutively, until the final one where he reached first place. No one had thought the final victor of the Marquise tier would be a human named Dollar. Every noble looked at the final result, unsure how they should respond. Dollar's fights were in full display across the breadth of the bronze scroll, and the sight of his gold body now elicited a very different reaction than it had before. He had reached the first place of the Marquise tier, proving himself to be the strongest in existence. The video stopped at the precise moment Dollar and Lone Bamboo moved to engage each other with their fingers. And then, before the eyes of all, the video shattered. The view zoomed closer on the gold body until his image was the only thing seen across the entire bronze scroll. It shone so brightly, anyone from any corner of the universe could see it clearly. 10 minutes later, the gold body was removed from sight, and Dollar's name appeared atop the Geno being scroll's scoreboard. First place Marquise Human Dollar. Out of all the tiers, that had been the longest fight. Other tiers had already crowned their first places. The being to claim first place in the Viscount tier was Han Littleflower. This was the first time that Han Sen had gotten to lay eye on Han Little Flower. Lone Bamboo sat beside a rolling stream. The little girl gazed at Lone Bamboo with a conflicted look in her evil eyes. "Who are you?" Lone Bamboo asked the little girl. "I am the flower," the little girl answered. "What flower?" Lone Bamboo asked. "Butterflies can't live without flowers. If they tried to, they'd die." "I am that flower," the little girl answered. Lone Bamboo nodded, and he seemed to understand her. He looked at the little girl briefly, before rising to take his leave. "Why don't you just kill me? Shouldn't you hate me?" the little girl asked Lone Bamboo's shrinking shadow. "Ever since a little girl left me, I have vowed to never take the blood of another young girl," Lone Bamboo said coldly. Without looking back, he kept walking away. "If you do not kill me, then I will surely be the one to kill you." The little girl's body flashed. Her hands turned red, and she came soaring over to Lone Bamboo's back. Pang! When her hands came into contact with Lone Bamboo's back, her fists left behind 2 red marks. But even so, Lone Bamboo seemed as if he had barely noticed her. The little girl's shock gave way to rage, and she screamed at Lone Bamboo's back. "You are stupid not to kill me, you know that? I will avenge Evil Eye's death one of these days. You will come to regret this. The only regrets I have are the times when I was stupidly not myself." Lone Bamboo waved his hand at her, as if he was saying goodbye. "If killing me in revenge is what you seek, then I earnestly advise you to get stronger. For as long as I live, the opportunity for you to claim the vengeance you desire will be available to you." The little girl stared at Lone Bamboo's back until he faded from view completely. The Geno being scroll fights came to an end at long last. Han Sen took a detour and arrived at Sky Palace. The Sky Palace leader was happy to have Han Sen return in good health, and during their meeting, Han Sen took the opportunity to ask about Sacred. "Leader, I have heard that the purple-eye butterfly hails from Sacred. Can you tell me a little about what Sacred is like?" Han Sen did his best to make it sound like he asked the question out of simple curiosity. He didn't want to risk the leader looking into his mind and reading his true thoughts. The Sky Palace leader retreated into thought for a moment, and then went on to say, "Sacred was once a grand, powerful faction. They held the very top spot in the Geno Hall, but they fell into disarray and collapse a long time ago. Many races don't know a thing about the ancient Sacred, and I must confess that not even I suspected one of their generals was still alive." "Were the 10 generals of Sacred deified?" Han Sen pretended as if this surprised him. "They were, indeed, and there were more than merely 10 of them. The 10 generals were simply the strongest of their ranks," the Sky Palace leader said. Han Sen was quite surprised by this, and so he said, "To have such power and yet they still fell, who could have done that to them? Nobody knows. The answer to that question is something many of the elders have sought to learn. And scour the universe as they might, nothing has been explained. If they had learned the truth, perhaps there wouldn't be such a barren system." The Sky Palace leader let out a long sigh. "Sacred is in the barrens?" Han Sen was shocked. He forced himself to stop thinking. "All of the barrens is territory that once belonged to Sacred," the Sky Palace leader said with a nod. "That Viscount in first place could be a genuine heir of Sacred. If you ever encounter him, be careful. He may not yet be a Marquise, but we do not know if they have any more such people in the ranks of Sacred. We are all going to have to be careful." Han Sen took his leave and started mulling things over. The barrens used to belong to Sacred? That means Little Flower must be there. The entrance to the sanctuaries is there as well. Nine Life Cat is associated with Sacred, and on top of that he can enter the sanctuaries. Does Sacred have something to do with the existence of the sanctuaries? Han Sen spent a lot of time thinking those questions over, but he couldn't discern much. He couldn't confirm any of the guesses he managed to come up with. The only lead he had at the moment was the location. But getting through the barrens might very well be impossible if you weren't deified. The entrance to the sanctuaries was in the barrens someplace, and so Han Sen collected as much information about the region as he could. All the races said the same thing, though. If he wasn't a deified elite, then it was best not to even think about venturing there. Even king-class elites might meet a swift death by traversing such a place. If the place hadn't been so terrifying, then the crystallizers would have made it back into the gene universe ago. They wouldn't have died as soon as they made the journey. Han Sen gave up on thinking about forging a path to the sanctuaries, but he hadn't expected Sacred and Little Flower to be in such a dangerous area. Fuck. So what if it's in the barren systems? No one should be able to stop me from searching for my own son. Han Sen growled angrily as he went to the White Jade Jing. He needed to be king class before he could even think about going to the barrens. If he didn't at least reach that height, death would surely find him there. So his priority for the time being was to get better. Coming into the White Jade Jing, he entered the second White Jade building. When he reached the 7th floor, he saw Lone Bamboo. He smiled and said, "It's a shame that you fell short of first place." Lone Bamboo responded resolutely, "It is, but what happened is simply driving me to become even stronger for the next time." "You are boring. Can you not make a more exciting promise? Like saying you'll beat Dollar?" Hansen smiled. "I think beating you first might be useful. After the White Jade Jing shuts down, how about you and I go spar?" Lone Bamboo looked at Hansen. I have important things to do. Perhaps next time." Hansen was not interested in fighting Lone Bamboo. This was especially true since the man now possessed the purple eye godlights. Without making use of Super God Spirit, it was unlikely Hansen would actually be able to defeat Lone Bamboo. Hansen finished absorbing the Jade Spirits, and the White Jade Jing closed. So, Hansen quickly abandoned the White Jade building and went to Dream Island to pick up Bauer. Before Hansen went to Holy Heaven, he sent Bauer to Dream Island. Under the ardent protection of the Dream Beast, no one would even think about bothering her. "Dad!" Upon seeing Hansen, Bauer leaped into his arms. After thanking Dream Beast for keeping her safe, Hansen took Bauer to Jade Island. "Isha used to say Sky Palace would help me reach Marquise. But it is so difficult to get the story of genes to Marquise tier. After I do become Marquise, how am I supposed to find the necessary resources to reach Duke? And then King?" The story of genes was really starting to give Hansen a headache these days. It took far too much work and resources to keep upgrading the story of genes, and on top of that, he had yet to see what power it actually provided. Hansen was in the midst of plotting out his future course when he heard someone shouting his name from just beyond the borders of his little island. The Yoon sisters and Thousand Feather Crane had come to see him. Hansen welcomed them over to a table that was sitting next to an old tree. There, he told them all to sit down. "I was going to visit you guys, as a matter of fact. But look, you guys came to see me instead," Hansen said, as he started to serve each of them some tea. Yoon Sui smiled and said, "We didn't come here of our own volition. We are here delivering word from my father. You do not have much time left." "Not much time left with what?" Hansen was surprised to hear this. "It is time that you have to teach in the training ground." Yoon Sushang smiled. "I see. I would have forgotten if you did not come to tell me. I will go first thing in the morning." Hansen now remembered that he had intended to teach a while ago, but events beyond his control had taken him away from Sky Palace. He had put this off for an entire year, and he still owed the 10 days of teaching. "Brother Han, what are you going to teach?" Thousand Feather Crane asked. "I was thinking about Suppress Evil," Hansen said. If he was able to teach Suppress Evil, that would probably be the best option. "You are going to talk about Suppress Evil?" Thousand Feather Crane and the others were shocked to hear this. "Is that a bad idea? Am I not allowed to talk about it or something?" Hansen asked with a visible look of confusion. "Of course you are allowed to talk about it, but—" Thousand Feather Crane did not continue. It seemed as if he wanted to avoid saying something hurtful. Instead, Yoon Sui continued on his behalf, saying, "But Suppress Evil is very difficult to teach. And there is already a teacher that speaks about Suppress Evil. On top of that, he is very good with it as well." "Is he a king-class elite?" Hansen asked. "No. He is a duke from Rue Beast. His talent lies in Suppress Evil powers, so his Suppress Evil is, quite naturally, greater than that of others. There aren't many people that are as good as him when it comes to that skill. As a result, The elders generally allow him to lead discussions on suppress evil, Thousand Feather Crane said. In that case, I will talk about something else. Han Sen was troubled now. He did not have an alternative he could think of teaching. Han Sen had many Geno arts, but they were all secret. He shouldn't really be teaching those to others, and without them, he hadn't a clue of what he should lecture on. Brother Han, we will attend your lessons tomorrow. Before Thousand Feather Crane and the others left, they made plans to meet up with Han Sen at the training grounds the next day. Han Sen still didn't know what he should teach, though. He was planning to ask the Sky Palace people what they wished to hear about. When the students of Sky Palace heard that Han Sen was finally going to fulfill his teaching requirement, many people who weren't planning on going changed their minds. Even the feathers such as Angia came to listen. They wanted to see what Han Sen could teach them. Han Sen brought Bauer onto the stage alongside him. He saw many students down in front. There was quite the audience, and there weren't enough seats to house them all. Many people were relegated to standing. Han Sen and Lone Bamboo were referred to as the knife and sword masters, and the residents of Sky Palace were very interested in Han Sen's Geno arts. It wasn't just the lower-level sorts that had come to listen to Han Sen that day either, as many marquises attended as well. Thousand Feather Crane and the Yoon sisters had managed to claim some front-row seats for themselves. Han Sen nodded at them, as if he was saying hello, since he was a teacher on stage, and it was a little inappropriate for him to greet others in such a fashion. Brother Han, what are you teaching? Yu Jing shouted boisterously from the front row. What would you like to hear about? If there is anything in particular, I will consider your requests, Han Sen asked. He hoped someone in the audience would have a good idea. Sword skills. We want to hear about sword skills. Why sword skills? Knife skills for sure. Brother Han has been taught by 2 legends. Why don't you teach us both, since you are called the knife and sword master? Many of the students started to fight amongst themselves. There were too many differing opinions, which wasn't helping Han Sen make a decision at all. I have a suggestion. If it is possible, do you think you could teach us suppress evil? Yu Jing's voice was so loud. His call managed to drown out all the others. What is the point of listening to that? We have heard about it too many times, and it is simply way too hard to practice. Many more students fought to have their say once again. Many students wished to practice suppress evil, but the technique really was notoriously difficult to become proficient with. It was a Geno art that took a very long time to learn. Studying it was almost too difficult. Suppress evil is a nice suggestion, as everyone was in the middle of arguing with each other. A cold voice resonated through the air. It wasn't loud, but everyone heard it. And to top it off, it was familiar. Everyone looked toward the voice, and the speaker was revealed to be none other than Lone Bamboo. He was standing at the edge of the hall. Yu Jing had looked rather embarrassed when everyone shouted down his suggestion, but now he was very excited and he said, "Look, even Brother Lone Bamboo wants to hear about suppress evil. I would like to let Brother Han teach us about suppress evil too." Yep, suppress evil sounds good. I have heard many lectures concerning suppress evil. If it is coming from Brother Han, however, it must be unique. Let us all now listen to suppress evil. Even Brother Lone Bamboo wishes to hear about Han Sen's suppress evil. It must be very different. Let's do it. The students that were all arguing now suddenly agreed with each other. They wished to hear about Han Sen's suppress evil. After the nightmares, Lone Bamboo never came to the training grounds to listen to the lectures. Now that Lone Bamboo was there to listen to Han Sen's suppress evil, everyone thought that Han Sen's suppress evil had to be something special. They really wanted to hear about it now. Seeing everyone clamoring to hear about suppress evil, Han Sen found himself quietly saying, "Okay, I will teach suppress evil. But my proficiency with it is nothing special. Just listen and do not take it too seriously. What I'm about to say is just some advice. Suppress evil? This is both the best and worst Geno art to consider teaching." Sky Path Garden's leader squinted his eyes and looked over the training ground. "Leader, why do you say that?" White Reel asked. The leader smiled and said, "Suppress evil is difficult. There are many meanings to glean from the 30 million words contained in its text. It could easily take an entire year to explain a single paragraph. Many people that have practiced it can teach it, but it's hard because of the sheer breadth of the technique. Talking about one paragraph hardly helps anyone, so the students aren't likely to learn much. After pausing, he went on to say, "The same is true with four-seasoned Duke from Rue Beast. He teaches suppress evil, and he has been learning it for centuries. And even with all that talent, he has only managed to reach its 8th tier. The Sky Palace leader has managed to fulfill all 11 tiers, but he is the only one that has. Only he has been able to do that? There has never been another." White Real asked. "Others have done it, but they are few. Aside from the leader, there is one other who occupied the first elder seat. He has been gone for a long time, though. No one knows whether or not he still lives," the leader said. Thousand Feather Crane and the Yoon sisters, upon hearing that Han Sen had been forced to teach suppress evil, looked worried. They had just reminded Han Sen not to do this, since four-seasoned Duke usually taught it. He lectured on suppress evil every month, and according to his timetable, he would be there teaching again the next day. If Han Sen's speech on suppress evil was terrible, then the next day when four-seasoned Duke taught it, people were going to openly proclaim the Duke to be superior. It wouldn't do much damage to Han Sen's reputation in the long run, but it'd still look bad. But if Han Sen did well enough to embarrass four-seasoned Duke, that wouldn't be great either. It was bad to offend a Duke. So, it did not matter if he taught suppress evil with a high proficiency or a low proficiency. He was doomed either way. That was why they had explicitly told Han Sen to avoid teaching suppress evil. Now that Yu Jing and Lone Bamboo had come forward to request it in particular, Han Sen had no choice but to comply, though. Han Sen didn't bother worrying about it. He didn't know what else he could teach, and he had at least prepared a little with suppress evil. So, lackadaisically, he was just going to go forward with that. The suppress evil Han Sen had learned was different from the teachings the average student received with it, however. Ordinary students were required to reach King Class before being given access to Hidden Path Cave and observing the 72 gene kill spells. Before that, their teachings were relegated to the pages of books. But Han Sen had already observed the 72 gene skill spells, and by following those, he learned it with a great deal of proficiency. So, Han Sen had already established the basics and continued on. Because his audience had studied the skill in such a radically different way, their opinions on the teachings could be wildly different. Han Sen wasn't planning on teaching in a conventional method, however. He had another way to go about this. If everyone wishes to hear about suppress evil, I will discuss it and recount my own experiences. Today, I will talk to you all about the Gold Star Punch, one of the 72 suppress evil punches. Han Sen said. "Brother Han, what is a suppress evil punch? We haven't encountered anything like that in our learnings of suppress evil," Yu Jing asked. Han Sen's first sentence made many people very curious. Suppress evil was a very complex geno art, and its power was very unique. The power that fueled it came from within, but it did not correlate with the physical capabilities of your actual body. Basically, suppress evil was similar in some ways to the Purple Eye Godlights. It was a special power that was used independently, rather than being combined with some sort of physical strike. But because Han Sen had studied the original gene kill spells, he knew a lot about how the skill could actually be used. Rather than spending forever talking about the individual elements of the skill, Han Sen was going to start with the finished product. In this case, a punch. Then, the students could reverse engineer their understanding of the skill from the feelings that the finished product gave them. Other teachers could take the time to teach about the nitty-gritty details. Han Sen figured. He wasn't going to do that. He was going to talk about a basic punch that stemmed from the original gene kill spells. And through that punch, the students would learn about the technique at large. Normal people wouldn't understand this, but if they practiced the skill and could get to grips with the sensation of the punch, they would understand the meaning of the original gene kill spells. Practice makes perfect. Do something over and over, and you're bound to get better. Han Sen was well acquainted with this basic method. But being basic didn't mean that it was a bad method. Ordinary students weren't like four-seasoned Duke, who had all the time in the world to learn about suppress evil. If they wanted to learn it properly, for Seasoned Duke's method might take their entire lifetime. So, Hansen's basic method was for the students that did not have as much time to learn Suppress Evil. If the students wished to learn Suppress Evil, learning a Suppress Evil punch would be good. None of them had seen an original gene kill spell before, but if they practiced and researched it like this, then the entire process was sure to be faster. The only bad thing about a Suppress Evil punch was the limit that Hansen himself imposed. Even if the students learned the skills as well as Hansen, they could only be as good as Hansen or they couldn't go any further. But for most ordinary people that was enough. Hansen's Suppress Evil was at Tier 8. If they mastered the punch, they would be equal to the 8th tier of Suppress Evil as well. For Seasoned Duke had practiced Suppress Evil for centuries, and he hadn't gone any farther than 8 tiers either. A Suppress Evil punch is a fist technique that I learned from Suppress Evil. Suppress Evil is too big to teach in its entirety, so I will teach you all about a specific technique. I hope this can help everyone further their practices with Suppress Evil, Hansen said as an introduction. Everyone was interested. They had never heard Suppress Evil being spoken of in such a way. It was like they were having a chemistry lesson, and the topic of the day was punches. The two things didn't really make much sense when combined. There didn't seem to be a relation between the two, but it still sparked much curiosity. If there are no questions, I will teach you all the first technique. It is named Gold Star Punch, and it stems from the 72 Suppress Evil punches. Hansen taught them his fist skill. This skill was not particularly difficult. It was just like any fist skill. It took the shape of the original gene kill spells, and that was that. However, it had a great deal of depth. In order to master it, a student would have to understand the original gene kill spells inside and out. Hansen wanted to teach sword skills, but so many Sky Palace students used swords that there was already a flood of sword skills. He settled on punches instead. For Seasoned Duke went to the training ground as he usually did. And there, he prepared to start teaching Suppress Evil. But after waiting a while to begin, he noticed there were only a few people in attendance. This made him frown. Although the training ground wasn't usually packed, the seats in his lectures were usually around 90% filled. After all, quite a few students had learned Suppress Evil in Sky Palace. And when they had trouble improving their proficiency with it, many would come to hear what Seasoned Duke had to say. This was the first time the place had ever been so empty. Luan, why have only a few of you come? Where is Chu Hao? Seasoned Duke asked, as he looked over the handful of students. Luan and Chu Hao focused on Suppress Evil more than any others. They always appeared in the lessons given by Seasoned Duke. They're attending another teacher's lesson. Luan spoke with nervousness and guilty reluctance. I see. And which teacher are they studying under? Seasoned Duke focused on Suppress Evil. He didn't care about anything else, so he didn't pay much attention to the other instructors. They have gone to listen to Hansen, Luan answered. Hansen? What does he teach? Seasoned Duke asked with much curiosity. Even he had heard Hansen's name before. He teaches. Luan was struggling to spit out the words. What's wrong with your mouth? Why do you keep stumbling? What does he teach? Seasoned Duke frowned. He is teaching Suppress Evil, Luan finally stated. Suppress Evil? Seasoned Duke's frown was a deep one. But after a moment, his expression relaxed again. Hansen hadn't been in Sky Palace for very long. Even if he had started learning Suppress Evil the day he arrived, there was no way he could have achieved much with it. If the students were listening to Hansen, Seasoned Duke concluded that it was just because of Hansen's celebrity status. He was the freshest kid on the block. After the students heard a lecture or two from Hansen, they would quickly recognize which of the two teachers were better at Suppress Evil, and they'd be eager to return. All right, let's start. Today we are going to talk about the theory of Suppress Evil. Seasoned Duke started his lesson. Seasoned Duke thought that, after a couple of days, that freshness would wear off and his old students would start flocking back to him. But a few more days after that, the students hadn't come back. Even more had chosen to abandon him as a matter of fact. Aside from a few students that he had personally trained, all the others were gone. Now Four-Season Duke started to feel upset. There were only a few students in front of the stage now, and so he couldn't help but frown and say, "I am not teaching today. Let's go listen to Han-san and see what is attracting everyone to his lectures." Four-Season Duke left the stage and headed toward Han-sen's lecture. Luan and the others followed. Not long after, Four-Season Duke arrived at Han-sen's training ground. When he walked inside, Four-Season Duke turned to ask Luan, "Luan, is he really talking about suppress evil?" It was not surprising that Four-Season Duke had to ask this. In the training grounds, everyone had their sleeves rolled up. They appeared to be practicing punches. To Four-Season Duke, it looked like Han-san was teaching a simple punching skill. He found it hard to believe what was being taught was actually suppress evil. He is teaching suppress evil. Han-san said that this is a suppress evil punch. You will learn the skill if you learn the punch, Luan explained. What a load of nonsense. What does a firm punch have to do with suppress evil? Four-Season Duke frowned. He wasn't a rash person, though, so he didn't do anything. He planned to listen to Han-san and figure out a smarter way in which he could fight back. Four-Season Duke had researched and studied suppress evil for a number of centuries. He was a very patient man, so he wouldn't do anything impulsive or stupid. He found a place to sit down, and he waited there to listen to Han-san. The students that practiced suppress evil all knew who Four-Season Duke was. Seeing him there, sitting and listening quietly, they all knew things were about to get interesting. Four-Season Duke is here. Oh, Han-san is in trouble now. Will something happen? Perhaps not. They might bicker, but that's about it. To be honest, Four-Season Duke is a very high-level person. But if I am going to learn, following Han-san would be the easier route. Yeah, Han-sen's method of teaching is such a breath of fresh air. It is easy to learn and use. You are right. After learning suppress evil punch from him, I can see things clearly that I used to have no hope of understanding. The students spoke quietly amongst themselves, but with the power Four-Season Duke possessed, he could hear them as clear as a bell. He frowned even harder than he had been, and he wondered to himself, can the practice of a punch really connect with suppress evil? A few minutes later, Han-san arrived and started his lesson. Han-san was not aware that Four-Season Duke was there. He had grown comfortable with the lessons and with the crowds that attended, so he didn't keep an eye on each and every person who came to listen. He did allow them to ask questions once the lesson was over, however. Today, we talk about the Xiong Star Punch from the 72 Suppress Evil Punches. Han-san started the lesson by talking rather than demonstrating. That wasn't because it was a secret, though. It was just pointless to demonstrate this early. The students had to work out the execution for themselves. Han-san would show them only if they ran into trouble. That was how it worked. Showing people a fist skill when they had never learned it before was pointless. It would be like they were watching a show. Four-Season Duke wanted to argue with Han-san as soon as he began lecturing, but after the Duke listened for a while, his jaw went slack. Han-sen's fist skill was simple, but it had the meaning of suppress evil within it. It all sounded as if it made perfect sense. Four-Season Duke was not reckless. Before he figured out anything more, he decided to just listen. Over the next few days, Four-Season Duke attended each of Han-sen's lessons. When the lecture ended, Four-Season Duke left without saying anything. That was until the last day of Han-sen's lessons. All Han-sen did was walk on stage, and before he could do anything, Four-Season Duke stood up. All the students were surprised, knowing something was finally about to go down. Over the course of the past few days, in which Four-Season Duke attended the lectures given by Han-sen, he had selected a seat closer and closer to the stage each time. And on this day he had snagged himself a front row seat. When he stood up, everyone turned to look at him. Thousand Feather Crane and the Yoon sisters were profusely worried, hoping nothing awful was going to happen. Han-sen had noticed Four-Season Duke's presence 2 days prior to this confrontation, but he hadn't paid the man a second's heed. Now that Four-Season Duke was standing up, though, Han-sen gave the man his full attention. Teacher Han, I have listened to your lessons on suppress evil punches over the past few days, and I must confess, I have learned a lot. That being said, I have questions concerning your techniques. Perhaps you can perform a punch for me, and then answer a few questions I have. For Seasoned Duke spoke with a guise of complete sincerity. After that, many students seemed to freeze in place. Thousand Feather Crane and the Yoon sisters stared at For Seasoned Duke as if they had just seen a ghost. For Seasoned Duke wasn't mocking him, though. Based on the way he referred to Han Sen as Teacher Han, he wasn't pretending to be in awe of Han Senator, he was speaking as a teacher to a peer. Because of For Seasoned Duke's rank, the fact that he referred to Han Sen as a teacher was a seal of his approval. It was to show that he actually had some respect for Han Senator since he was a duke while Han Sen was still a marquise. He could have just referred to Han Sen by his full name and not by the title. Many of the Sky Palace students, seeing For Seasoned Duke ask so sincerely, thought they were dreaming. With For Seasoned Duke's rank and fame, it was impressive for him to make a request of Han Sen. After For Seasoned Duke left Han Sen's lectures every day, he had started practicing when he went home. He was a professional with Suppress Evil, and he knew more about the skill than ordinary people. Because of that, he could see deeper into the essence of the Suppress Evil punches. After a few days of avid research, For Seasoned Duke learned many things he had not noticed before, and that had brought him to actually admire Han Sen. Since this was the final day of Han Sen's lessons, he couldn't stop himself from requesting that Han Sen perform the punch himself. He wanted to know the feelings that could be elicited from Han Sen's performance of a Suppress Evil punch. People couldn't blame him for wanting to know this, of course. He was a duke. He could not go to the Hidden Path cave himself to look at the 72 original gene kill spells. If he was able to understand the feelings of the kill spells from a Suppress Evil punch, it'd be great for his own practice and further advancement. Ah, you are too polite. If you are interested in my lame talents, then I will perform them for you. If I can improve, please advise me on what I could do to better myself. Han Sen had planned to show off the punch on the last day. Anyway, this way he could do For Seasoned Duke a favor as well. For Seasoned Duke was happy to hear this, and so he said, "No, I only want to learn from you. I have no ulterior motive." Han Sen said no more. He simply nodded. He went on stage and said, "In 10 days, I have taught 6 punches. Today I will demonstrate them for you. Please observe. Perhaps they can be of assistance to you." After that, Han Sen began casting Ghost Star Punch. Then, he performed the skills one after another. Han Sen had learned 72 Suppress Evil punches following the 72 original gene kill spells. Every punch carried the meaning of a kill spell. As Han Sen performed the 6 that he had promised, it felt as if the kill spell had come alive. The kill air gave people a frightful chill. That feeling disturbed their minds, even. Whenever Han Sen launched a punch, he was like a beast breaking a river. One skill had one meaning. Han Sen showed 6 punching skills to them. It was like 6 scary beasts trying to suppress the earth itself. In people's eyes, Han Sen was no longer a human. He was 6 wild beasts. The Sky Palace students were jittery with excitement by the time he finished. For Seasoned Duke looked as if he was drunk. For when Han Sen finished his performance, the Duke was totally frozen in place. It was like he had been drowned in the feelings of the fist techniques. So that was Teacher Han's 6-fist technique. That must have saved me 60 years of practice. I am lucky. For Seasoned Duke bowed before Han Sen. For Seasoned Duke, you are too kind. Han Sen bowed back. After that, the Suppress Evil punch became famous across all of Sky Palace. It was taken to the Sky Path Garden, and it was modified. It swiftly became one of the must-have skills of Sky Palace. Han Sen's reputation was glowing even brighter than before, and because he had created the Suppress Evil punch, he was handsomely rewarded. After that, For Seasoned Duke regularly visited Jade Island to practice Suppress Evil alongside Han Senator. Han Sen taught him the 72 Suppress Evil punches, and Han Sen was able to learn much about Suppress Evil from For Seasoned Duke as well. Han Sen's Suppress Evil punch was a very efficient method. It allowed students to learn Suppress Evil fast, but if someone wanted to master the skill, they would need the experience someone like For Seasoned Duke had. Han Sen learned a great deal from For Seasoned Duke, and he grew to really admire the man. This was a teacher that did true research the hard way. He was genuinely worthy of all that respect. For Seasoned Duke admired Han Sen's Suppress Evil punch too. Whenever he taught Suppress Evil, he began using Suppress Evil punches to allow his students to understand things easier. Does Han Sen ever do things that are boring or mundane? He is a wonder with everything he does. When the Sky Palace leader said this, he smiled. Only kings can go into Hidden Path Cave. When visiting the 72 original gene kill spells, they can become half-deified. No one is interested in it after this, and if they fail, they cannot perform the 72 punching skills as well as Han Sen either. Only Han Sen can do what he does. He made Suppress Evil easier to learn, though. The students don't need to spend as much time studying it. While it may be considered as corner-cutting, it's undeniably a good method. The black-masked woman went on to say, and I heard that when Lone Bamboo saw Han Sen's Suppress Evil punch, he requested his own visit to Hidden Path Cave? That is surprising. Sky Palace leader nodded, and he said, Lone Bamboo has been there for half a month. He won't be back for another year, I suspect. But there is trouble on Metal World. The masked woman had a wry smile. If we knew that we were on the cusp of discovering Metal World, we wouldn't have allowed Lone Bamboo to enter just yet. Now that he is focusing on the cave, it is not suitable to disrupt him and send him to Metal World. I can't think of a Marquise aside from Lone Bamboo that can do this task for us, Sky Palace leader said. The masked woman laughed and said, if Han Sen is the reason Lone Bamboo went into the Hidden Path Cave, then Han Sen should be the one to do what Lone Bamboo was supposed to. We should have him go to Metal World. That's not a good idea. He isn't a Marquise yet, the Sky Palace leader said with a shake of his head. And yet he even killed Dragon 9? You can use him as a Marquise. And he needs the resources. This is a perfectly viable opportunity. The masked woman laughed again. Han Sen thought he would have a few days free to himself, but soon after he finished his lectures, he was summoned by the elders. There, he was tasked with leading a team to a newly discovered xenogenic space. He was instructed to explore the space, and if possible, return with resources and materials. Because the xenogenic space only allowed Marquises to enter, Lone Bamboo had been intended to lead the task force there. But right now, he was training inside Hidden Path Cave. As a result, the elders saw fit to pass the job on to Han. Senator Han Sen was given a basic description of the xenogenic space, which was called Metal World. This was, however, only a temporary name for the location. He did learn that more than one faction had already discovered it, though. Other teams were already there researching the place. Sky Palace was a step behind. Based on what he was told, there were groups from the Dragon, Demon, Destroyed, and even the Buddha there. They were all in the Metal World, and now that Sky Palace had joined the exploration, the situation was sure to become quite complex. Han Sen did not have much time to prepare before being shipped off, as he was led by a Sky Palace elder. He was accompanied by 100 Sky Palace Marquis students as well. The trip to Metal World had been organized by the elders. The Marquises had been instructed to follow Han Sen's commands after they entered Metal World, so their lives were pretty much in his hands. Although Han Sen was just an earl, Sky Palace's authority was well respected among its members. And Han Sen's own reputation was mighty. No one objected to Han Sen's position as their leader. Before entering Metal World, the elder provided Han Sen with a bounty of information about the Marquis students he was set to lead. A few of them had been marked, as they had unique powers that would be crucial for the trip ahead. Han Sen led the 100 Sky Palace Marquises to Metal World. That xenogenic space was a planet, and a strange power radiated from it. That power forbade the entry of any creature or being that was above the Marquis level. The scariest thing about all this was that the planet had a very special magnetic property. Metal objects would be sucked into the planet, so tools made of metal were unusable in the planet's vicinity. Due to this, airships could not come close to the planet. When the planet was viewed from the exterior, it seemed to be entirely shrouded in wild magnetic storms. The whole planet was cloaked in a swirl of thunderclouds. When Han Sen and the others pierced through the clouds, a most colorful planet came into sight. When they got close enough to see it all, however, they swiftly understood why the place had been given the title of Metal World. The mountains and plains there were all metal. Seeing topographical features made of metal was a little odd. But the really strange thing was the metallic nature of all the animals and plants. Everything on the planet's surface was metal, and it was a very surreal thing to lay eyes on. Brother Yuya, where are we to begin our search? Han-sen asked politely, looking at the Marquis student. Yuya was a highly regarded Marquis of Sky Palace. Second only to Lone Bamboo, he was certainly the strongest of Han-sen's companions. He was always at the forefront of exploring new xenogenic spaces for Sky Palace as well. He had a lot of experience with these sorts of endeavors. Yuya looked over the planet's surface, then spoke to Han Sr. We don't know where the other races have set up operations, but they are sure to have seen us as we came in. So, exploring the planet is not our primary objective. Finding those other races or finding a safe zone to establish a place of respite should be our first priority. Brother Yuya, you are correct. I was being reckless. Where should we camp? What do you think would be the safest place for us? Han-sen asked. Seeing that Han-sen was really interested in the opinions of others, Yuya pointed out a Marquis to Han Sr. You might want to ask Brother Uni. He is good at this sort of thing. Brother Uni, please. Han-sen knew these matters should be handled by the professionals. Sky Palace might have sent him there to lead, but leading meant using his forces effectively, not doing everything himself like some kind of hero. It was his job to learn his team's strengths and put them to good use. There were so many unknown factors about Metal World. He'd be able to escape if he ran into trouble, but he couldn't go back with 100 Marquises dead. And the other factions would be dangerous. They could have certainly established traps and ambushes. The enemy had been there for a while, and they had been given the opportunity to learn about the xenogenic space. They might use their head start to trick Han-sen's party. As Han-sen's team set to work, he quickly learned that there were many geniuses in Sky Palace. They were so good at everything, and they were quick to establish a camp on Metal World and start exploring the surrounding area. They also built an alarm system and emergency contingencies for all sorts of situations. But what surprised Han-sen the most was his team's dedication. They researched and cataloged everything within 100 miles. Aside from a few metal animals and plants, however, there was no sign of xenogenics. They didn't see any of the Marquises sent by the other races, either. There was no day and night cycle on the planet, and the environment wasn't very friendly to life. But the Sky Palace team were all Marquises, so a poor environment would not bring them down. The magnetic storms in the sky continued to rage. Blue lightning flashed through the sky continuously, lighting up the planet's surface better than a normal sun. Han-sen, Yuya, and the other Marquises were talking about expanding their exploration when the magnetic storm suddenly changed color. The blue magnetic storm turned a beautiful shade of pink. Dong! 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 Suddenly, a loud noise began to ring in their ears. The metal forest nearby began to shake like it was suffering an earthquake. Not long after, a 10-meter-tall metal rhino appeared out of the metal forest, and it was not alone. Many more followed after, and before long, 1,000 of them had come storming out of the trees. They were headed to a nearby river that looked like Mercury. Han-sen was happy he had listened to Uni and avoided setting up camp near the river. If they had, the rhinos could have stampeded right over them. Those metal rhinos looked powerful. The team couldn't determine how strong the creatures were, but in that unknown land, fighting them did not seem like a bright idea. Uni was looking at the metal rhinos when he said, "They are like living hunks of metal. Judging by their life force, I can estimate that they are at least Marquis in strength. I don't know if they are xenogenics, but they don't seem to be too smart. Weird. We didn't catch sight of them in any of our explorations. Where did they come from?" White Reel, who had also come on the trip, frowned in confusion. The host of metal rhinos moved down to the riverbank. They eventually walked into the stream and began playing in the water that looked a lot like mercury. They had great, hulking metal bodies. They looked like they were made from rough, dull steel, and their bodies were a stark contrast to the glimmering silver river. Han-sen didn't know what the silver liquid in the river was, but it was most certainly not water. The metal rhinos drank the silver liquid freely, though, so there was a small chance that the liquid was harmless. While the rhinos drank and played, a rumbling noise began to come from the forest. Many more metal creatures came down from the mountains and emerged from the forests. They all went straight for the river, and when they reached it, they began to drink from it. There were metal snakes that had to have been at least 100 meters long. There were silver-colored lions and centipedes with a seemingly infinite number of legs. There was a great variety of metallic creatures, all headed for the river with an insatiable thirst. The metal creatures looked very scary. At first glance, they appeared to be Duke or even King-class monsters. For some reason, though, there didn't seem to be any hostility between the various creatures. Many low-level metal creatures came forward to drink the silver liquid alongside the more powerful ones. The metal creatures sure seem very friendly, White Reel said with curiosity. Perhaps not. Wuxia summoned a pigeon-like xenogeniac, came out of his sleeve and flew towards the river. The bird xenogeniac obviously wasn't a creature that was native to Metal World. A bronze body suddenly soared through the sky. The creature was shaped something like a dragonfly, but it was made completely of bronze. Its body was at least 5 meters long, and its bulging eyes and mandibles made it look monstrous. The bronze body flew past the river, and it snapped up the bird xenogeniac that Wuxia had released. It gobbled up the bird with just a few seconds of chewing, feathers and all. Everyone was frozen, and Wuxia felt compelled to say, "It looks like they are only friendly to other creatures that are native to Metal World. Outsiders don't receive the same treatment." Hansen nodded. Now he really admired Uni. The creatures had crossed over mountains and traversed forests to get there from all around. But the minor place Uni had selected for camp was absent of creatures. Even if creatures did come close to their safe zone, they could fall back into their cave and remain hidden. No one would be able to find them there. It was a solid spot to establish camp. Because there were too many powerful metal creatures nearby, Hansen set up a rota of shifts for the men to keep an eye on those creatures. For now, no one was to travel. 10 hours later, some of the metal creatures were still occupying the river. The beasts kept coming and going. It seemed as if it might have been the only river on the planet, and as a result, everyone would eventually swing by to drink from it. "Captain Han, come and take a look at this." Hansen was resting when Wuxia suddenly called him. Hansen got up and followed Wuxia to the mouth of the cave and peered cautiously outside. The metal creatures that were near the river were starting to look nervous. They began staying out of the liquid, visibly fearful of something. Hansen waited and watched a while, until eventually, a white metal beast approached the river. Whenever the other creatures saw it draw near, they avoided it. None were keen to step in its way. Hansen observed the white metal beast. It did not look very big, probably about 2 meters long, but it was white and looked like a mammoth. That metal mammoth went right into the river and began sucking up the silvery liquid with its snout. The other metal creatures made sure to stay far away from the mammoth, all of them keeping a vigilant eye on the beast. It looked as if they didn't dare drink the liquid while the mammoth did. They waited until the mammoth was satisfied and left the area. When it was gone, the average metal creatures returned to the river and resumed drinking. Seeing that mammoth walk back into the metal forest, Hansen and Wuxia looked at each other and sighed. When the mammoth appeared, they did not dare to even breathe. The last thing they wanted was for that thing to find them. The mammoth was very powerful. A marquise wouldn't be able to deal with such a fiend. "It looks like our situation is not very favorable. Only marquises can enter this place, and yet some of the creatures here are king class? One mistake could leave all of us dead," Wuxia said. Uni nodded and said, "Those of the other races might be in hiding as well. We can wait for now, but it does seem as if the metal creatures only emerge when the sky turns pink. Perhaps when the magnetic storm returns to blue, the creatures will all disappear again." Hansen and the others thought that made perfect sense. There was no need to rush their operation either. They had to take their time and figure things out, first and foremost. They set up a series of shifts for watching the river. Over the course of time, many different types of metal creatures came to drink from the river. There were other scary things like the mammoth as well, which was quite worrying for Hansen's team. After 80 hours, the stream of metal creatures visiting the river began to slow. And before long, the pink magnetic storm began to change. An hour later, the lightning flashing across the sky returned to blue. Things looked normal again. Finally, the marquises concluded that there were no more metal creatures coming to the river. Hansen sent out a few trackers to explore the area. The results were as expected, but it surprised them all the same. The metal creatures that had appeared near the river were now all gone. It was as if they had just vanished. Oh no! Have they turned invisible? Or are they just hiding away someplace underground? White Real asked with a strange look. Yuya did not speak. They were all deep in thought. The metal world was strange, and they couldn't come to much of a conclusion until they learned a lot more. While Han-san and the others were thinking, someone approached them from the direction of the mountain. When he reached the perimeter they had established, he called out to them. "I am Khan of the Demon. Is your group from Sky Palace?" Han-san looked around carefully, but the only person he could see was Khan. He went forward to speak to the felon, taking Yuya with him. "Khan, what are you doing here?" "You are the leader of this team, Hansen? Great. Since we're already friends, we can cooperate." Khan laughed. "I don't recall us ever having much in the way of cooperation," Hansen responded coldly. "To be honest, I don't recall being chummy with you either. But right now, the Dragon, Buddha, and Destroyed are all working together. If we don't form some sort of alliance, they might come after us in this dangerous place." As he spoke, Khan's shoulders slumped. "Why should I believe you?" Hansen did not move. "We arrived here long before you did. I think you'll be interested in the information I possess." Khan smiled. Hansen let Khan into the camp so they could continue their discussion. Khan spoke without preamble. "You might not believe me when I tell you this, but we are all trapped on this world." "What do you mean?" Hansen asked with a frown. "Well, since you've entered Metal World, have you tried contacting anyone outside it?" Khan said. Hansen and Yuya looked at each other. Then they looked back at Khan without responding. Khan sighed and said, "It is good that you haven't. I advise that you don't try it. 2 demon marquises tried to leave, but they died doing so. The same thing happened to some of the Buddha, Dragon, and Destroyed. No one can leave this planet. If you do not believe me, you can go ahead and try to leave. But don't blame me for not warning you." "How are those that leave killed?" Uni asked. "They fell to their deaths," Khan said, his voice clipped. "Fell to their deaths?" Hansen and the others frowned. "Have you ever played with a rubber band? The further you pull, the harder it hits when released. When you enter this planet, your body becomes bound by the rules of it. If you fly above the surface, you will feel a power trying to drag you back down. The higher you fly, though, the stronger it gets. Eventually, even the strongest are thrown back to their doom," Khan said. "Isn't what you're describing just gravity? Why must you make it sound so complicated?" White Real said. Khan shook his head. "It is not gravity. Gravity gets weaker the farther you get from a planet, but this force grows stronger with distance. And when the planet finally overcomes your resistance and drags you back, you end up hitting the ground at mind-blowing velocities. No Marquis body can withstand it." "How high can you fly before this power appears?" Hansen asked. 10,000 meters, Khan answered quickly. "Ade." Yuya looked over to a strong beast Marquis. That lion-like Marquis answered by leaping with its powerful legs and taking off into the sky. He reached a height of 10,000 meters in a short amount of time. When it passed 10,000 meters, the lion Marquis slowed to a crawl. It continued flying higher, but its pace was excruciatingly slow. It struggled for some time, and when it reached a height of 13,000 meters, it stopped completely. "Ade, come back!" Yuya shouted. Ade started to follow the command, but before he could turn around, a scary power launched him back down to the ground. Pang! Ade's body was like a meteor descending. He struck the metal surface at a frightening speed, and a massive crater was formed upon the crash. Hansen and the others immediately ran over to him. Ade's body was completely broken, like a mashed cake. Ade roared. A holy light covered his body, and then he was back to normal. Now we can talk about this properly, right? Khan smiled. They returned to camp and began discussing the terms of cooperation. They struck a deal. In the meantime, Khan explained more of how the planet had been found. The demon and the Buddha were the first ones to discover Metal World. A battle had drawn them into that rarely traveled region of space, and as they fought, they stumbled across the hidden planet. The two races sent people to explore Metal World, but somehow, news of the planet was leaked to the airwaves. The Dragon, the Destroyed, and Sky Palace received word of their discovery. It was only after the Marquises landed on the planet that they realized how dangerous the place was. And it was also then that they discovered they were unable to leave. The Dragon, the Destroyed, and the Buddha quickly formed an alliance. They killed almost all of the demons that Khan had brought to the planet, so when Khan caught sight of the Sky Palace people arriving, he came to them in the hope of receiving their help. Yuya looked at Khan and coldly said, "The news about this place was released because you found out something was wrong, right? You lured other races here. That is why the Dragon and the Destroyed grouped up with the Buddha to fight you, wasn't it?" Khan sighed and said, "I have been here this entire time, haven't I? I haven't been able to contact the outside world. I don't know if it was a demon that leaked the news." After that, Khan laughed and said, "Even if we were the ones who leaked the news, it shouldn't have any impact on our cooperation. Why would we join you anyway? The Dragon would be a much better choice," Han-san asked calmly. Khan seemed ready for Han-san to say this, and so he smiled. When they formed their alliance, it gave them an advantage. But they won't share anything with you. They'll want to keep the benefits for themselves. What benefits? Han-sen asked, zeroing in on the key point of what Khan had said. If the other races were trapped, their best choice should have been to coordinate their efforts to search for an exit. But instead, they had attacked the demon. It seems as if there was something more going on that Khan wasn't quite willing to reveal. The first two teams to arrive found some old ruins on the planet. The ruins might have been left by a deified elite. Now, those three races are guarding it. If we work together, we might be able to beat them and nab the loot for ourselves. Sky Palace is strong, but you cannot fight all three by yourselves, Khan said with certainty. Khan provided them with more intel on the location and disposition of the ruins, and Han-san sent someone to verify Khan's story. Khan wasn't willing to give out too much information, though. He smiled and said, "We demon and the Buddha discovered the ruin at the same time. We know as much as they do. There is no harm in us forming an alliance with you, is there?" Han-sen and Yuya held a brief discussion. They both agreed that an alliance was a good idea, so Han-sen left the details of the operation to Yuni and Yuya. They were better than Han-sen at that sort of thing. "We have to move while the blue storm is raging and the metal creatures are hidden. Once we are in the ruins, we will be safe. We won't get attacked by the creatures," Khan explained, clearly wanting them to move quickly. And on the way, they'd meet up with the rest of the demon. Khan had many secrets he could not reveal, but most of his information was legit and it saved Han-sen a whole bunch of time. And if the dragon attacked them while they were in the ruins, teaming up with the demon could save their lives. They confirmed the blue storm's duration and the ruins' location, and then they set out. They met up with the other demons and continued on. The demons were in terrible shape. They were wearier than Han-sen had imagined. Aside from Khan, there were only 20 Marquises remaining, and all of them were injured. A giant city was nestled into the slopes of a metal mountain. The city was made of the same black metal as the mountain, and it looked like it had been carved from the mountain rather than built. When viewed from afar, the city and mountain blended together until it was impossible to tell where one ended and the other began. Two metal peaks that were 1,000 meters tall formed the gateposts of that massive city. The two enormous doors made those that passed between them feel like ants. From far away, Han-sen could see that the title on the gate read, Metal Giant God City. It was written in a language Han-sen had seen in the Geno universe before, but the words themselves looked so powerful that it was easy to imagine them leaping to life and sundering the skies of the world. Seeing that giant city, crouching on the mountain like a beast, Han-sen frowned and said, This city is so big. Not even the largest races I have seen would require the sort of space this place provides. Khan spoke in a hushed tone. Long ago, the giants were one of the 10 higher races. They were part of a group called the Breakskies. The Breakskies had difficulty breeding, and their population gradually decreased until they became extinct, aside from a few who interbred with other races. We believe that this city is a deified location that once belonged to the Breakskies. After a pause, Khan resumed his dialogue. After entering the city, we unearthed some text that made mention of the Breakskies. The carvings revealed that this place was a Breaksky city, but at some point, there was a battle that brought the city to ruin. Oddly, while we were in the city, we discovered no remains or corpses. Since the main gate was shut and no one had been able to open it, Khan led them to the left side of the city where there was a broken wall. Without that broken wall, it seemed unlikely that anyone would have made it inside. Entering from above would doubtlessly have its own challenges. The creatures that had built this city would have safeguarded against that. When they crossed over the wall, Han Sen noticed a few camps on the other side. The camps looked as if they belonged to other races, and indeed they did. Quite obviously, they belonged to the Buddha, Dragon, and Destroyed. It was odd that the other races hadn't placed any guards at the city's broken wall. There was no sign of anyone being around, actually. That's weird. It looks like they're not here anymore. Or is this some kind of trap? White Real looked at the camp with concern. Odds and ends were strewn about the camp. It didn't seem like there had been a fight, but it looked as if people had made a quick getaway. This is not a trap. There really is no one here, Yuya said. Han Sen took his team into the camp to have a look around. When they determined that the other teams really were gone, they began gathering up the numerous supplies and resources that the others had left behind. The unhappy campers had left quite the store of genofluid in their camp. It looks like they really did leave in a rush. They did not take the genofluid with them. Han Sen looked at Khan. Khan understood Han Sen, and he quietly said, "When the demon first came here under the blue storm, we saw the dragon. They had vanished by the time the red storm ended, though. Perhaps they found something big, and they were too excited to pack up and head for the deeper recesses of the ruins. I wonder what could have made them break camp so quickly. Perhaps it wasn't that they discovered something. Perhaps something went awry, and whatever happened forced them to flee," Yuya said. "It is possible, but we haven't seen signs of fighting," Khan mumbled, deep in thought. Then he suddenly stopped. It wasn't just Khan either. Everyone in the group grew pale as they looked back outside the city. A multitude of red eyes hovered in the skies outside the city. The eyes grew closer as they watched, revealing the bronze, dragonfly-like bodies of the creatures soaring through the air. They were 5 meters long, and a buzzing sound accompanied their flight that set Han Sen's teeth on edge. There were so many of them that the swarm seemed endless, and they were now headed for the broken wall. What is going on? This is the time of the blue storms. Why would metal xenogeneic creatures appear at a time like this? Yuya looked at Khan. I don't know. We have never seen metal xenogeneics under a blue storm before, and even during a red storm, they never approached the city. This isn't good. Let's run, Khan cried. Then, he led the demon further into the ruins. Han Sen and Yuya looked at each other. They took the Sky Palace people into the ruins as well. Those dragonflies were as strong as marquises, and their numbers were legion. They could be fought off, possibly, but not without a price being paid. It'd get dirty. Sky Palace and the demon marquises headed for the shelter of the ruins together. Khan was leading, and he shouted as he ran. There is a palace up ahead. We can hide there. Han Sen had already seen the building he was referring to. The palace was like a mountain itself. It was so large that Han Sen figured even the blind could probably see it. But the palace's gates were shut, and he didn't know if they could open them. I have been here before. There is a gap in the palace wall. We can slide through, get inside, and barricade the entrance. A bottleneck like that will be much easier to defend, Khan said, and then ran for the other side of the palace. Han Sen was emotionless throughout all this, but he led the Sky Palace students after Khan. Up ahead, he saw a giant cave. It was shaped like a fist, and it seemed that it had been punched into the metal wall. The metal xenogeneics were coming fast, though. The teams had no time to hesitate as they slid through the wall. Han-san and Yuya jerked the last of their people into the palace just as the dragonfly metal xenogeneics buzzed toward them. The marquises that guarded the cave entrance released their godlights, killing the two nearest metal xenogeneics. Then a demon marquise summoned a giant shield to barricade the entrance. The metal xenogeneics slammed into the shield repeatedly, but try as they might, it wasn't going to let them through. Han-san quickly looked around the palace they had stumbled into. It appeared to be some sort of side room, but before he could examine it further, his attention was drawn to the bodies lying on the floor. The corpses were both dragons and Buddhas, and it looked as if they had died gruesome deaths. Their scales and skin had been stripped from their bodies, but strangely, their flesh was left whole. There was blood everywhere, though. The sight washed over the teams in a horrible chill. Even Han-sen, who saw blood often, felt sick. "Do you recognize these people of the Buddha and dragon?" Han-sen asked Khan. The two had instructed their teams to stay away from the bodies. Khan examined the corpses, and after a while he said, "I think this Buddha is Marquis Grass. He's always had a pronounced limp, because his left leg is a little shorter than his right leg. Look, that has to be him. As for this dragon fellow, I believe he must be Dragon 123. His wings aren't as broad as the wings of the average dragon. These two were fine the last time I saw them, so whatever happened to them must have been rather recent." Han-sen looked at Yuya. Yuya was also looking at the bodies, and he said, "Aside from their skin and their scales being stripped, there doesn't appear to be any other forms of injuries. Their muscles and skeletons are all intact, so it doesn't appear as if they were hit." At the same time, Yuya tapped his chin in thought. These guys were too strong to have been killed by being skinned. They must have taken internal injuries or something. "Are you saying this was caused by some sort of power that can bypass the body's protection and deal damage within? I know Yin-Yang Punch and Pierce Body can do what you have described, but from the way these bodies look, I don't think they were slain by either of those powers. Their bones would have incurred much damage and their muscles would have torn and bled if they were victims of those techniques," White Reel said, stepping carefully around the bodies. Yuya considered that. If it was not a geno art such as Pierce Body, it had to be something else that is just as invasive. Perhaps a small bug of some kind. "That could very well be it, yes." White Reel nodded. "In that case, we'll have to take a look inside their bodies and see." Khan signaled for one of his demon marquises to approach. His subordinate drew a knife and approached a Buddha corpse. Yuya stopped the demon marquise firmly, though. "I think it would be unwise for us to meddle with their bodies. What if there is something in there? We might fall into the same predicament that these two did," Khan said. "If something is inside them, then it doesn't seem to be dangerous as long as it remains inside the corpses. If we cut a body open and let it loose, things could go badly for us. I think we should just seal the bodies and ignore them," Yuya said. "That's a bad idea." Khan shook his head. "What do you think, Han-sen?" "Do as Yuya has instructed," Han-sen said. "Fine. If that is your decision, then we will do things your way. But my people are not good at using sealing powers," Khan said while opening his arms. Han-sen nodded. Yuya found a marquise that was good with sealing powers and had him create a bisema to encircle it. They very carefully avoided moving the body as the sphere of protection went up around it. Han-san kept eyeing the plain room that they had entered. There was a door on one wall that opened into a hallway, but no one knew where it led. "Uni, can you determine anything about the layout of the palace?" Han-sen looked at Uni. "I can try, but all I have is a hall to go on. It isn't very much. I need to get a better look at the place before I map it out," Uni said. "Yuya, you and some of the others should guard this place." "I will go have a look around with Uni," Han-sen told Yuya. "That is far too dangerous. I should be the one to go with a few others," Yuya said. Han-san refused to let Yuya come, but he did allow a few marquises that were decent at scouting to accompany them and map the trail. Han-san was confident in his demon bug bisema. Even if they encountered a king-class foe, they'd be fine. I will come along with you guys, Khan said. Sure. Hansen gave him a nod. But before they could enter the hallway, the demon marquises that were barricading the room's entrance started to shout. There are xenogeniacs higher than marquises attacking our shields. I cannot hold them off. Head for the hallway and block off the door of this room instead, Khan ordered quickly. They now had no choice but to move forward. Hansen, Uni, and Yuya were up front. They moved towards the hallway alongside the rest of their Sky Palace teammates. Once everyone had entered the hallway, they slammed the door shut. It wasn't very well fortified, so they used sealing powers to reinforce the door and bolster its strength. As they did, a strange hissing sound came from within the room. It was fortunate that they had reinforced the door in time. The hallway led outside, where several paths wandered deeper into the city. Each path led to a palace. They took the right path, which seemed to head to the closest palace. The giant palace was very clean, and there was a giant metal statue standing in front of it. It seemed to depict an actual giant, but it somehow looked a bit different. When they reached the interior of the construct, they found the corpses of a vast number of dragons and Buddhas. This is weird. I thought there was an alliance between the three races here. Why have we only seen the corpses of the dragon and the Buddha? Where might the bodies of the destroyed be? Surely, they could not have all escaped successfully, Uni said with visible confusion. It is strange. Khan nodded in agreement. He walked around the building before coming to a stop near a statue. Han-sun looked at the statue and felt a sense of foreboding. Catcha! As Han-san observed the statue, he heard a crunching noise. The mouth of the statue suddenly opened, and when it did, red lantern eyes shone from deep within it. Formation! Han-san commanded. Yuya released his powers, and light swords flew out of his body. Each blade flew to hover over a Sky Palace member's head. Everyone stood motionlessly, allowing the light swords to touch their heads. Markings appeared on their foreheads, allowing Yuya's thoughts to be channeled into everyone through the sword marks. When they had just established their formation at Yuya's direction, the thing inside the statue decided to emerge. It was a metal spider. Its colors were black and white, and its eyes were like chunks of copper. The metal spider did not wait around. It immediately charged at the assembly. Behind it, an endless stream of spiders continued to skitter out of the statue. The whole hall was thrown into disarray. Khan commanded his demons to fight, but without Yuya's flawless coordination, they had no hope of being as effective as the Sky Palace team. Both sides were intently focused on protecting their own as well. Han-sen and the others listened to Yuya's commands. They maintained a tight formation as they fought the spiders, and before long, they were killing the spiders in droves. When Han-sen saw Yuya's power in action, he thought about Ningyu. Ningyu was an exceptional commander, and his will had always been strong. With someone like that among Han-sen's forces, the entire team would be far more powerful. Xenogeniac Marquis Guardian Spider hunted. Xenogeniac gene found. After Han-sen killed one of the metal spiders, a scream erupted from inside the statue. A red spider began scrambling out of the statue's mouth. The guardian spiders did not look as if they could spin silk, but the claws on the ends of their legs were sharper than any knife. Not even the armor of a Marquis fighter could withstand blows from those. When the red spider emerged from the statue's mouth, it flew towards the battlers in an instant. 6 of its blade-like appendages came swiping down towards the intruders. Yuya commanded the fighters to split up and scatter a little, and once clear of the spider's attack, they closed back in to surround the arachnid. They lifted their swords and struck the spider in perfect sync. But it was to no avail, as their swords simply bounced off with a loud clanging noise. They couldn't even scratch its body. That big guy has to be a duke, Uni shouted. Yuya nodded in agreement, then drew his own sword. Uni then ordered all of the Sky Palace students to strike a single spot on the spider. All their powers came against the creature like a rapid river. The target they had selected was its mouth. They managed to break its jaw, and when that occurred, the spider fell to the ground. After a few more attacks, Han San and the others managed to bring an end to the wicked fiend. Because of their formation, however, Han San was unable to get in the last hit. After the red spider died, no more guardian spiders emerged to attack them. They quickly mopped up the last of the guardian spiders on the field. No one from Sky Palace was injured, but a few more of the demon had gotten torn up. Furthermore, it was Sky Palace that took care of the red spider. It looks like I need to hurry up and bring Ningyu here. I hope that he can develop here, Han San thought to himself. Weird. With the power of the three races working together to kill the spiders, this should not have been that hard. Why are there loads of dead Buddhas and dragons here? And why wasn't there a single dead spider amongst them upon our entry? Uni looked over one of the spider bodies and frowned. It's because we didn't touch the spiders. A voice resonated across the path from someplace at the back of the palace. Dragon 8 appeared with a few of the dragon and Buddha in tow. There was no sign of the destroyed, however. Things suddenly became very tense. The Sky Palace students readied themselves for a fight, but the Buddha and the dragons all seemed injured. There had been some serious fighting from the looks of things. Do not worry. We are not your enemies now, Dragon 9 said from behind Dragon 8. Dragon 8, what do you mean? Khan couldn't see Dragon 9, and so he asked Dragon 8. Dragon 8 CDMLY said, the destroyed tricked us. They were familiar with this place already, and they knew some of its secrets. They lured us to dangerous parts of the city and got many of us killed. The destroyed then went deeper into the palace, and we have no idea what they are trying to accomplish. Amitba, and whatever it is they are planning, it doesn't look good to us. The destroyed don't seem to want us to get out of here alive and let others know what transpired here, a Buddha Marquis said. Are you saying the giant city is in some way related to the destroyed? I thought the break skies were the original inhabitants, Khan said skeptically. When we reached the back of the palace, we came across a statue with 3 heads and 6 arms. It was the exact depiction of the destroyed. If our assumptions are correct, the destroyed might once have been part of the break skies, Dragon 8 said. If that's true, then we're in serious trouble. We cannot leave the planet, and the destroyed will try to kill us all in order to keep their secrets. They aren't going to let us leave, Uni said. Suddenly, a strange voice boomed through the hall. You guys are right. Don't even think about getting out alive. Since you're here, why not die here? The voice startled everyone. They looked around for a minute before they realized that it was actually the statue that was talking. As the metal statue spoke, its body began to move. The statue was previously in a sitting position, but when it stood up, its head broke through the ceiling. It swung a fist and cleared away half of the roof. Seeing the giant fist continuing down towards them, everyone moved to evade it. But the fist wasn't the real threat. When the roof above them was broken open, the dragonfly-looking xenogeneics swarmed down through the opening. The entire place fell into chaos. The metal statue punched a few more times, and the palace was almost entirely demolished. Han San and the others tried slashing the metal statue, but the attacks barely scratched it. They decided to fall back from the palace through the cracks that had formed. But there were many dragonfly xenogeneics buzzing through the air now, and that made their escape more difficult. While they were sprinting away, more explosions came from the ruins. Many giant metal statues rose out of the destruction and turned in their direction. Han San noticed that one of the metal statues was at least 1,000 meters tall. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and it looked exactly like a destroyed. The 4 races were all in extreme danger. The metal xenogeneics hounded them relentlessly. The metal statues were scary, too, as their strength was equivalent to a king. The metal statue that chased Han San opened its mouth wide and spat out fire like a geyser of hell's flames. Not too far away, there was an extra evil-looking blue giant. A godlight shone from its chest, casting a 50-meter-long beam that destroyed everything that it touched. The other giants released their own powers. Their eyes were shining red, and they were all headed for Han San and the others. The teams all started to feel their hope dwindle. Although there were many strong marquises around them, at the end of the day, they were just marquises. They could not fight the giant metal statues. Plus, there were metal dragonfly xenogeneics all about. They wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Come over here. Han-san realized that fighting would be useless, so he quickly gathered all the Sky Palace people to him. Yuya echoed Han-sen's command to all the members through the sword mark, in case they did not hear Han-sen's voice amidst the chaos. Many of the Sky Palace students came to Han-Senator when Khan saw this. He brought his few remaining demons over as well. Dragon 8 and the Buddha followed, too. They tightened their formation and annihilated the nearby dragonfly xenogeneics. But that hellfire-like power was on its way, and many other powers were coming for them, too. Escaping seemed impossible. Boom! The metal statue's fire engulfed them, but it did not incinerate them. Instead, a blue Bysema suddenly appeared. Han-san and his people were inside it, shielded from the scary fires. When the fire touched the blue Bysema, the fire shattered. And then, the power of the other statues hit the Bysema. They exerted all their strength, but it was for naught. They could not break the Bysema. A dozen scary metal statues surrounded them. They loomed over the Bysema like hungry demons, staring at Han-san and the other marquises inside. Han-sen, I have heard your name before, but I certainly did not expect to see you here. The three-headed, six-armed statue stepped in front of the Bysema. The bird head in its center peered directly at Han-Senator. It looked how a demon might, when staring at a defenseless baby in an abandoned stroller. To Han-san and the others, the strength of the metal statues was awe-inspiring. They were completely surrounded. And of course, the dragonfly-like xenogeneics were still flying about. There were too many of the insects to count, which made the situation of Han-sen's team completely depressing. Who are you? Han-sen asked, looking up at the giant three-headed, six-armed statue. My name is Klinsman of the Destroyed, the statue replied. As it spoke, the other statues stopped trying to attack. They merely stood where they were. I did not expect the Destroyed to be part of the Break Skies, Han-san said coldly. Klinsman laughed and said, You are incorrect. The Destroyed are not a part of the Break Skies, as you suggest. We are the royalty of the Break Skies. Those stupid giants were just slaves with a few drops of our blood in their systems. We are the real Break Skies. So, this is the home of a deified Break Sky? Han-sen asked curiously. Klinsman laughed. I know you are merely stalling for time, but that is fine. The Destroyed control everything here. You cannot hope to run. After a brief pause, Klinsman continued on to say, This is the house of a deified Break Sky, and yes, it has been abandoned. The deified elite it once belonged to has long been missing. But the Break Sky dolls he left behind are enough for us to claim the entire metal world for ourselves. Those who are above the rank of marquises are not permitted entry, so our grip as rulers of this place is not challenged. This place will become the primary xenogeneic space of the Destroyed. And as for your place here, Klinsman turned his metal bird head to stare at each of them. If you people are willing to concede, the Destroyed will welcome you as members of Metal World's society. Klinsman, I'm afraid I don't quite share your optimism, Han-san said thoughtfully. What do you mean? The woman's face, the face to the right of the bird head, turned toward him. Han-san looked around and said, I have heard that before you came to this city, this place was already the site of a battle. So what? Of course there was once a fight. Otherwise, why would it be a ruin? The woman said. Han-san laughed and said, Metal World's power is strong enough that outsiders cannot break through, and only marquises can be sent in to do research. That means the powers from the outside are unable to affect this place. But if that is so, why was there a fight dangerous enough to force a deified elite to abandon this place? Klinsman frowned. The man's face of the statue then spoke instead. Perhaps the attacker broke through the power of Metal World and forced himself in? The same power that prohibited 5 of our elites from breaking through? If that deified elite did force his way through, do you really think the Break Skies could have escaped a being like that? And even if they ran, why would that elite take over Metal World and not lay a lasting claim on the place? Han-sen went on to say, What do you mean? The woman asked again. If my assumptions are correct, The break skies didn't abandon this place because of enemies from beyond. Their greatest threat must have come from the planet itself. What are you trying to say? The statue next to Klinsmann looked annoyed. Hansen laughed and said, the power that threatened the break skies, if it came from the planet, focused only on you. I doubt that it threatened anyone other than the break skies. If I were you, I wouldn't be so cocky. I might be thinking about running as far away as possible, actually. There is a high chance that you'll be killed well before us. Nonsense. If there was a power like that, it would be long gone. If it exists, then why hasn't it shown up? Hansen, I admire your intelligence. I do not want to kill you. I am throwing you one last lifeline here. Concede, and I will stay my cruelty. The bird head smiled grimly. Hansen did not speak again. He merely focused on how he might get out of the situation they were in. The things he was telling Klinsmann weren't all a bluff. If the power that wiped out of the break skies truly did come from the planet, it wouldn't be extinguished so easily. After all the years that had passed, that power might still exist somewhere. If you truly seek death, then I will grant your wish. Klinsmann commanded a dozen break sky statues to attack the Bicerna. The break sky dolls launched a variety of terrifying powers which converged on the demon bug Bicema. The blue Bicema trembled, and it looked ready to buckle and break. Hansen thought things were pretty dire. Each break sky doll had king-class power. If Hansen shrank the demon bug Bicema to shield just himself, its strength would be concentrated enough to withstand the force of his aggressors. Even if 10 kings attacked him, they'd be unable to penetrate its defense. But now Hansen had his demon bug Bicema stretched to shield 100 Sky Palace students, and the demon, Buddha, and dragon as well. The defense was stretched thin, and thus it was weakened. It couldn't protect them from a constant stream of attacks from a dozen dolls. Seeing the Bicema quiver, they all knew it was going to break soon. And Hansen also knew they'd have to run. They couldn't stay where they were. Even if he kicked out the demon, Buddha, and dragon, the demon bug Bicema likely wouldn't be enough to keep the 100 Marquises safe. Either. Hansen, let us out. Perhaps some can survive that way. Dragon 8 shouted, knowing that the Bicema was about to break. Amitba, we have to fight, a Buddha Marquis said. Khan frowned. His face kept flickering through a cycle of different emotions. He knew their situation was dire. Hansen wished to say something, but just as he was about to speak, the earth began to shake like a huge earthquake was underway. And then, an enormous sinkhole opened in the city. The metal surface caved in, falling into the seemingly bottomless hole. The sound of explosions echoed up out of the hole, signaling that something big was coming. All of the break sky dolls stopped attacking Hansen and turned their attention to the bottomless pit. The dragonfly xenogeniacs all buzzed away. They flew straight out of the city, jostling each other in their panic. If there was a power that was able to force the deified break sky to abandon the planet, it would probably kill anything in its path. No way. I was right. Hansen smiled wryly. The break sky dolls that were commanded by Klinsmann all took a step back. They peered at the giant hole. They waited a while, but nothing rushed out of the pit. And gradually, the sounds of explosions became less and less frequent. As everyone was still staring in confusion, their eyes drifted to the side of the pit. A small white paw with metal claws had risen just over the edge. The claws looked ferociously sharp, but the paw was only the size of a baby's hand, though. The small paw felt around for a grip on some surface. When it grasped the ground and started hauling itself up, a white metal face became visible. Its eyes were circular, and the skin looked like the skin of a lotus. When it emerged fully from the pit, everyone was able to get a good look at it. The little white beast looked sort of similar to a pangolin. With the tail included, it probably wasn't more than a meter long. Compared to the metal statues around it, the white metal beast looked like an ant. After the little beast pulled itself onto the surface, its chubby body waddled toward them. It was not fast, though, and its tail and its butt shook like a baby's bottom. Hansen looked at the beast with visible confusion. It might have looked like a pangolin, but it wasn't exactly like a pangolin. Hansen thought of a creature that looked even more similar to it. Metal Eater. Han Sen remembered the Metal Eater he once adopted. This creature was a little smaller than the Metal Eater he had befriended, but other than that, it looked incredibly similar. Considering that this planet is formed wholly of metal, this might indeed be a Metal Eater. But that being said, its size suggests that it is a baby. Perhaps there is an adult one hiding in the cave. Han Sen thought with worry. Although this creature might not have been the exact same species as the one Han Sen had encountered in the sanctuaries, it was definitely the same type. The metal critter seemed quite confident as it waddled its way toward the feet of one of the metal statues. Grab it! Klinsmann barked to his fellow metal statues. He was thinking similar thoughts to Han Senator. If the beast was the child of something far more dangerous lurking elsewhere, he wanted to capture it immediately. Doing so might prove useful. The destroyed that controlled the nearest metal statue heard Klinsmann's order. He immediately moved the statue to pick up the little beast. That beast was small and slow. The giant statue looked like it would have difficulty picking up the little creature without pulverizing it. As the enormous hand came down to grab the creature, it stared up at the hand helplessly. But before the big hand landed, the critter opened its mouth. At that moment, everyone's eyes opened wide, even Han Sen's. He had seen many scary creatures in his lifetime, and he had seen many animals devour others, but he had never seen a creature behave like this. The little thing was so small, but when it opened its mouth, the head became extremely large. The entire creature turned into a gigantic metal mouth. His throat looked like a dark abyss. The statue was a few hundred meters tall, but the tiny creature ate the statue in a single bite. The sight was incredibly disturbing. It was more shocking than an ant eating an elephant. But it happened, with no applause or fanfare. That metal statue vanished into the mouth, taking its destroyed pilot along with it. One bite. It was just one bite. The little metal fiend swallowed and burped happily, and nasty chills started to run down the spines of everyone assembled there. Even the destroyed that were controlling the metal statues for Klinsmann were rattled. The little beast licked its lips with a long tongue, then looked at another of the metal statues that were near it. It jumped forward. "Kill it!" Klinsmann shouted. He controlled a statue with 3 heads and 6 arms, and he used it to unleash 3 different lights to attack the metal fiend. The other metal statues also moved to attack the creature. Waves of fire and ice came shooting out of the metal statues to repel the beast. The little creature's body was suddenly wrapped up in a transparent shield. The shield intercepted the oncoming attacks and completely nullified them. They didn't even rattle the transparent shield. In a flurry of sparks, their attempted attacks fizzled away. Metal Eater. It is a Metal Eater. When Han Sen saw that shield, he received the final confirmation he needed that this creature was a Metal Eater. The powers they possessed were way too similar. The Metal Eaters from the sanctuary could produce shields just like that. While the shield of Han Sen's Metal Eater had been much weaker, the similarities between the two were obvious. Catcha! The little beast ran toward the nearest metal statue, and its originally amusing waddle had now become quite sinister. Again, it opened its mouth and swallowed the entire metal statue before the destroyed inside had a chance to flee. It was difficult to imagine how a beast so small could swallow a metal statue that was the size of a mountain. All the marquises watched in terror. The metal statues had king-class strength, but they were getting swallowed one at a time. Despite the critter's small stature, it had to be deified. "Run!" Han Sen shouted as he switched off his Bysema. All the marquises rushed to escape the city. In front of a creature like that, the marquises didn't stand a snowball's chance in hell. Their only option was to run. Few humans would pay enough attention to kill an ant deliberately. Hopefully, the beast was only interested in the Breaksky doll, not smaller creatures. It was the marquis's only chance of getting away. Han Sen kept running, looking over his shoulder as he went. The little beast's body was protected by its shield again. It was traveling between the metal statues. The statues disappeared one after another. It made Han Sen think, one bite, one child. Although those metal statues were as big as mountains, before the metallic creature, they were like children. One bite really was enough to end any of them. Han-san was merely hoping that the metal beast was not interested in beings as small and weak as the members of his team. If it did have a taste for them, it was game over. Their only hope was that the metal eater would stay occupied with the statues. Klinsmann and the others were in shock. They had now realized that what Han-san had said was true. The deified break sky might really have been afraid of this being. If it was able to scare off a deified elite, who knew what abilities the little creature truly held? Without hesitation, Klinsmann turned around and started to run away. He also called on the destroyed to do the same. But it was too late. The little critter one bite, one child. Didn't take long to finish up the rest of the statues. Klinsmann was very smart. He hastily removed himself from the break sky doll to ensure his own survival when the construct was swallowed. But when Klinsmann was still in the air, the little beast's tongue flew out and snared Klinsmann, then jerked him back into its mouth. Klinsmann didn't even have a chance to scream. Han-san had thought the break sky dolls would stall the metal beast, buying the Marquises enough time to escape from the metal city. When he looked back, though, he saw that all of them had already been destroyed. Han-san became particularly glum when he noticed that the metal beast was now coming after them. The body of the critter was quite chubby, and it had originally looked like some sort of modern art sculpture forged of metal. Not now, though. Now it looked like a demon that wanted their blood. Seeing it head their way, everyone felt a huge chill run down their spines. "Spread out and scatter," Khan shouted, before turning to flee in a different direction. The other races also realized that splitting up was their best option. They had to escape, but if they all ran together, the beast could swallow all of them in a single bite. By spreading out, there was a chance some of them could survive. Yui used his sword marks to inform all the Sky Palace students of the directive to scatter. The crew split up into 10 different teams. Han-sen's team had 9 people. He glanced over his shoulder again, and his face turned black. The little beast was wiggling its bum after his team. "Fuck! I can't be this unlucky. There are so many Marquises here. So why is it choosing us?" Han-san felt as if his luck was worse than it had ever been. That thing that could eat the break sky dolls as if they were a light snack. So Han-sen's demon bug by Sima probably wouldn't do much to stop it. He would die no matter what. Spread out. Han-sen had no choice but to dissolve his team. He wanted to ensure the survival of as many of his people as he could. The metal beast seemed to be toying with them, though. It wasn't coming at them at its full speed. If it had, it would have caught them already. The Sky Palace students received the command and scattered, splitting up to go in different directions. Han-san turned his head to look at the metal eater once again, and his face grew bleak. The fiend was still chasing after him and him alone. Next time, I'm not cooperating with anyone. This is some really disastrous luck. There are a few hundred people here from various races. I'm neither the biggest nor the prettiest. So, what did I do wrong to draw so much of this creature's ire? Han-san summoned the red cloud and held Bauer tight. He jumped onto the mount and ordered it to flee. The red cloud's tail was like an exhaust plume of red mist. It moved like red light, and its speed was much greater than that of most dukes. But the little beast was able to catch up easily, and it was getting very close. "Why don't you go for the slower ones? Why me?" Han-sen felt very depressed right about now. As the creature approached, Han-sen actually had no idea what to do. Luckily, the beast didn't seem to be in a hurry to eat him. It was more like a cat trying to catch a mouse. It allowed him to stay ahead as it chased him. Seeing that Han-san was getting close to escaping the giant metal god city, though, the creature decided to speed up. It opened its devilish mouth. It didn't need to get close to swallow Han-san, as its tongue could capture him with ease. Dong! In a last-ditch effort, Han-san summoned his demon bug by Sima to block the critter's tongue attack. Fortunately, the beast had only used its tongue to strike, as the Bai Sima shook and made a creaking sound. It sounded as if it was on the verge of breaking. Han-san felt a chill. Since the beast hadn't been able to catch Han-san with its tongue, it opened its big mouth. Han-san felt as if the sky was covered by that mouth. He wiped his sword mark away and fired up his blood pulse sutra. Then, Bauer sucked the red cloud back into the gourd, and they traveled back to the sanctuaries. He appeared back in his home in the Alliance. He patted Bauer on the shoulder and sighed. It is very lucky I was able to survive, but if I cannot exit the metal world, I will be unable to return to the Geno universe proper. Should I go back there from a gate in the sanctuaries? If I do, I will end up in the barren system. Han-san knew this would be a worse choice than returning straight to the metal world. The metal world had only one scary enemy, but there would be far more than just one in the barren system. We will have to wait. Hopefully, when we get back, the monster will have lost interest in me and returned to the pit it emerged from. Then, I will leave the giant metal god city and escape metal world. Han-sen tried to comfort himself. But Han-sen then thought, that beast should be the same type of creature as my own Metal Eater. I wonder if their language is the same. Maybe I can take Metal Eater there to negotiate with the metal beast. Perhaps we can work something out, so I will be able to leave. After thinking of this, Han-san took Bauer with him to see Metal Eater. Metal Eater lived in an abandoned warehouse. Han-san would have liked the Metal Eater to stay with him, but the little guy was stubborn to remain with metal. Han-san frequently filled the warehouse up with steel, and out of all that steel, the Metal Eater had made a home. He also ate an abundance of it. Luckily, Han-san was ridiculously rich. One of the Metal Eater's bites could bankrupt an ordinary family forever. Metal Eater had been practicing the ability Consume, which Han-san had brought back to the sanctuaries with him. Its metallic body was becoming black. Right now, Metal Eater was sleeping on a bed of raw steel. It was like a dragon sleeping atop its trove of treasure. It wasn't too big, only about 2 meters long in total. Perhaps it was because it had practiced Consume, but it looked smaller than it used to. When Han-san entered the warehouse, Metal Eater got up from its slumber. It ran over to Han-sen's legs and used its tongue to lick them. Han-san stroked Metal Eater's head but felt an uncomfortable pang of guilt. After Han-sen kidnapped the creature, it had lost all contact with others of its same kind. And then, after he brought it to the Alliance, he knew Metal Eater would never see its old friends again. And Han-sen didn't even bother spending time with it. It could only look for the creatures around the warehouse when it needed someone to talk to. But its personality was very quiet. It liked to spend much of its time asleep atop plates of steel. It didn't talk much. Metal Eater looked like the metal beast, though. Aside from its color and size, they were a 90% match. If I really cannot escape Metal World, I can take Metal Eater to speak with the metal beast. It won't be a noble, so I can always bring it back to the sanctuary. There is no need for me to worry about its safety there, Han-sen thought to himself. He was going to take Metal Eater for a walk first, but it didn't like the prospect. It returned to sleep upon the steel. Han-san stopped in on the other creatures around the warehouse, then took some time to look over the collection that he kept there. He saw he had collected many things in recent years. One of the most important items of his collection was the body of the gold raven baby. But when he looked for it, he found that it had disappeared. How could it have vanished? Han-sen mumbled in confusion. The sun raven was a baby, but it was a deified creature from the Geno universe. Its deified genes were so stable that Han-sen was unable to absorb them. It would be pointless for a creature in the Alliance to steal it. On top of that, that entire place belonged to Han-Senator. Many scary creatures lived there, and they could take over the entire Alliance if he wanted them to. Who would dare to steal anything from him? Han-sen wouldn't make the mistake of forgetting where he had put the body, but he didn't think it had been stolen, either. It was too large to move easily anyway. When Han-sen first got the sun raven body, he had been unable to absorb it, so he had kept it inside the warehouse for safekeeping. Over the past 2 years, he hadn't looked at it once. With so much time having gone by, he didn't even know when it had gone missing. Han-sen used his Dongxian aura to scan the area, but there was no trace of the bird's body. His body was very solid, and by all accounts, it should have left behind some sort of sign. Fortunately, the warehouse was equipped with cameras. Han-sen headed for a control room where he could view the camera feeds. But suddenly, Bauer leaped off of Han-sen's shoulders and ran to a specific corner of the warehouse. Han Sen quickly understood that Bauer had found something, and so he followed after her. Bauer had gone to a wooden crate. She climbed atop it and looked inside. Han Sen recalled that the crate had been used to store barrels of wine that Ji Yanran had bought. They had been produced on a famous vineyard planet, but since the wine required a rare ingredient that the makers could no longer obtain, the wine's production had ceased. Ji Yanran had taken the crates there to collect what she could. They did not drink together very often, and so they were just kept in storage when not needed. The open crate was evidence that someone had been there. And on top of that, a few other crates were open as well. There really has been a theft? Han Sen moved over to Bauer and inspected the crates. Han Sen saw a tall black barrel that had also been opened. It had been drained of the wine it previously contained, but when Han Sen looked inside, he saw the last thing he expected to see. There was not a single drop of alcohol remaining, but at the bottom of the container was a fist-sized egg. The shell was red, and it looked very beautiful. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to scan the item, and from the red egg he could discern something that felt very familiar. He could tell that it belonged to the little red bird that used to follow Bauer around. After thinking about this, Han Sen realized he hadn't seen or heard much about the little bird over the past couple of years. He had been too busy, and the bird tended to follow Bauer anyway, so he hadn't spared it much attention. Han Sen picked up the egg from the empty keg, and after a keener inspection, he was able to tell that it did indeed contain a presence that belonged to the little red bird. Weird. Why would it be here? And why would it become an egg? Han Sen wondered about this, and then he looked at Bauer. Bauer shook her head, indicating that she had no clue, either. The little red bird had a strange history. When they first found it, it was in the Phoenix Nirvana. It had been in its sunfish form at the time, but when it left the water of the pool, it transformed into a little red bird. It was certainly a strange creature. Because the little red bird did not have attacking power, Han Sen quickly stopped paying attention to it. He allowed Bauer to keep the thing as a pet. Now that the little red bird had come to the warehouse, and it had apparently drained an entire barrel of wine and turned into an egg, it all seemed rather strange. Han Sen brought the egg that the little red bird had become to the security room. He had 3 years of footage to peruse, and so he started watching them on fast forward. After a while, Han Sen saw motion on the monitor. Around 2 years ago, not long after he brought the Sun Raven's body to the warehouse, the little red bird flew in and began eating it. Although Han Sen had been unable to refine the Sun Raven's body, the little red bird munched on it with no problem. But it had only been able to eat a small amount of it each time. The little bird was like a woodpecker, and after a whole year of nibbling, the entire body was consumed. As it ate the Sun Raven's body, the little red bird underwent a metamorphosis that changed its body continually over the course of the year. Eventually, its body became a red crystal that burned with a constant flame. After the little red bird ate the entire Sun Raven's body, it flew towards one of the crates and opened it, then pulled the top off a barrel. The little guy splashed down into the alcohol and became a little red fish. The fire that enveloped it was extinguished, but the heat must have vaporized the alcohol inside. Within a few minutes, the barrel was as dry as a bone. And then, the little red bird came out of the egg. It went into each and every barrel and did the same, ruining the whole supply of alcohol. After the little red bird reached the final barrel, it hadn't emerged again until Han Sen came along and took it. Damn! What is this thing? It ate the Sun Raven and evolved. Han Sen looked at the egg in his hand in shock. Han Sen was unable to refine the deified body, so it was difficult to imagine how the little red bird had done so. Whatever. I couldn't refine the body anyway. I just hope that whatever it becomes will be something of moderate usefulness. Ultimately, Han Sen decided to put the red egg back. Han Sen did not know what it might take for the creature to successfully incubate, but if it had selected that place by its own volition, then that was probably the best bet. Han Sen rested at home for the next few days. He didn't return to the metal world just yet. He did, however, worry about Yuya. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about that right now. He only hoped that the others had found safety after escaping the giant metal city. Han Sen held Han Linger while Bauer sat next to him. The three of them watched movies and ate snacks. Han Linger was holding a milk bottle which she drank from, just like Bauer used to do when she was younger. Ji Yanran returned from the company and its business. And there, she saw Han San and Bauer asleep on the couch. Han Linger was asleep atop Han San with a pacifier in her mouth. There were snacks and toys everywhere. Seriously? This is how you choose to be a father? Ji Yanran complained, but she did so with a light-hearted smile. She didn't wake them up either. She draped a blanket across them and tidied up. For days later, Han San went back to the warehouse where Metal Eater resided. He planned on taking Metal Eater with him now, in the hopes that he could negotiate with the metal beast if he encountered it again. Just in case, Han San summoned the dragon wings on his back and the dragon wings attached to his ears. If something went wrong, he could teleport away with Metal Eater and gain enough space to escape back to the sanctuaries again. Being alive was more important than anything else. After completing his preparations, Han San brought Bauer and Metal Eater to the metal world. After they arrived, Han Sen didn't waste time looking around for a threat. He grabbed Bauer and Metal Eater in a hurry and teleported away from the area. Fortunately, his greatest worries were unfounded. The little metal beast wasn't waiting to attack him on his return. But when Han Sen had a look around, depression sank into him. The worst scenario might not have transpired, but that didn't mean his arrival had gone unnoticed. Rather than returning to the pit it had emerged from, as Han Sen wished, the metal beast was sleeping atop a ruin constructed of rubble as if it were a mountain. Han Sen's teleportation had roused the metal beast. It got up and looked at Han Sen. Damn it! If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have teleported. I should have snuck away. Han Sen groused. Upon seeing Han Sen, the metal beast stood up. But then, when it noticed Metal Eater, its eyes widened. Han Sen's Metal Eater looked at the metal beast with equal amounts of curiosity. The black and white metal beasts stared at each other. It worked! Han Sen was happy. The white metal beast stared at the other for a while. It squealed at Metal Eater. Seemed to be saying something, but Han Sen had no clue what. At the very least, it didn't sound threatening. Metal Eater wriggled out of Han Sen's arms and dropped onto the ground. Then, it made some noise at the white metal beast in return. The white metal beast made another sound and ran towards Metal Eater. This made Han Sen nervous, of course. He wanted to grab Metal Eater and run for it, but Metal Eater was actually running at the white metal beast instead. Han Sen knew that Metal Eater wasn't a terribly smart creature, but it could sense danger. It wouldn't allow itself to fall into harm. So Han Sen shelved his plan to teleport away and watched the pair keenly. The black and white metal beasts came together. They looked at each other. Metal Eater was much larger than the white metal beast, but its power was much weaker. That was an aspect of their meeting that worried Han Sen. BZZT. The two metal beasts both cast their shields. The white metal beast's shield was transparent, but Metal Eater's shield was infused with the power of consume. Because of this, it was a bit darker. The white metal beast circled Metal Eater and gave it a sniff. Are they talking in code? Han Sen was very worried. He was worried that the white metal beast might discover that Metal Eater wasn't the same kind. Or maybe it would attack Metal Eater because the sanctuary creature was too weak to compare. The white metal beast circled around Metal Eater some more, and eventually, it jumped. Han Sen's heart almost froze. And just as he was about to move and save Metal Eater, he realized that the white metal beast was actually jumping towards the pit it had initially emerged from. Metal Eater didn't move. It looked in the direction that the white metal beast had disappeared. A cold sweat had gathered on Han Sen's forehead. If the white metal beast wished to kill Metal Eater, he didn't know if he had what it took to save his companion. Good. But what exactly happened? Did they recognize each other? Or do they just need to talk some more? Han Sen's heart was oscillating at a number of different speeds. Sometimes faster, sometimes slower. While Han Sen was still deep in thought, the white metal beast returned from its hole. His fat body came waddling over to Metal Eater. Han Sen saw that the white metal beast was holding a metal branch about the length of a man's arm. The branch contained a few metallic fruits. The white metal beast moved over to Metal Eater and placed the branch directly in front of him. Metal Eater showed no reaction to it, so the white metal beast walked closer to its alternate self and made some loud sniffing noises. Metal Eater lowered its head, rolled its tongue out, and gobbled up one of the fruits. When the white metal beast saw Metal Eater consume one of the fruits, it merrily ran around it. It stood next to Metal Eater and used its body to rub against the larger creature. It looked very happy. Metal Eater ate a few more of those metallic fruits, and its body began to shine. Then, Metal Eater released a strange substance. It became a geno-armament to envelope its body, then melted back inside the creature. Is it going to become a baron? Han-san was as surprised as he was delighted. Han-san was happy that the white metal beast had given Metal Eater a metallic fruit that was obviously some good stuff, but he was surprised that Metal Eater was becoming a baron. Now it couldn't return to the sanctuary without being harmed. But a metal world like this is far more suitable for it. It won't have to stay in the warehouse all alone, Han-san thought to himself. The white metal beast appeared to guard Metal Eater while it made the change to become a baron. It stared at Han-san and Bauer as if they were thieves. You are the outsider here, it seemed to be saying. Han-san felt awkward. Metal Eater's evolution appeared to go well. Its form grew darker and smaller, but its body looked more metallic than ever. Seeing Metal Eater's successful evolution, the white metal beast happily licked Metal Eater's cheek. It was definitely a sign of affection. Han-san became concerned, though. If he wasn't certain Metal Eater was a male, he would think that the white metal beast was looking for someone to mate with. Metal Eater is male. If the white metal beast is female, then they can mate. But the white metal beast is so strong. God knows how long it's been alive for. Isn't it a bit too old for my Metal Eater? Han-sen looked at them strangely. The very lovely scene in Han-sen's eyes became vaguely ominous. Metal Eater was very quiet, unlike the white metal beast that was so active. The white metal beast had spoken a few times, but it had received a response only once. But even so, the white metal beast was very happy. It returned to the hole and provided Metal Eater with even more of its metallic fruits. Shit! Is that thing hitting on my Metal Eater? If that is the case, a sacrifice might have to be made. Whether or not we can escape Metal World depends on you, Metal Eater. Work your charms. Han-sen encouraged Metal Eater. But quite clearly, Metal Eater did not understand what it was being told. All it did was munch on the fruit the white metal beast had brought it. It was so lazy that it didn't even speak. Yuya watched the developing red storm, his frown sinking deep into the lines of his face. For days ago, they had managed to escape from the metal city because that horrifying metal beast had gone after Han's senator. The creature had followed Han's son long enough for the rest of them to clear the city. They continued fleeing frantically across the land, but they eventually realized that the metal beast had no interest in leaving the city to capture them. They had, however, lost all contact with Han Senator, and Han Sen was their leader. The elders had instructed them to look after Han Sen and ensure no harm befell him. But now it was game over. That monster had managed to eat king-class elites for a light snack, so there was a very high probability that Han Sen was a dead man. Ugh! There is no point in worrying about this now. Unless we find a way to escape this place ourselves, we are all going to die here. In that case, we wouldn't even be able to report what happened here. Yuya ended with a sigh. The Buddha, dragon, and demon had stayed together. After the fighting, those three races put together still had fewer people than the Sky Palace team. So there was a big power gap between them. But they were all in the same boat now, and they all had to find a way to leave. The more people that could leave, the better. Yuya had no interest in bullying anyone anymore. Khan and the others weren't dumb. They knew Sky Palace was in control of the situation now, and Yuya was the leader for the time being. They had no plans to stir up trouble. But they couldn't figure out a way to escape from the metal world. They were well and truly trapped. The environment of the metal world was awful. All the creatures were made of metal, so there was no local source of food for them. Although they still had some supplies, it'd only be a matter of time before they died. Han Sen's Metal Eater was definitely playing hard to get. The white metal beast kept trying to please it by being as friendly as possible. Metal Eater didn't respond much, but Han-san could still tell that it was happy to have found a partner. Han-san and Bauer were given some goodies, too. Han-san and Bauer could not eat the metallic fruits, but the white metal beast did give them something to drink. Probably did that on behalf of Metal Eater. Han-san drank some of that fluid, and he noticed that it seemed to resonate with a sort of power. It immediately began to improve his genes. The white metal beast stayed close to Metal Eater, and it kept rubbing Metal Eater with its head. Confused Han-san a great deal. The creatures in the sanctuaries had the genes of the Geno universe. Han-san knew that the crystallizers had brought many of the Geno universe's creatures to the sanctuaries for research. That was how many of the creatures in the sanctuaries had been created. But Stay Up Late also told him that the crystallizers only did all that to improve the blood of the crystallizers themselves. All the genes that they researched they intended to combine with their own race in one way or another. The crystallizers had the same power as a high race in the Geno universe, but they had to rely on their technology for that power. Eventually, they challenged another high race and were destroyed. At that point, would they have possessed enough power to take the genes of all those creatures to the sanctuaries? Especially in their weakened state, the crystallizers shouldn't have been able to beat the genes of creatures like the little red bird, golden growler, and Metal Eater. And there were many creatures with such blood in the sanctuaries. Han-san could not imagine how the crystallizers might have accomplished all of this. Stay Up Late said that the crystallizers did not build the sanctuaries. Apparently, they already existed before the crystallizers stumbled across them. Since the entrance to the sanctuaries lies with Sacred, is Sacred responsible for creating the sanctuaries? Han-san thought to himself. Han-san thought that had to be correct. From the stories he had heard, only Sacred had once possessed the sort of power necessary to collect the genes of so many powerful creatures. The crystallizers couldn't have done it. Plus, Sacred existed before the crystallizers, which fit with what Stay Up Late had told him. The crystallizers must have found the sanctuaries at a later date and modified them. So maybe the sanctuaries were built by Sacred, but why? Why were they throwing powerful genes into the sanctuaries? What creatures were born in the sanctuaries? What was sent there? The nine-life cat was linked to Sacred somehow, and he was able to go in and out of the sanctuaries as he pleased. It looked like Nine-Life Cat himself was researching the people of the sanctuaries. And at some point in the past, an event transpired that resulted in the ruin and dissolution of Sacred. A strong faction was suddenly reduced to dust and echoes. Sacred became a barren system, and somehow the crystallizers stumbled onto another way to enter the sanctuaries, claim them and modify them. When their race was almost destroyed, the remaining crystallizers sought refuge in the sanctuaries and continued their research on genes. What Han-san couldn't determine was whether the crystallizers conducted all their research by themselves, or if they carried on with the research left behind by Sacred. But all of this was just theory devised by Han-sen, or nothing could be taken as fact. Only that old cat can answer the questions I have. Han-sen thought with frustration. Everything hinged on Sacred and that hated cat. Han-sen lacked the power to get in and explore the barren system, so for now he couldn't learn the truth. As Han-san was lost in thought, Metal Eater approached. It warbled at Han-san and then looked towards the hole. The white metal beast stood beside the pit and seemed to be indicating that they should enter. Metal Eater went first, and Han-san followed with Bauer. He wanted to see what the nest of a deified creature might look like. The entrance to the hole was massive, but its walls sloped down like a huge funnel, becoming narrower as it went. At the bottom was another cave that was about 1 meter wide. The white metal beast and Metal Eater entered it, with Han-san and Bauer following. Han-san thought it was a cave, but when he looked down he froze. How can this be here? Han-san stared, having a difficult time believing his eyes. Beneath the pit, there was a space that was reminiscent of a warehouse. Inside that space, Han-san saw many giant metal cubes sitting in lines. They looked like storage containers, but they were bigger than the sort of boxes you'd expect to find in a warehouse. When Han-san got closer, he realized that each cube was covered in giant handprints. He had seen one of these metallic cubes before in Narrow Moon. The blue metal cube the rebate had retrieved from the Ligu ruins looked just like the boxes he was seeing now. When that blue metallic cube was opened, it released a collection of blue-gold demon bugs. They assaulted Narrow Moon, dealing great damage to the system. And while that was bad, Han-san had managed to obtain his demon bug by Sima through the ordeal, which had saved his life numerous times already. That entire scenario, and the subsequent results, were an affair Han-san would never forget. Han-san counted 24 cubes sitting in front of him. The cube he had seen before was entirely blue, but 12 of these were gold and 12 of them were green. And while the symbols upon the two types were similar to each other, they were different from engravings on the blue cube. Also, each cube seemed to have its own unique set of handprints. If the handprints were passwords, then each cube had a special password. Are the Ligu ruins connected to the Break Skies? If so, then the Break Skies have many bloodlines. Han-sen thought to himself. Han-sen wasn't worried about the demon bug cubes opening, though. They wouldn't unfurl unless the password was punched in, and even if they did open up, the demon bugs wouldn't stand a chance against the white metal beast that had led them there. Speaking of the white metal beast, it moved between two cubes. Han-sen followed, with Bauer held tightly in his arms. As they traveled by the giant cubes, Han-san stumbled across many dead metallic xenogeneics, metallic fruits, and metallic plants. It really did seem to be the home of the white metal beast. Not too far away was a number of transparent tanks that were each as big as an oil truck. Some of the tanks were empty, whereas 5 of them were full to the brim with a transparent liquid. Han-san took a look and quickly concluded that it was the very same liquid he and Bauer had been gifted by the white metal beast earlier on. The transparent tanks all had a name written on them, spelled out in the common language of the Geno universe. They each read, Metal Xenogeneic Fluid. The text also went on to explain the effects that the liquid would have after consumption. If metallic creatures drank that liquid, they would turn into xenogeneics immediately. If a metal xenogeneic drank it, the liquid would make them stronger. There were a few hundred of those canisters, but the white metal beast appeared to have already drunk most of them. There were only 5 left, and one of them was not as full as it could have been. The critter must have been actively drinking from that one. The white metal beast directed Metal Eater to eat more of its metallic fruit. The creature also encouraged Metal Eater to drink the metal xenogeneic fluid. As the Metal Eater ambled over, Han-sen brought out 2 cups. He dipped the cups into the metal xenogeneic fluid and filled them up, with one for Bauer and one for himself. The cells inside him underwent strange changes when he drank the liquid. Han-sen quickly fired up the story of genes to refine the metal xenogeneic fluid. The story of genes was finally growing, and this made him incredibly happy. Han-sen walked around the warehouse and came across something strange. It must have been something left behind by the Break Skies, but Han-sen couldn't quite tell what it was. Neither could he tell how to make use of it. He could see bite marks on it where the white metal beast had bitten off chunks. He supposed it could have been a food of sorts. The warehouse was mostly composed of metal, and it appeared that the metal cubes were the only things that the white metal beast hadn't been gnawing on. Han-sen felt unnerved by this fact, though. He curiously pondered why the white metal beast had decided not to eat the demon bug cubes. Han-sen got close to the metal cubes and realized that the outside of each cube was covered by a layer of something. It looked almost like a sheet of rubber or wax, but it was transparent and very thin. Han-sen had to use the Dongxian Sutra to see it properly. I wonder if I can talk to the white metal beast. After opening the metal cube, he might be able to eat the bugs inside, and leave me a half-dead demon bug king. Perhaps I could even snag myself another demon bug king beast soul. Han-sen pondered this. Han-sen tried to think of a way that he could communicate with the white metal beast. They did not speak the same language, so it wasn't as if they could really speak to each other. So, he ended up settling for exaggerated gestures. He came to learn that the white metal beast was not fond of the metal cubes because of their smell, and it really wasn't fond of that outer layer. The creature wouldn't dare bite the cubes with that layer still on. And furthermore, Han-sen's power wouldn't be enough to remove the layer by brute force. If he wanted to open the metal cube, he would have to activate the password by palming the prints in the correct order. Figuring out the password won't be difficult, but I will have to talk to the white metal beast first, Hansen thought. Hansen wasn't in a rush, though. He walked around the warehouse, and on its other side, he actually found something that was not metallic. There were books that had been stored inside a metal box. The white metal beast had chewed up the metal box, leaving the books spread across the area. The books seemed to be made of plastic rather than paper or cloth, but the material was much stronger than actual plastic. Hansen tried burning them, but they appeared to have no reaction to the touch of flame. The box had originally contained 6 books, but each of the books was the size of a small house. They must have belonged to the original inhabitants, the Break Skies. Hansen had to fly up to see what was written on them. The 6 books were named Break 6 Skies. It was a Geno art belonging to the Break Skies. Hansen was interested in a Break Skies Geno art. He started reading over it, and he was able to determine that it was a fairly violent technique. It employed an impact upon a gene's substance to create an explosion. Every hit was able to create an explosion that was stronger than the initial impact. From what he could tell, though, the Geno art was way too dangerous. The explosions would harm everyone, even the user, so you could blow yourself up if you weren't careful. That was too fucking cruel. It is very violent, but I must admit I do like the concept. Hansen quickly memorized all the content of the Break 6 Guys he had just read, and he made plans to learn and practice it when he found the time. It was such a violent Geno art that it could easily be used to challenge enemies that were a higher level than he was. Still, it did seem particularly difficult to learn. It was a very rough and visceral Geno art, but wielding it required a lot of precise skill. The difficulty level was definitely up there with Sky Palace's Suppress Evil. As an analogy, the Geno art was like a human nuke. Even if the user understood the principles of how it worked, trying to make use of it without blowing yourself up was a difficult feat to achieve. Hansen was not worried about the level of precision required, of course, and he had his Dongxian Sutra. With that, he could control any substance. That made it far easier for him to practice other skills than it would be for any other person or creature. Even so, training this skill would require a lot of time. He currently had a lot of other skills to practice, and he wasn't even in the mood to start, so he wasn't going to do anything with it just yet. Hansen looked around the warehouse some more, but he didn't find anything else that was half as interesting. He eventually returned his focus to the metal cubes. He started talking with the white metal beast, despite the fact that there was a rather severe language barrier. Hansen put in a lot of effort to overcome it, and he used Metal Eater as bait to entice the metal beast to cooperate with him. Hansen was eventually able to confirm that the white metal beast would leave him the half-dead, half-deified demon bug king. Upon settling on that, Hansen went over to one of the metal cubes. The white metal beast had eaten the demon bugs before. The only thing it didn't like was the layer atop the cubes. When Hansen asked the white metal beast to leave an ordinary demon bug xenogenic gene for him, he was met with a stern refusal. That wouldn't be allowed, and even making Metal Eater seduce the white metal beast did not change its mind. So Hansen gave up on that prospect. 24 demon bug kings. I should be able to get a demon bug king beast soul for sure. Just one is all I need. Hansen thought to himself as he stood before a gold metal cube. The handprint pattern passwords of the Breakski's gold metal cubes were all different from each other, and figuring out each combination was a headache. Getting the right code by chance was less likely than winning the lottery. The chances were as slim as a supernova creating humans. But Hansen did not need to rely on luck. As he examined the gold metal cube, a purple color flowed into his right eye. The black pupil became entirely purple, then split into 4. It became a purple pupil composed of 4 petals. That was the spectacle beast soul Hansen had received from killing Evil Eye. It was called Purple Eye Butterfly, and it was a deified beast soul. Although that was not a beast soul used for fighting, Hansen still treasured it. He considered it more of an asset than any fighting-type beast soul. Even a deified weapon beast soul was just a weapon with deified powers. Although possessing it would make Hansen more powerful, it'd still be useless against an actual deified enemy. The Purple Eye Butterfly spectacles were different, though. Even against a deified enemy, they would be very useful. Han-san stared at the gold cube with his right eye, and the 4 petals in his eye began to spin. It looked very weird. As the petals spun, Han-sen's right eye could see something he would not have been able to see otherwise. It was different from the purple eye godlights. The spectacle couldn't restrain an enemy, but it could allow Han-san to analyze a substance's structure and thereby research it more effectively. When Han-san looked at it with his purple eye, it was like he was playing back the entire sequence of the gold cube's creation. He saw its components stripped away one by one until it was only a pile of raw material. Han-san was able to see every step of how the thing was made. If he had his own materials, he figured he could create one himself. With the whole process unfolding before him, Han-san looked for the password that had been input into the gold cube. Han-san didn't actually plan on making a cube of his own, though, so the only thing he decided to memorize was the password. After doing that, he put away the spectacles. He gathered up power in his hands and started smacking the prints. When Han-sen's last strike landed on a print, he retreated without a moment of hesitation. He pulled Bauer and Metal Eater close, then summoned his demon bug Bysema. They all hugged each other tight so that Han-sen could make the Bysema as strong as possible. That way, even if a half-deified demon bug king came to strike them, the shield wouldn't break under the force of a single blow. Catcha! The gold cube started to split open, and before long it wholly shattered. The metal cube became a rapidly unfurling swarm of gold demon bugs. They were each half as big as a fully grown human, and in a few seconds gold demon bugs were frantically flying everywhere. Han-sen looked at the gold demon bugs, and he noticed that they looked almost exactly like the blue demon bugs. It was obvious that they were the same species. Upon seeing all those demon bugs, the white metal beast looked extremely happy. It only disliked the layer that coated the cubes. He found the bugs themselves quite tasty. Before the gold demon bugs could spread out, the white metal beast opened its mouth and swallowed the entire swarm of them. Hey! Hey! You said you'd leave the gold demon bug king for me, but you went and ate them all. Han-sen shouted in frustration. The gluttonous creature had eaten every single bug. Han-sen had put in a lot of effort to open that cube, but despite that, he had gotten nothing for all his work. While Han-sen sulked, the white metal beast opened its mouth and spat out a few things. There were many gold bug crystals. They all glowed with golden light, looking like the rarest of gems. There was one amongst them that must have been the king-class xenogenic gene. Aside from those gold bug crystals, a gold demon bug was spat out, too. Its body was half melted, and its organs were even oozing out in places. It struggled on the ground, writhing around. It looked as if it would give up the ghost at any second. Thanks. Han-sen was absolutely thrilled. He used his ghost teeth knife to slash the gold demon bug king. He mumbled to himself, "Give me a beast soul. Give me a beast soul. Even if your demon bug king beast soul is the same, it'd still be the best beast soul to have. I can give one to my wife and kids. I could hand them out one each, and then they could survive anything. Only a deified elite might pose a threat." Han-sen slashed the dying demon bug king's wounds. With the cut, the demon bug king moaned, but it didn't die. He gathered more power and used tusk alongside his ghost teeth knife. He had to strike the bug 14 times before hearing the familiar sound he enjoyed oh so much. Mutant xenogenic king hunted. Gold demon bug king. Xenogenic gene found. Han-sen was disappointed by this result. That mutant gold demon bug king hadn't given him a beast soul. Well, there are still 23 more of these fuckers to kill. There's no need to panic just yet, Han-sen thought to himself. He turned back to the white metal beast. The white metal beast swallowed the mutant gold demon bug king's body. And like it had with the lesser variants, it spat out the mutant gold demon bug king crystal. That crystal was even prettier than an ordinary king class. The white metal beast pushed the mutant king class and a few of the king class crystals towards Metal Eater. It seemed like Metal Beast intended them as a gift. Han-sen felt depressed about this. He had never encountered anyone kind enough to gift him such a bounty of worthwhile gifts. Metal Eater did not seem to be able to digest those king-class bug crystals, though. He tried to bite down on the crystals, but despite the effort, they did not break. If he cannot eat them now, why not let me keep them? Han Sen asked with a smile. The white metal beast ignored him, though. It merely took the bug crystals and stored them elsewhere. It wasn't planning on Han Sen walking away with them. Han Sen could do nothing except shake his head in dismay. The white metal beast then walked over to another gold cube. It made some noises at Han Sen, as if telling him to do his thing and open that one next. Han Sen wanted to do this anyway, so he hastily ran over to the gold cube and put his deified spectacle back on. With it, he swiftly unlocked the password of the gold cube and opened it. BZZT. The gold demon bugs swarmed out of the cube again. Just like before, the white metal beast was able to swallow them all. But this time, it did not spit out the bug crystals. After a while, though, it did spit out a mutant gold demon bug king. And just like before, the poor bug was on the precipice of giving up the ghost. Han Sen slashed it. The strike felt incredibly satisfying. Killing a king-class xenogeniac wasn't a thing many marquises could ever hope to accomplish. And on top of that, this wasn't just an ordinary king-class creature. It was a mutant king-class creature. Han Sen was very weak right now in the grand scheme of things. Ghost Teeth Knife slashed the demon bug king's wounds, and after a few good swings, he finally slew the thing. Mutant xenogeniac king hunted. Gold demon bug king. Xenogeniac gene found. Han Sen sighed. Again, there was no beast soul for him. He would need to open the next cube to get what he sought. One after another, they went through the cubes. After the 7th gold demon bug king was slain, Han Sen was delighted to hear the announcement that informed him of his acquisition of a beast soul. Mutant xenogeniac king hunted. Gold demon bug king. Xenogeniac gene found. Obtained mutant gold demon bug beast soul. Filled with excitement, Han Sen hurriedly checked out the mutant gold demon bug beast soul he had just managed to snag. Mutant gold demon bug king beast soul. By SEMA type. Upon seeing it, Han Sen laughed. Ha! Ha! I really do get whatever I want. My luck is back. Now, Han Sen couldn't wait to open the rest of the metal cubes. The white metal beast was having a good time, too, so it merrily followed along to eat its fill of the bugs that Han Sen was providing. The next few mutant gold demon bug kings did not provide him with any more beast souls, but just as he was resigning himself to the fact that he might not receive another mutant gold demon bug king beast soul, the last mutant gold demon bug king gave him another. Han Sen was grinning ear to ear. He then went on to open the green cubes. He released the green demon bugs so that the white metal beast could eat them. Mutant xenogeniac king hunted. Green demon bug king. Xenogeniac gene found. Obtained mutant green demon bug beast soul. Lady Luck is head over heels for me, isn't she? Han Sen was ecstatic. He had received a beast soul from the very first mutant green demon bug king. That was quite a mood booster. Seeing that the green demon bug king's beast soul was also a by SEMA, he was incredibly joyful. But then, something changed. Han Sen kept killing the rest of the creatures that the white metal beast left for him, but he didn't receive any more beast souls. Every time Han Sen believed he would get another beast soul, he didn't. Their progress quickly devolved into a mutant demon bug king murderfest. I am still quite happy to have gotten 3 mutant king beast souls. That haul is pretty impressive. Han Sen didn't complain about it too much, as he really was quite pleased to receive the 3 he had. Complain about it too much, as he really was quite pleased to receive the 3 he had. The white metal beast scoffed down every demon bug it could, but it kept spitting out the king-class bug crystals for Metal Eater. He didn't take them back either. They were like toys for Metal Eater. Han Sen had concluded that the white metal beast could access another dimension. He was only storing the bug crystals, not eating them himself. Ultimately, however, that did not matter to Han Senator. Having 3 demon bug king beast souls made him a very happy man already. Let's see if the gold by SEMA and the green by SEMA are as strong as the blue one. Han Sen summoned the gold demon bug king's beast soul. Han Sen saw a gold light appear around him. Aside from the color being different, there did not seem to be anything separating it from the blue demon bug kings by SEMA. After checking out the green by SEMA, he noticed that it was exactly the same as well. All that was different was the color. The defensive properties were identical. Can I use these by summarize together? Hansen thought to himself. Then, he summoned all of the Demon Bug King by summarize. Hansen summoned all 4 Demon Bug King by summarize, but one of them did not work. The 3 by summarize he successfully summoned combined to become a blue, gold, and green by Sema. The one that he couldn't summon for use was the second gold by Sema. I can't use the same color by Sema beast souls together, but those of different colors can be combined. Hansen was surprised. He tried out the tricolor Demon Bug King by Sema, and noticed that it was far stronger than any single color by Sema. This discovery was as surprising as it was exciting. These by Sema beast souls can be combined. I wonder how many demon bugs the Break Skies created? If there are more colors, perhaps I can stack those together too. It might give me the defense of a deified being. Hansen knew the chances of that were extremely low, though. Even if there were other colors out there, he might not be lucky enough to get their beast souls. In addition to that, finding the demon bugs would be a task and a half. The tricolor Demon Bug King by Sema is strong enough for now. It will certainly withstand a half-deified elite. Hansen felt so happy. All the races that sent Marquis teams to Metal World were growing worried. Their elites had been waiting outside the planet, but after half a month went by, not a single Marquis had returned. They sent a few more Marquises to find out what might have transpired there, but none of them came back either. All of the elders were growing angry at the threat to their people. The first scouts that they sent to Metal World had gone in and then come back out without issue, but now not a single Marquis seemed able to return. Confused them a great deal. They were very disturbed. Although 100 Marquises was nothing to those higher races, they were fighting for territory. They had sent out their best elites of Marquis rank. Having their fighters trapped inside dealt a lot of damage to those races. The white metal beast told Hansen how he could leave Metal World. The storm that plagued Metal World cycled between blue and red, and most of the time, leaving was impossible. Every 10th swap of color, however, there would be a brief pause in the storm. It was only during that time that the planet could be escaped. When the demons and the Buddhas first traveled there, it was during that small window. That was how they were able to enter and leave. Now, they needed to wait for 10 red and blue storms to pass before trying to leave the surface. In total, that would be a month and a half. There was still a while until the window opened again, so Hansen wasn't in a rush to move just yet. Hansen was enjoying the benefits of being friends with Metal Eater, and he was able to consume the metal xenogenic fluid each and every day. He actually didn't want to leave the cave for the time being. He wanted to drink as much as he could so he could level up the story of genes. Hansen went to search for Yuya and the others. They were staying with the remainder of the dragon, Buddha, and demon. They were surviving under the protection of a secluded cave. They weren't really in any danger, but their supplies were swiftly dwindling. Thus, they were becoming desperate to find a way out. Unfortunately for them, they'd yet done so. Hansen didn't meet with them, though. He stayed close to the white metal beast and kept drinking its metal xenogenic fluid. As he waited for the 10th cycle of the storms, he spent most of his time practicing the story of genes. For some reason, the white metal beast had no interest in leaving the metal city. Hansen couldn't lure or take it away from there, either. Hansen kept refining the metal xenogenic fluid, and after a whole month, the story of genes finally began to change. It was becoming Marquis. Is it finally happening? Hansen was excited. He had used so many resources to level it up, and he had always wondered what new powers he might achieve upon leveling it up to Marquis. I wonder if it will develop a new shape. Of course, if the power doesn't increase proportionately, then this geno art wouldn't be very well balanced. The resources consumed thus far would be a waste, and I'm not even sure if there would be any point carrying on with its practice. The spell armor began to glow with holy light. Spell was now shining as brightly as a sun. Boom! Hansen's body shook, and then the armor disappeared. It took on the shape of a lady standing directly in front of Hansen. The lady was covered in a holy light, and her hair waved like sunbeams. The 2 pistols Spell wielded became bright, too. They gave off so much light that Hansen couldn't look directly at them. Han Sen's body felt like a fast-flowing waterfall was rushing through it. His body connected with Spell's energy and began glowing extremely strongly. Boom! Finally, Spell's light started to explode like a volcano, and a holy light fired into the sky. Spell's body floated in the midst of that holy geyser of light, and a strange spell symbol appeared on her forehead. Han Sen did not know what changes the flower-like spell was experiencing. She was shining, but not very brightly. But she was inside the stream of light, and the shadow of her form was clearly visible. The holy light focused on her forehead, and it gathered up the powers of Spell. All of that light was beaming down into Spell's flower. The flower had not changed, and Spell looked just like she always did. Spell's battle body has increased to Marquise class. Han Sen heard this announcement in his head. His body had also gotten a whole bunch stronger. His physical form now made him invincible amongst all the other Marquises. Even a top-class Dragon Marquise wouldn't have a body that was remotely comparable to Han Sen's. What confused Han Sen was that Spell did not gain a new form. Her forehead was just imbued with a strange spell symbol. He had no idea what the symbol even meant. Yuya, Khan, and the others all looked glum. They had been looking for a way to leave Metal World for the longest time, but their efforts had all failed. They were on the verge of running out of supplies. It was usually safe when they left the cave during a blue storm, but this time they met a few metal dragonflies. They killed the insects, but more appeared and chased them back to their camp. They relied on the constricted entrance of the cave to fight off their enemies, and at first it worked. But there were some dukes among their attackers, and as a result, they were unable to hold the enemy off. Damn! We are losing men. Should we retreat? A dragonfly sank its teeth into a Buddha, and a whole chunk of his arm's flesh was torn out. He let out a blood-curdling scream. All of our resources are here. If we lose those, we won't survive long no matter what we do. Plus, there are too many xenogeneics for us to risk splitting up. That would just get us all killed, Uni coldly said. If we don't run now, we will surely die here, the Buddha Marquise shouted back. There are too many xenogeneics in the blue storm this time, and there are dukes amongst them. We cannot fend them off forever. Dragon 8 and Yuya remained silent as the others argued. At this stage, there could be no falling back. They would settle for either getting out of Metal World or dying. The group kept killing what they could, but some Marquises fled the cave. They wanted to take their chances outside the cave. But the dragonflies, upon spotting the deserters, came from everywhere. There was nowhere they could run that the dragonflies wouldn't follow. They would have to fight until exhaustion claimed them, and when that happened, their bodies would be devoured. Dragon 8 roared, and the rest of his dragon followed him to abandon their camp. When he saw what was outside, however, he felt hopeless. Not even his gold dragon body could keep up this fight forever. Yuya brought the Sky Palace students out with him, too. All those dragonflies swarmed them, and they had nowhere to flee. As despair came to claim their hearts, something weird appeared inside the swarm of xenogeneics. Boom! Yuya and the others were fighting hard when they heard an explosion echo from afar. There was a light blooming among all those xenogeneics. The swarm of xenogeneics all started to churn, as if they were super nervous. Boom! There was another explosion, and its sound made the Marquis's ears hurt. A mushroom cloud rose visibly over the landscape this time. The shockwave spread, and swathes of the dragonflies were blown into nothing but bits. Boom! 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 Many more mushroom clouds exploded amidst the army of xenogeneics that had descended upon them. Great numbers of the dragonflies were destroyed, and the ensuing vacuum sucked living dragonflies back into the wreckage. A red shadow emerged from the dust and haze. It looked like a man holding a rocket launcher, and again, rockets leaped out of the cylindrical launcher. Everything in sight was being blown to pieces. Rockets exploded continually, creating mushroom clouds. The metal ground and the dragonflies were being sundered in equal measure, as bodies and metallic chunks were strewn across the region in a mind-blowing display of carnage. Over the wreckage and corpses drifted fire, smoke, and dust. The red shadow was like a crazy killer. It moved forward steadily as it fired rockets, reducing the whole place to ruin and rubble. On the shoulders of that crazy red shadow was what looked like a 6-year-old girl. She seemed curious, and she kept looking around. Her calm expression was a ridiculously stark contrast to the insanity of the explosions destroying everything around them. Han Sen, Yuya and the Sky Palace students, upon seeing the shape of the body more clearly, began to cheer. They thought Han Sen had been murdered by the white metal beast, which had appeared to single him out. But instead of being killed, he showed up when they needed help the most. Seeing that Han Sen's rockets could blow up both Marquis and Duke Xenogeneics, it was obvious that his power had increased in the time they had spent apart. It appeared to them as if he must have reached Marquis' class. Otherwise, there was no way he could have brought harm to those beings. Han Sen had intended to rejoin the Sky Palace team when the storm ceased, as he wanted to remain in the cave and drink as much of that metal xenogeneic fluid as he could. But the Sky Palace students were in danger, and so he decided he had no choice but to leave the Metal City. This guy, did he just become a Marquis? When Dragon 9 saw the strength of those rockets, he froze up stiff. He could not believe a Marquis could possess such power. Dragon 8 was shocked as well. He wouldn't even dare to try to withstand one of those rockets, even with his gold dragon body active. It was really difficult to believe that a Marquis possessed such power. And on top of all that, the attacks were long-range and area of effect. They weren't single-target attacks only. Seeing the dukes that Han Sen was knocking out of the sky, Khan's face looked ashen. What frightening power! And it's coming from the body of someone that is only a Marquis? If he had become a Marquis sooner, perhaps he could have fought against Dollar and Lone Bamboo. What is his Geno art? What makes him so powerful and scary? Across the whole universe, I am afraid that Mr. Han has to have the most impressive Geno art by a wide margin. Not even Dollar or Lone Bamboo would be able to fight him. A Buddha Marquis whispered in awe. Everyone listening actually agreed with what the Buddha Marquis had said. That power was something they had never expected to see from a Marquis. Even if Dragon 8 used his Evil Breaker dragon powers to summon his maximum strength, it wouldn't compare to the power of each of those rockets. The scariest thing about this, though, was the attack being an area of effect. The power was so strong, it was difficult to believe it all came from a Marquis. Under Han Sen's attacks, the fearless Xenogeneics started to shake and shiver. Han Sen was like a walking cannon, merrily killing each and every Xenogeneic he could see. Even dukes were being blown up with ease, all by the might of those explosions. Boom! Boom! The whole ground trembled. The Xenogeneics were squealing. The explosions were sounding from everywhere across the land. If there was ever a matter a rocket could not solve, he'd just use another. Boom! Han Sen held his rocket launcher like a minigun. He kept firing at the swarm, and the shockwaves and clouds melted the Xenogeneics in the throttling haze. Marquis Xenogeneic hunted. The killing announcements kept overlapping. It was all mixed up, and Han Sen couldn't properly discern what was being said. This wasn't just the power he had gained when Spell became a Marquis. This was Han Sen's power combined with the Break 6 Skies art he had just learned. Han Sen's power was scary, there was no doubt. He was definitely the best out of all the Marquises now. And the impacts he could deliver via Break 6 Skies could enable him to kill everything that was coming at him. He felt as if he could destroy a galactic warship. When Spell became a Marquis, Han Sen had nothing to do. So, he spent the remainder of his free time researching Break 6 Skies. His Dongxian Sutra and deified spectacles made Break 6 Skies incredibly simple for him to learn. Han Sen used a couple of tricks of his own, too. Not even he could handle the full extent of Break 6 Skies at close range, so he infused their powers with Spell's projectiles. Firing them from a distance would not hurt him. So this was the perfect marriage. The rockets and the bullets had the power of Break 6 Skies. Although Han Sen had only learned the first tier, his rocket launcher was already very strong. Not even a duke could withstand it. The rocket's power suppressed the whole Xenogeneic army. Dragon 8 and Yuya moved to help Han Sen, but they soon stopped. They just stood back and admired Han Sen's handiwork. Ruins, bodies, and smoke were all that was left in his wake. The whole xenogenic host had been blown to pieces by Han Senator. He gave an evil chuckle. Everything around Han Sen was exploding. Everyone was thinking, this guy has destroyed more than those fucking destroyed did. It's like he is one of the destroyed. The xenogenics were running now. The whole place was like a graveyard in the middle of hell itself. Han Sen held his rocket launcher casually, the little girl still perched upon his shoulder. He approached the marquises from the ruins. Dragon 8 and the others felt a large chill strike them. They couldn't help but stumble backward. Yuya, are you okay? Han Sen asked, looking over the fighters assembled before him. No. Yes. We are okay. Yuya was too shocked to answer him appropriately. His brain had lagged for a moment, but it slowly started to function again, now that he had been asked a question. Teacher Han, your Geno art is too cool. White Real blurted out without any self-consciousness. That was awesome. This skill is invincible. He blew up Dukes. This is crazy. If Teacher Han is a marquise, Dollar won't be considered the #1 marquise anymore. That's for sure. All the students spoke about this happily. They all referred to Han Sen with the teacher title, as all the explosions had been incredibly impressive. They admired him too much to speak as if they were on the same level. The elites of Sky Palace, the Dragon, the Destroyed, the Buddha, and the Demon were still waiting outside of Metal World. 2 months had elapsed by now, and they had yet to see any of their marquises return. As each new day passed without any sign of their students, their moods became darker and darker. They were finally beginning to settle on the painful acceptance that their people might never come back. Something is coming out of Metal World, murmured a dragon that had been keenly watching Metal World. As he spoke, everyone else began to react as well. The elites that were waiting outside of the planet inched closer, staring intently at the magnetic storms that shrouded the surface of Metal World. Someone emerged from the clouds. 1, 2, and then there were more. The dots emerging from the clouds continued to grow until they resolved into familiar faces. Dragon 8. It's Dragon 8! A Dragon King screamed. The elites of the other races reacted the same way when their people emerged from the storm. But as the last of them came through the clouds, the Sky Palace elders looked more ecstatic than ever, while a gradual glumness crept into the hearts of the others. This was because there were more Sky Palace students than the students of all the other races combined. The Sky Palace team was entirely intact, but the same couldn't be said of the others. The other groups were in a sorry state, and even the survivors had sustained grievous injuries. Han Sen took Yuya with him to debrief the Sky Palace elders on what had transpired. The elders were delighted to see 100 students all accounted for, only a little worse for wear. One elder was so exuberantly happy with the results. He said, "Good. Well done, you guys. There is no need for you to say anything more. You should go home and take a well-earned rest." Yes. Han Sen, Yuya, and the others were ready to leave alongside the elders. But suddenly, they found themselves surrounded on all sides by the Dragon, the Destroyed, the Buddha, and the Demon. They positioned themselves threateningly around the Sky Palace group, clearly not intending to let them leave. What is this? The leader of the Sky Palace elites, Green Crane Elder, looked at them darkly. The Sky Palace members prepared to fight. A king of the Destroyed looked at Han Sen and all the others and said angrily, "All these races entered Metal World, and they were obliterated. But you haven't lost a single soul. Have you performed a trick to harm our marquises?" It was understandable why the Destroyed King was so angry. Every race except the Destroyed had a few marquises return. They had lost their entire team. They were confused and angry, and they desperately wanted to know more about what had transpired on Metal World. The other races weren't filled with the same rage as the Destroyed, but they had still lost a great many people. They were still feeling that loss, and they didn't want Han Sen and the others to leave so casually. With everyone there to stop Sky Palace from leaving, this was the perfect opportunity to find out what had happened. Once the Sky made it back to their home, negotiating with them would become much more difficult. So, right then and there, all the elites were going to demand some answers. If this was going to happen, it had to happen now. Green Crane Elder chuckled after hearing the destroyed king. Your people are weak. How is the demise of your people our business? The destroyed king laughed grimly and asked, Are you saying all these races are not as strong as you? Even if that were true, there is no way all our own died of mere circumstance, whereas not a single one of yours was brought grievous harm. If you do not explain the reasons for this we destroyed, and the others will not be allowing you to walk away from here. They were obviously hoping for the dragon to support them. The destroyed couldn't stop Green Crane Elder on their own. Explanation? Sky Palace doesn't owe an explanation to anyone for anything, Green Crane Elder grunted. He had already instructed Han-san and the others not to speak because he had suspected something like this might happen. Green Crane Elder actually thought the same thing that the other elites did. The Sky Palace Marquises must have done something to the other teams. Otherwise, how could they have returned without losing a single member, while the other teams were in such disarray? Destroyed King bared his teeth and growled. Don't use the influence of Sky Palace to scare us. The Sky are strong, yes, but none of us here are weak. If you do not give me an explanation, none of you will be permitted to leave. Mr. Green Crane, why do you not clarify this situation before you leave? One of the Buddha Kings asked tonelessly. The Dragon King spoke as well. If the Sky Palace students weren't responsible for any of this, what harm can there be in staying for a little while and providing us with an explanation? Green Crane Elder frowned, and he started to say something. But before he could speak, Dragon 8, Khan, and the others that had still been making their way up from Metal World arrived. They all moved to their respective kings and spoke quietly with them. Aside from the destroyed, when the other races heard of what happened, their expressions grew even darker. Moments ago, they all had their weapons raised at Sky Palace, but now, their hostility had turned to the destroyed. Destroyed. It looks like you all are the ones who need to explaining yourselves. A Dragon King looked at the destroyed with icy eyes. The other races were giving them severely unfriendly looks. The destroyed were confused, as they suddenly had no idea what was going on. Green Crane Elder asked Han-san and Yuya to explain what had happened. After he heard it all, he was left in shock. His mouth hung wide. He was not shocked that the destroyed had betrayed and ambushed the other races, but he was shocked to hear that Han-san had fought off all those Xenogeneics alone and saved everyone in the process. Every Marquise that had gone there was supposed to be an elite, especially the likes of Dragon 8, Dragon 9, and Khan. Despite their impressive powers, they were unable to fend off the Xenogeneics. Han-sen, on the other hand, had beaten those same Xenogeneics by himself. It was a very scary thing to think about. Invincible was the perfect term for someone like Han-sen. Although the dragon and the others couldn't believe Han-sen was that strong, there were many Marquises there to verify the story. Their own people had no reason to exaggerate Han-sen's power in the tale, so they had no choice but to believe the story. After this, Han-sen was being talked about everywhere. Whoever heard the story knew now that Sky Palace was the home of two very prestigious individuals. One was Lone Bamboo, and the other was Han-sen. Because the deified metal beast still lived on the planet, everyone gave up on the idea of claiming Metal World for themselves. And as for how they all planned on dealing with the destroyed, Han-sen did not know. Because Han-sen brought all of the Sky Palace members back alive, he was rewarded by Sky Palace. But none of that actually mattered to Han-Senator. The deal between Isha and Sky Palace was for Han-sen to reach Marquis status. Now that Han-sen was a Marquise, his studies with them were over. He now had to return to Narrow Moon. After all, he was not a true heir of Sky Palace. Sky Palace could not offer the resources he needed to get him up to Duke. Before Han-sen went back to Narrow Moon, he had some things to wrap up in Sky Palace. Half a month after his returning from Metal World, Han-sen finished all his outstanding business issues and went to meet with the Sky Palace leader. Go. Leave your name upon the ocean monument. Wherever you go, remember you have Sky Palace to call a home, said the Sky Palace leader. The ocean monument was very large, so it had room for many names. Sky Palace had many famous members that were recorded there. When their practice ended in Sky Palace, they were permitted to leave their names upon the ocean monument. That way, people would forever know that they had been members of Sky Palace, and they had lived in that amazing place. Isha had left her name on the ocean monument, and now it was time for Han San to add his. This was always the last act a person would perform as a student of Sky Palace. When Han San went to the ocean monument, many Sky also went to watch. The people of Sky Palace had a lot of mixed emotions upon seeing Han Sen journey to the monument to leave his name behind. Han Sen was a very smart and unique person. Sky Palace was home to many geniuses, but he was the only one that could equal Lone Bamboo. Not everyone had that level of honor or talent. A lot of people thought it was regrettable that Han Sen was so good. He had so much more difficulty gaining rank than others did, and everyone could see that. With his difficulty in leveling up, it was hard to say if he would ever reach king class. It would be a shame if he never made it that far. Others, however, found that thought pleasant. They were happy that Han Sen had great difficulty when it came to leveling up, and they hoped that becoming a duke took him as long as possible. The ocean monument was a floating island that hung amidst the clouds of Sky Palace. The entire island was a single mountain. Standing 10,000 meters tall, the Black Mountain was an intimidating sight. It hung in the air like a sword perforating the sky. The mountain was a piece of history, as its entire surface was scrawled with a great many markings. People had left their names, sword marks, carvings, and even paintings on its rocky slopes. Sky Palace did not restrict what a departing student could leave behind on the monument. Before they left, they could draw or leave anything they wished as a lasting testament to their legacy in Sky Palace. It was something for people to remember them by. But leaving behind a name on the ocean monument was a very hard thing to do. The mountain's name came from the material it was made from, ocean stone. Like a vast ocean that hid a little of everything within its depths, ocean stone could absorb the properties of many elements. Using power upon an ocean stone didn't have much effect, because the stone quickly grew a natural resistance to whatever power was used against it. Leaving their name behind would be a headache for an ordinary marquise. Many travelers had left sword marks on the mountain's surface because they lacked the power to leave their whole name upon it. So, a mark would be left instead of their name. There were many elites that were able to leave their entire name upon the ocean stone, of course. Some of the greatest were even able to carve a poem into the stone. There were some even greater exceptions, too. The peak of the mountain was once as sharp as a needle, but 4 meters of the peak had been sliced off. It was Isha who had done that, when the time came for her own departure. It was proof she had been a student of Sky Palace at one point in time. That part of the stone was later brought to Narrow Moon by Isha herself. On Planet Blade, she placed the thick stump of mountain carefully in her garden. She called it, "My Little Ocean Mountain." Han Sen observed the ocean monument before him, and he thought he should bring a souvenir home for himself, since Isha had done the same. "Should I take the peak back with me?" Han Sen stroked his jaw as he eyed the peak. Isha had already cut off the sharpest point of the peak. The base of her cut was now a flat top that was around 8 meters wide. With the toughness of the ocean stone, cutting it would be a difficult task. When Isha left, she left as a duke. But right now Han Sen was only a marquise. He was very weak compared to Isha, and even if he used 6 break skies, he'd only be able to remove a little. The thought crossed his mind that taking more would make him look bad. He was there to leave behind a memory. He was there to give and not to steal something like a thief. Han Sen thought of himself as a civilized man, so he wasn't going to do something so crude. But also, he felt as if it would be wrong to leave without really using his talents. Even if he was unable to remove the peak like Isha had, he thought he should at least return with a small stone. Ocean stones were very expensive, and they made for sturdy construction materials in high-end houses. The rooms that were built from ocean stone could not be penetrated by a thief. Even a king-class burglar would also need to exert all their strength to open one. And surely they could be used in other ways as well. A training room and punching bag made from ocean stone would be absolutely perfect for him, he figured. Han Sen's mind circled the idea of a training room again and again. With some memory foam, it would be perfect. When he needed to train Geno arts or practice with his friends, he would not have to be afraid of destroying his base. It is just a shame I'm only a lowly marquise. I'm too weak. If I was a king, I could cut the mountain in half and take it back with me. Sky Palace has a lot of resources, and even this mountain is just a monument. I'm sure they'd be okay with me taking half of it. But it is a shame I am too weak for that. I'll probably only end up with a piece large enough to replace one of the tiles on my bathroom floor. Hansen thought. Whatever. I guess I'll just have to take one piece as a souvenir. It's better than nothing, I suppose. Hansen went on to think. And even if I do only end up getting a piece, I should at least try and get as much as I am able to. I only have one chance at this, after all. Hansen fell deep into thought, and his eyes suddenly squinted. The black pupils of his eyes became purple, before segmenting into four. For different petals manifested, blooming to cover his irises. Hansen was looking at the ocean mountain, wondering where it would be best for him to strike. The Sky Palace leader watched Hansen, and as he did, his throat constricted. When Isha left, she had stared at the mountain with the same intensity that Hansen was currently using. Fortunately, he is going as a marquise. If he left as a duke like Isha, I am afraid a big chunk of the ocean mountain would be gone. This way it will only be a small piece, so that's okay. It'll be fine. The Sky Palace leader reassured himself. Hansen looked at the ocean mountain with his right eye. Under the effects of the purple eye butterfly beast soul, the history of the ocean mountain played across his right eye like a movie. Deified beast souls were truly wondrous. It was impossible to fully imagine what using one was like if you never had. In the flashback Hansen was watching, he saw a 10,000-meter-tall chunk of rock forming from a smaller rock. The stone was divided into skin-like layers, which were peeled away one by one. Hansen did not know much about geography, but he knew that stones were not usually formed that way. But the purple eye butterfly beast soul could not have been giving him incorrect information. Whatever the eye showed him was the truth. Weird. Are ocean stones not really stones? Are they actually plants, perhaps? Hansen wondered, but he didn't think that could be right, either. They looked nothing like any plants that Hansen had ever seen. Ocean stones were obviously rock, and if they were alive, then they had to be some kind of living stone. Hansen's mind flicked back to the theory of living stones that Left Crazy had given him a long time ago. But he thought the situation he was dealing with right now was different. Because ocean stones took forever to form, it took a long time for the video to play all the way back to the stone's origin. In the center of the ocean stone, there was a very, very small stone bug that looked rather like a silkworm. That stone bug was living inside a sea of lava as if it was a calm ocean. Its body rolled slowly through the lava until it decided to emerge. The lava on its body slowly hardened to become a shell of stone. Then, that stony shell would mix with the discharge of the bug's body. Slowly, over time, the stone began to transform. It became black and shiny like a piece of black jade. When the stone was completely black, the stone bug leaped back into the lava, then rolled and swam through it again. The stone bug kept repeating this process over and over, as more and more stone began to build atop it. As time passed, the rock grew bigger and bigger. The body was initially only the size of a finger, and after a great many years, it became a big stone. The stone shell eventually became too heavy for the stone bug to move by itself. It didn't have the strength to climb out of the lava, and its body just sank inside it. As time passed, the seas of lava kept creating stone layers over it. The stone bug didn't stop releasing its substance, mixing with every new layer of stone it was crusted in. And after billions of years went by, it became an ocean stone the size of a mountain. The whole flashback shocked Han Senator. He couldn't have imagined a little life like that could literally make mountains. It shone a new light of appreciation upon the miracle of life. Life really was truly amazing. This discovery also made Han Sen a lot more curious. He did not know what the creature was, but that stone bug had the power to turn molten lava into an ocean stone. I wonder if that bug is still living inside the ocean stone. If it is living, I wonder what it eats to survive. Hansen thought to himself. Hansen had no way of determining this, though. The mountain was too thick, and he couldn't sense a life force in the center of the mountain. The chunk of ocean stone would be flawless. It wouldn't have stress cracks like an ordinary mountain. Even if the outside was cracked, though, the creature inside wouldn't care. Unless an attacker was stronger than the ocean stone, they wouldn't be able to cut it open. Luckily, the analysis provided by the purple-eye butterfly had given Han Sen an abundance of useful information. While Han Sen watched the flashback that showed the creation of the stone, he noticed something rather interesting. Although the stone that the little stone bug created looked flawless, Han Sen noticed a small hole approximately where the forehead of the stone bug should have been. The hole was so small that Han Sen barely noticed it. Han Sen ran the flashback in reverse and found a small pore on the stone bug's forehead. Do stone bugs need to breathe? So what is it breathing in? Oxygen or something? Like a normal creature? Han Sen thought. He didn't understand, but he was pretty sure that no matter how many layers were added to the stone, that little hole would run through every one of them. But through all the ages the mountain had existed, no one else had noticed that microscopic hole. If Han Sen hadn't used his purple-eye butterfly to look into the past, even with his Dongxian aura, he wouldn't have paid any attention to the hole even if he did manage to spot it. But now that Han Sen had found it, he wanted to know more. He thought about it and then he walked towards the ocean mountain. Finally, he's moving. I wonder what Han Sen is going to leave upon the ocean monument. Just his name, I wonder. I don't think he will leave behind just his name. For someone like him, leaving his name would be practically lazy. Perhaps he will leave behind a poem or a drawing. Something like that would be more fitting of his identity. Yeah, but what sort of poem or drawing? Have you forgotten that Han Sen uses weapons? I think he is going to leave behind a knife mark. Think about it. If teacher Han Sen left behind a deep knife mark with the sensations of his skills, then we could study it, and our students might become better at knife skills. Wouldn't that be a nice thing? You are right. But if that is the case, then leaving behind a sword mind might be even better. Thousand Feather Crane, the Yun sisters, and First Day Buddha watched Han Sen silently approach the ocean mountain. What will Han Sen leave behind? Yun Sui asked under her breath. She knew nothing would ever happen between her and Han Sen, but seeing Han Sen leaving, she still felt profoundly upset. Han Sen has never seemed to seek fame. He will probably just leave his name or a simple knife mark behind. Thousand Feather Crane said. That is possible. Han Sen is good at everything. So why is he always so withdrawn and lonely? Yun Sushang said while nodding. As everyone discussed this matter, Han Sen used his red cloud to head to the top of the mountain. Not long after, he reached its peak. The move surprised a lot of Sky Palace's elders because when Isha left, she had done the exact same thing. He isn't going to copy Knife Queen and remove a part of the peak for himself, is he? Asked the black-masked woman. She stood next to the Sky Palace leader, her head tilted slightly to the side. I bet both of them will do the same thing, the Sky Palace leader grumbled, thinking that was exactly what Han Sen was going to do. The masked woman laughed and said, Han Sen is strong, but he has only just become a marquise. Knife Queen was a duke when she left, so his attempt will be considerably weaker. And even Knife Queen was only able to cut off a small part of the peak. Now that the peak is 7 or 8 meters thick, even if Han Sen strikes with all of his strength, he will only be able to knock off a small chunk of the stone. Don't worry so much. Sky Palace has much of this resource. Even if I gave him as much as he could take, how much would that really be? This is like an ant taking a swing at a tree. Let him, the Sky Palace leader asserted confidently. The Sky Palace leader couldn't do anything to stop Han Sen from taking whatever he wished to, because it was a tradition for departing students to leave their name on the ocean mountain or take a chunk of the ocean stone as a souvenir. Han Sen wasn't the only student who sought to do such a thing, and Sky Palace had no shortage of ocean stones. Anyway, if they did not have so much of the resource, they wouldn't have used one as their ocean monument. And most students, even the best of elites, could only take the tiny bits of stone that crumbled from their carvings on the wall. Isha was the only one who had ever managed to slice off the entire peak. No one else had ever been able to do as she had. Everyone was now looking at Han Sen, as Han Sen remained standing on his red cloud before the peak. He looked down on the mountaintop, but he didn't step down onto it. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura, and the ocean stone became a sequence structure in the eye of his mind. He found that small hole. It's here. Han Sen's heart jumped. He landed atop the peak and brought out his ghost teeth knife. Han Sen smiled. Since taking a small piece of the ocean stone would be pointless, let's see if the bug within is still alive. Han Sen was interested in learning more about the creature that had made the ocean stone, so he had given up on the idea of cutting the ocean stone itself. He drew his ghost teeth knife and channeled power into its tip. Bauer was still sitting atop Han Sen's shoulder, and she observed his knife curiously. Then, she looked at the ocean stone. She seemed to understand something, but no one else understood what Han Sen intended to do when he drew his knife like that. Is Teacher Han going to carve some words into the mountain's peak? The peak is good, yes, but no one will be able to see it up there. It cannot simply be writing, surely. People leave words on the wall, but they never do it on the flat surface up top. If he writes his name up there, anyone ventures up top will end up stepping on his name. Han Sen is so smart, so I'm sure he wouldn't be that stupid. If he isn't going to write something, then what is the point going up there? Everyone was confused, unable to guess what Han Sen was planning. Even the masked woman next to the Sky Palace leader frowned. What is he doing? If he wants to cut the ocean stone, that isn't good a position to do it from. The angle is all wrong for cutting. The Sky Palace leader frowned as he looked at Han Sen. Something seemed amiss. Han Sen was just a marquise, so there was no way he could make a cut all the way down into the stone from that angle. Yun Sui and the others looked at Han Sen with curiosity. They didn't know what he was going to do either. Han Sen gripped his ghost teeth knife tighter and tighter. Han Sen had learned to gather up power from the dragon, and he had honed his ability to make very small knife silks. So he prepared to fire them. He directed the knife silks to shoot down into that incredibly small hole. If that stone bug was still alive, it'd react if the knife silks came into contact with it. Of course, Han Sen did not plan on killing it. He was just trying to get a sense of where the stone bug was. If the silks touched the bug, it was sure to move. It wouldn't be killed. Han Sen was confident in his control of the knife silks. But the ocean mountain was 10,000 meters tall. Even if the stone bug was dead in the center, it would be thousands of meters away. Not just any marquise could send a knife silk that far. Han Sen was skilled with both moon and yin-yang blast. If he hadn't been, sending it that far would have been impossible. But Han Sen wasn't extremely confident, so he sent all his focus into his work. He threw ghost teeth knife into the ocean stone to leave his mark. That was to be his memory. Everyone watched as Han Sen stood atop the peak, both of his hands gripping ghost teeth knife tightly. The knife was pointed down, and a strange black and purple knife light was glowing across its blade. It was like there was a demon roaring from the knife. Han Sen's power was raging through him. He used all his strength, channeling everything he had into his hands as the tip of the knife rammed down into the small hole. Catcha! Power surged down, and ghost teeth knife slid into the stone, sinking up to the hilt. Han Sen kneeled there, with his hands still gripping the handle. He maintained his position and did not pull out. He was still. Everyone was shocked. The knife remained handled deep in the stone. A normal marquise would have no chance of stabbing a knife into that stone. Even getting the knife a few inches deep would have been impossible. That knife was fiercely strong. But given Han Sen's reputation, it was still less than what the observers had expected of him. The Sky Palace students thought Han Sen would do something impressive with the knife in his hand. They thought he would draw or write something, but Han Sen did not move. Normal people couldn't see what was actually happening, though. Han Sen's strike sent the knife silks down into the hole, and they were traveling deep into the mountain now. This was a unique technique, and making the silks smaller than that hole was a very demanding task. As the knife silks continued down into the hole, he knew he couldn't risk allowing them to touch the stone. If that happened, the power would come to an immediate standstill. Directing the silks flawlessly down thousands of meters of narrow tube was something very few in the entire universe could do. Plus, the hole had formed naturally, not cut with a laser. It wasn't perfectly straight. If the knife silks touched the crooks in the hole, it'd be game over. Without Han Sen's ability to sense things and his amazing control on the silks, he'd never have been able to send them where he wanted to. Han Sen continued to grip the handle of the knife as he knelt, motionless. He was frozen. Controlling the knife silk took every ounce of his concentration. If he did not focus on the knife silks, they would hit the mountain instead of traveling the thousands of meters he needed them to. Han Sen's refusal to move made people rather confused, though. The Sky Palace leader eventually seemed to notice something, and his eyes went a little wide. What is that kid doing? Many of the Sky Palace students wanted to know the same thing. They fervently discussed his behavior between themselves. This cannot be over, surely. He only left one mark. I thought this would be exciting, but he just left behind a single mark. What profound meaning will that have? Why didn't he choose to draw something instead? Yeah, I've been waiting for this for so long. All the students were disappointed. After all, the Ocean Mountain was a way for departing students to show off their power. The students thought they would see something truly remarkable, but it appeared to be over after a single hit. Catcha! As the Sky Palace students continued to talk with each other, a crisp noise sounded from that mountain. It was as if a stone had cracked. Everyone immediately went quiet. They looked towards the Ocean Mountain, where they saw Han Sen in that same position. He was kneeling and holding the knife handle, and he didn't appear to have moved at all. The Ocean Mountain seemed to be fine, too, which rather disappointed the students. They had initially believed the noise to be the sound of Han Sen's knife moving. Catcha! Another noise came, and again it sounded like stone being broken. This time, everyone heard the sound, and they were able to tell that it was coming from the point Han Sen had plunged his knife into. Everyone looked over there, but most of the observers didn't have good enough eyesight. Han Sen was a great distance away, so it was difficult for them to discern much. But the Sky Palace leader, the masked woman, and Yun Chongkong saw there were two small cracks near where the mountain and the handle of the blade were now connected. That crack extended from the point in which the knife had been driven through the stone. It was as thin as a single strand of hair, and it couldn't have been more than 10 centimeters long. It wasn't particularly eye-catching, but its presence made their faces grow pale. In a jade city, Yu Shanshin suddenly stood up from feeding his dog Old Wang. He walked over to the city's tower, and from its top, he stared at the Ocean Mountain's peak strangely. On Dream Island, the dream beast had been sleeping, but now, from the bushes, he opened his dreamy eyes and looked over to Ocean Mountain's peak as well. What is it? Why is there the sound of a rock cracking? I think Han Sen must have cracked a little of the rock around him. That should be expected. Given that this is Han Senator, of course, he can crack the ocean stone with his level of power. Catcha! Catcha! As everyone resumed their discussion, the breaking noise returned. It grew louder and louder each time it was heard, and the frequency of the booms increased. It made everyone stop breathing. They all looked towards the peak, keenly curious about whatever was happening. Catcha! Catcha! That breaking noise was getting louder and louder. Some of the students with strong eyesight could now see the crack that extended from his knife. It was spreading. It is no wonder. This is Teacher Han. He has very strong teeth powers. He can even break ocean stones. Yes, that is a powerful ability. I knew Han Sen wouldn't just do one simple strike. He is going to leave a visible crack across the mountain. It is such an incredible ripping power. There will surely be a teeth knife mine left behind, and we can go see it when Han Sen is done. The people that practice with knives are certainly in luck. Catcha! The breaking noises were getting stronger, and it was as if the mountain was being repeatedly rocked by thunder. The noises were so loud that they made people's ears hurt, but it was more of a shock to their hearts than their ears. Everyone stared at the peak of Ocean Mountain in awe. From where Han Sen had inserted his ghost teeth knife, the crack had spread 10 meters down either side of the mountain, dividing it in two. The scariest thing was that the crack was now extending all the way down the mountain, accelerating as it went. Even Han Sen was sliding down with it. Catcha! With a sound like cannons going off, the giant mountain was split in half. The crack had been devastating. Everyone was frozen by what they saw. The sight of Han Sen hanging in the air, still clutching his ghost teeth knife, was mesmerizing. The giant mountain was cut in half beneath his knife, while he slid down effortlessly with it. The Sky Palace leader, the masked woman, and all the elders were frozen. They stared blankly as the ocean mountain crumbled. Ho! Ho! Holy shit! Are my eyes working correctly? Han Sen cut down Ocean Mountain. A student thought his eyes were going to pop out of their sockets. It was a struggle to even speak. I must be sleeping. This has to be a dream. This could never happen to Ocean Mountain. I must be dreaming. I must be dreaming. Old Wu, slap me. Wake me up. Pow. Ouch. You really fucking hit me. All of the elders came forward, racing to the sides of the broken mountain. They used their scary powers to grab hold of the mountain that was now in free fall. Ocean Mountain had always floated in the air because it was perfectly balanced. Now that it had been cut in half, it had lost that balance. And so it slipped and fell. The elders reached out with their powers to grab the mountain, but because of the qualities of ocean stone, they couldn't get a good grip on it. The crippled mountain continued falling with a crescendo of noise, and there was little that the kings could do to stop it. There was no way they could hold even half of it. Han Sen did not expect one strike would have such dramatic effects. He swore he had only sent his knife silks down that little hole. When they came into contact with the bug, Han Sen realized the bug was still alive, and so he pulled back. He had no clue this was going to transpire. Boom! The two ocean mountains fell, and as they toppled through the clouds rose and spilled everywhere like a tsunami. The rush of clouds washed over many floating islands. Animals were scattering everywhere in fear, while items were blown about everywhere. Sky Palace had been swiftly thrust into chaos. Fortunately, the clouds were not harmful. They tossed around light items, but they didn't injure anyone. This is cheating. Many students awoke from their daze, and they all stared at Han Sen in bewilderment. The Sky Palace leader actually looked furious. That bastard! Toss him out of Sky Palace. I never want to see him ever again. Han Sen sat on a ship departing Sky Palace, bound for Narrow Moon. He hadn't been allowed to take half of the ocean mountain with him, but the Sky Palace leader permitted him to keep a bunch of ocean stones. Han Sen would usually take a public passenger ship, but on this day he was riding a cargo ship. Loading it with ocean stones took a while, and the people of Sky Palace who passed by couldn't help but stare at the bounty. Students usually took items and gear with them when they left Sky Palace, but they had never before seen a student embark on a cargo ship fully stocked with ocean stones. The stones weren't close to half of the mountain Han Sen had sundered, but it was more than enough masonry to build an entirely new base. Because of that, Han Sen was quite satisfied. The story of Han Sen destroying the ocean mountain quickly spread to each and every corner of Sky Palace. The Sky Palace leader and the elders quickly came to investigate what had happened, and they supposedly learned that the ocean mountain already had a crack. The incredible results weren't because of Han Sen's raw strength. Instead, Han Sen had taken advantage of an existing fault. Even so, the tale of Han Sen sundering the entirety of Ocean Mountain was a popular one. It was a frequently discussed topic, and it would soon become a legend. Many years later, when students departed Sky Palace, they would leave their names or a mark of their presence by scrawling them onto half of a floating mountain. It was easy to imagine them asking what had happened to make it like so. The Sky Palace people would sound very proud when answering, telling the newbies how someone had once managed to cut the ocean mountain in half. Han Sen and that half of an ocean mountain became something for the history books of Sky Palace. Han Sen knew Ocean Mountain hadn't been previously cracked, though. It split open because of the stone bug residing within. But when Han Sen was breaking the ocean mountain, the situation had been too messy for him to get a look at it. And as a result, he hadn't actually seen the stone bug with his own eyes. And although he tried to use his Dongxian aura to find where it had gotten to, it had vanished. It was nowhere to be found. I wonder what the level of that strange creature was. Perhaps it was deified. As Han Sen thought about this, Bauer suddenly summoned her little gourd. Han Sen thought that was odd. Bauer rarely summoned her gourd willy-nilly, and he hadn't a clue why she had summoned it now, all of a sudden. Amidst Han Sen's confusion, Bauer shook her gourd. She slapped its bottom, and when she did, something fell out of it and landed on the table. Han Sen saw it, and when he did, he was both surprised and happy. A stone bug that looked an awful lot like a silkworm flopped out of the gourd. It was the one that had resided inside Ocean Mountain. No wonder I was unable to see the stone bug. Bauer had taken it. Han Sen watched Bauer curiously poke the body of the stone bug. The stone bug raised its body, but it did not have any limbs, and Bauer's fingers kept it constantly moving. Couldn't resist the push of her fingers. That was unexpected. That stone bug had produced the stone mountain, but despite that, it did not seem to be all that powerful. By the looks of things, it did not even have the strength of a baron. Planet Eclipse has an active volcano. Maybe I can throw this thing into it, and see if it can generate more ocean stones. Han Sen thought to himself. Bauer was still playing with the stone bug. While she did, Han Sen went to find more information on ocean stones and the stone bugs that produced them. The biggest place that stored ocean stones was Purgatory Rock Sea. It was a strange xenogeneic space that was composed almost entirely of lava. Sometimes islands would appear in the midst of the lava, and those islands were composed of ocean stones. But Purgatory Rock Sea had many fire xenogeneics to contend with too. Many of the xenogeneics were king class and some were even deified. Going there in pursuit of ocean stones was a dangerous job. The death rate for those that went there was very high. Ordinary people would only be able to find bits of pre-shattered ocean stones. Only deified elites could bring back a whole mountain's worth, like the one Sky Palace had possessed. Han Sen was able to learn much about the ocean stones, but surprisingly, he was unable to learn anything about the stone bugs. It seemed as if no one knew how ocean stones were created. No one had seen one of those stone bugs before. Han Sen had a look at the ocean stone bug. After Bauer annoyed it for a while, it stopped moving and played dead. It realized that the more it resisted, the happier Bauer would become. After it decided to stop moving, Bauer's interest in the creature quickly disappeared. Han Sen observed the stone bug closely. Its body was like gray rock. Felt warm to the touch, and that was it. Its life force was not very strong. So Han Sen was unsure how it had managed to break the ocean mountain as it had. Han Sen let Bauer put the stone bug back in the gourd. He was going to experiment more with it once he visited the volcano. If he took the critter to an environment like that, something might happen. The ship was guarded by a number of Sky Palace's elites. Han Sen was delivered back to Narrow Moon safely, with the ship packed to the gills with ocean stones. On a primal planet covered with many cruel creatures, a man stood holding a knife. All the creatures that went by him were killed. No bones were left after their death, as the knife consumed them whole. That knife was strange. It was made from bone and shaped like some creature's spine. The knife was serrated like teeth, and it was around 2 meters long. But when the man swung it, it killed any cruel creature that it came against, and all of the beast's flesh would be absorbed into that bone knife. The blade appeared more and more bloody as the creatures died. The man that gripped that bone knife looked a little strange as well. His head had 3 faces like a destroyed, but he only had 1 pair of arms, and those 3 faces looked very different from a destroyed. The average destroyed had 1 bird head in the center, with the faces of a man and woman on either side. But this man's 3 faces all looked like men. The center face was emotionless. The left one looked like a ghost, and the right one looked handsome. The man kept killing, his expressions never looking bored or annoyed. Countless lives were harvested by his bone knife, but his emotions did not change once. While the man was killing, his beautiful face looked up to the sky. A ship breached the atmosphere and came down to land near him. A robot departed the ship and walked in front of the man. Bar, someone is willing to offer you a high sum to kill Knife Queen student. Will you accept this contract? The robot made some electronic noises. You know the rules. The man named Bar continued to kill as he spoke. He cut a creature in half with his bone knife right then and there. The teeth-life blade went on to munch on the body, and eventually the knife swallowed it up. The bone knife looked even stronger after that. Its red color had grown even darker. This video should be sufficient. I assure you that this target is worth your time. The robot proceeded to display a video of Hansen. Bar watched it and he was attracted by what he saw. A short time later, his eyes flashed and he said, "I will accept this task." Hansen returned to Narrow Moon, where he was kept busy for the next few days. When all that was sorted out, he went back to Planet Eclipse. The base was as he had left it, with Zero, Hanlinger, Little Angel, and Isha looking after the place. Consequently, Planet Eclipse was doing fine on the whole as well. While Hansen had been gone, Zero, Little Angel, and Hanlinger were able to level up to Marquise. That was largely due to the abundance of rich resources Planet Eclipse offered. There were many xenogeneics on Planet Eclipse, but the highest ranked were only dukes. And there weren't many of those around. It'd be difficult for them to become dukes themselves with so few xenogeneics to hunt. I only have Planet Eclipse. It has proven more than enough for early development, but if I want to go any further, this planet isn't going to be enough. Hansen was troubled, thinking of the limitations posed by the finite resources. It wasn't just Hansen that needed resources. Everyone else did, too. And if there weren't any more resources available, he couldn't bring anyone else from the sanctuary. But most of the planets in the Geno universe were taken by someone or other, and the relationships between the factions were very complex. When someone claimed a territory, they could draw the attention of many factions. Going to the Baron system wouldn't be easy either. Anyone who wasn't escorted by powerful elites could be attacked by the scary creatures of such a place. Even if he successfully claimed a place there, it could be taken away by force if he didn't have the protection of a big faction. Hansen was in an awkward position right about now. He couldn't get a hold of any more resources, and the resources available to him on Planet Eclipse were not enough. Hansen mulled over this for a while, but he failed to come up with a viable solution. Hansen leaned back from his computer and rubbed his head. Seeing the ocean stone bug playing with Bauer, Hansen suddenly remembered that he had wanted to experiment with it. He took the stone bug and Bauer to a nearby volcano. The ocean stone bug's attack power was practically non-existent. Keeping it with him would be pointless, so when Hansen entered the volcanic zone, he set the bug down near the lava. The stone bug saw the lava, and when it did, its eyes brightened as it immediately rolled forward. Splash! The stone bug fell into the lava, and not long after it was covered in a layer of lava. After a while, the lava cooled and turned into stone. When the stone turned black, the stone bug rolled into the lava again. It kept repeating this until it was a plump ball that was around the size of a hand. Hansen wasn't in the mood to watch much longer, though. At that speed, God knew how long it might take the bug to create another ocean mountain. I'll wait until it grows bigger before taking the ocean stone. Hansen left the stone bug there and returned to the base with Bauer. When he arrived at the base, Hansen was shocked to find Isha sitting in the plaza. All the creatures were there waiting on either side of the plaza as if a queen was visiting. "My queen," Hansen bowed. His mind raced through possible explanations for why she had come to visit him on Planet Eclipse. Isha looked at Bauer, who was holding Hansen's hand, and stood up. "Take a walk with me. I want to see how much you have learned over the past few years." Hansen thought to himself, "I haven't been around here for the past 2 years. You know Planet Eclipse better than I do, so it's not like you need to inspect what I've done with the place." Hansen might have thought those things, but he would never dare to speak them out loud. He led her on a short tour of the base and its surroundings. They approached Mirror Lake, and while Hansen was describing that place to her, Isha suddenly interrupted him. "Hansen, have you heard stories of the rebate alpha?" "I have only heard a little," Hansen answered after a brief moment of thought. He wasn't interested in the rebate, and so he hadn't spent much time exploring their history. But during his time in Narrow Moon, he had indeed heard some stories about the rebate alpha. After all, an alpha was the pride and identity of any race. Isha kept walking and she said, "The rebate are a higher race, but compared to the long stretch of history, we are also a fairly new race. We cannot compete with the older high races. It was incredible luck that we gained an alpha such as that, who was able to lead us to where we are today. Do you not know about her history? I have heard she possessed the blood of an even more ancient race, Hansen answered. Isha laughed. That's just the story that other races tell. Over time, we have come to start believing it ourselves. After a pause, Isha went on to say, our alpha was a slave. Our race used to be a primal society, and we couldn't even get off a single planet. We didn't know anything about fighting or practicing geno-arts. Then, a higher race descended on our planet and took us away to be slaves. Sometime after, our alpha started to travel around the galaxy, collecting skills and strength. After many great trials and difficulties, we were able to light the lantern and become one of the higher races that many cannot help but envy. But do you know what she did? Then, she must have been really talented. And she accomplished all that through her own efforts. Hansen thought a little bootlicking on his part would be appropriate here. Isha smiled and said, back then, the rebate were just another race, and our alpha was just an ordinary being as well. When she started practicing, she only had geno armor. And then, she managed to claim a xenogenic fruit that let her ascend and become a baron. This kind of talent is very common in the universe. There are probably millions of people like this out there. If that is the case, then your alpha must have been a very patient person. She had more intelligence and patience than ordinary people, Han-san told her. Isha shook her head. She might have been smart, but she was not fond of suffering. She liked to sleep and she liked long baths. She created teeth power because she was lazy. She liked to finish things with one hit, without needing to attack again. Han-san did not know what to say, because the rebate alpha was now being portrayed as a very normal woman. But for a normal woman like that to have escaped a slave planet and led her race to light a lantern, that was incredible. Are you curious why our alpha gained such talent with that personality? How such a lazy person managed to raise her race up to loftier heights and bring the rebate into the Geno Hall? Isha smiled at Hansen. I am curious, Hansen answered honestly. Isha's expression looked conflicted. My alpha didn't get that far on her methods and talents alone. She depended on the Extreme King. Extreme King? One of the top 3 lanterns in the Geno Hall? That Extreme King. When Hansen heard the name, he was surprised. He thought Narrow Moon depended on Sky Palace for protection. But hearing her say this, that didn't seem quite so likely. Isha nodded and said, it was the Extreme King that first landed on planet Rebate and took us as slaves. Our alpha was raised by a famous member of the Extreme King, and so that is how she garnered so many resources and achieved what she did. Hansen's face kept changing. Sky Palace, Dragon, and the Destroyed were in the top 10. The Demon and the Buddha were in the top 100. But the truly powerful races were the top 3 of the Geno Hall. The top 3 were stronger than any other race. Not even Sky Palace, in all their might, could challenge them. In the Geno universe, most of everything was split between those top 3 races. All of the factions were sub-factions of the 3 of them in some capacity. Extreme King was the 3rd, but right now, they were the best-known race in the entire universe. The first 2 races were quite mysterious. They were almost never seen, and no one knew where they lived. One of them was a complete loner race that never allied with anyone else and kept to themselves. They never allowed outsiders into their midst, and they never accepted new members. Someone might occasionally be allowed to work with them, but that was exceedingly rare. Big factions like Sky Palace were connected with the first race. It was called Very High, but Very High was also very mysterious. It was rare to see their people, and very few could actually interact with them. There were rumors about the Buddha having an association of some kind with the Very High, but so far that was just a myth. No one knew any of the specifics. The likes of the Dragon and the Destroyed were more connected to the second race. They were called Ancient God. Isha and Sky Palace's relationship was a close one. Hansen had thought the rebate belonged to Sky Palace, so it was odd to find that they were connected to Extreme King. Isha nodded and said, right now, the rebate are considered one of the higher races. We have many things, but we still need the support that a race like Extreme King can provide. After pausing, Isha went on to say, I wanted to tell you this because I need you to know how important resources are, especially since you are practicing the story of genes. For someone like you, resources are more important than ever. Thank you for telling me this. Han Sen gave Isha a slight bow to show his respect. He knew Isha wouldn't randomly tell him all this. She must have had some plan that involved acquiring resources. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come here. It wasn't as if he needed any bedtime stories, after all. In about a month, I will be going to the Extreme King, Isha coldly said. Han Sen was shocked. Seriously? When will you get back? Isha did not answer. She just looked over the glittering surface of Mirror Lake and said, Everything I have achieved will be for naught if I do not become deified. If I don't ascend, it won't matter if I come back at all. I'll be there for as long as it takes, and I will do whatever I can. As long as the road remains open for you, you may continue on your way. After that, Isha turned around and left. She ignored Han Sen, and after taking a few steps, she disappeared from Planet Eclipse. Han Sen frowned. Isha hadn't actually told him all that much, but Han Sen got the gist of what she meant. Her trip would be very dangerous, and there was every chance she could die whilst on the way. It was a risk she would take for the chance to become deified. Isha's presence had made Han Sen feel very secure during his stay in Narrow Moon. While she was around, nobody would dare to lay a finger on him. The stuff that belonged to him remained with him, and he frequently had the opportunity to take the things of others. But it was difficult to determine how things would go for him with Isha being absent. If Isha achieved the breakthrough she needed with the Extreme King, that would be wonderful. If she couldn't, and the news found Han Sen, things would take a turn for the worse with him as well. Isha had come to Planet Eclipse to tell him all this because there was a choice he would have to make. He needed to let go. If he didn't, he'd die. You need to lose something to gain something. That is what she meant. Is she leaving me with everything of hers in Narrow Moon? Han Sen was suddenly overjoyed. With Isha's reputation, she was sure to have an abundance of wealth in Narrow Moon. If he was able to take over all of her things, leveling up to king would not be all that difficult. But Han Sen was Isha's student. According to the rules of the rebate, he wasn't qualified to take over her legacy and wealth. And most of Isha's resources belonged to the rebate. If she died, those resources would be taken back by the rebate and redistributed. Not many things there actually belonged to her. He might have been the next best thing to an heir that she had, but that would matter little. Han Sen didn't even know if he could take control of her personal resources. After all, if she died, the rebate would not want her legacy to fall into the hands of an outsider. Things were never that simple, of course. And before Isha went to the Extreme King, she established plans for Narrow Moon in her absence. But Han Sen was not given any of her resources, so he had little say in what happened to them. It wasn't as if Isha left him with nothing, however. What Isha had given him actually left Han Sen somewhat confused. Cold Palace Guardian, Han Sen mumbled, staring at the white jade tablet in his hands, and he looked confused. The white jade tablet was about the size of a man's hand, and it seemed to have been sculpted from ice. The words Cold Palace Guardian were written across it in red letters. Han Sen knew it had to be an identity card of sorts. Isha had also left him a note explaining the item. It was something he would need to access someplace called Cold Palace. Cold Palace? Is that a place for used boy toys? Han Sen considered that possibility, while his mind brought up images of men dressed in skimpy clothes with faces full of makeup. He thought of them sitting around the house, wiping away their tears. Han Sen started to feel uncomfortable. Ahem, that cannot be it, surely. I have never heard of Isha playing with men before. I will have to go and take a look at Cold Palace for myself. Han Sen shook his head, trying to shake off the strange scenes he had just envisioned. Cold Palace was on Isha's planet, so Han Sen packed up his things and went to Planet Blade. Han Sen would have liked to bring Bauer, but Isha's note stated that only the person holding the tablet would be permitted access. Any other creature would be killed on sight. That made Han Sen very curious about what Cold Palace actually was. Why would Isha want him to become a Cold Palace Guardian? Knife Queen is allowing Han Sen to become a Cold Palace Guardian. That will obviously help him gain the profits he wants. Night River King's icy voice filled an office in full moon. Knife Queen is the Cold Palace Guardian. She has been summoned to the Extreme King. It is only expected that her student should take her place. Black Moon King responded evenly. Only the best of the rebate has been given the mantle of a Cold Palace Guardian. If Knife Queen is no longer able to do it, another king should be selected to replace her. A marquise like Han Sen should be out of the question. Night River King looked at their boss, Moonwheel King. Mr. Moonwheel, do you think we should select a king to replace Han San in Cold Palace? Moonwheel King quietly said, right now, Knife is still in charge of its guardianship. It would be poor form to overrule her decision now. Why shouldn't we? The guardian should be a king. Han Sen is just a marquise. What if something happens? To safeguard the future of our entire race, no one of low rank should take that responsibility. Night River King said. That does make sense, Shadow King said. Flower King did not say anything. He had receded into thought, and that was where he remained. Black Moon King laughed coldly. Night River, you are in too much of a rush. Han Sen is temporarily filling in for Knife Queen. If you force a change now, and she returns, how will you explain the switch? I am Night River. I am not scared of anyone. I only focus on what's best for the rebate. Even if Knife was here right now, I'd be trumpeting the same thing. Night River King boasted. Really? Then why did you not object when Knife first made the suggestion? Black Moon King bared his teeth in a grin. You really think Knife will never return from those chaotic systems? Is that why you are talking so boldly right now? Do not forget that there is every chance she will not be killed. If she returns, she will return deified. And if she returns deified and sees that you have again mistreated her student, you know what her fiery personality will spur her to do. You will be well and truly doomed. I only care about the matters themselves, not the people involved. Black Moon King, do not speak to me so condescendingly. Night River King continued to argue, but he sounded a lot weaker now. If Han San is Knife's replacement, the least we can do is let him try. If he does a bad job, then one of you can swap with him. What do you think? Moonwheel King looked at Flower King and the others. Flower King smiled and said, I don't have an opinion. If Han Sen fails as a guardian, I'm not letting it be my fault. Good, Shadow King said. Black Moon King did not have an opinion, either. Night River King looked gloomy, but he didn't say anything. 2 days after Isha left, Han Sen arrived on Planet Blade. Snowbird Duke was in charge of the place with Isha absent, and she had been instructed to serve him. When Han Sen saw Snowbird Duke, he was shocked. Snowbird Duke looked almost exactly like Icebird Duke, right down to her cold expression. Icebird Duke was still locked up in Purgatory Heaven where Han Sen had left her. He kept her there to prevent his identity from being leaked and to stop the secrets surrounding Purgatory Heaven from getting out. So he had no choice but to leave her imprisoned. Seeing Snowbird Duke standing before him now was very strange. Snowbird Duke was very sensitive to such emotions, and she immediately noticed Han Sen's discomfiture. But she misunderstood what was making him uncomfortable. Stop wondering. Icebird Duke is my little sister. I see. That is why you two look so similar. Han Sen then went on to ask, how come I've never seen you before? Before Knife Queen accepted you as a student, I was sent away for work. I returned only a little while ago, so of course we haven't met. Snowbird Duke didn't seem too interested in talking with Han Senator. She simply stood up and said, follow me. Queen told me to escort you to Cold Palace. Han Sen, noticing her brusqueness, did not respond. He simply followed Snowbird Duke to the back door of Cold Palace. Cold Palace is not in the palace? Han Sen asked. No. Snowbird Duke answered emotionlessly. The question had been rhetorical. Han Sen sighed and continued following Snowbird Duke until they reached a mountain behind the palace. Han Sen was wondering where Cold Palace was when Snowbird Duke stopped just short of the mountain slopes. That is where you need to go. I do not have permission, so my guidance must stop here. Snowbird Duke pointed up the mountain to a waterfall. Nestled beside it was a small stone house. It looked to have been built from rocks, and it was surprisingly short, probably 2 meters tall at its highest point. Looking at the stone door, it seemed that Han-sen would have to bend double just to avoid bumping his head. The old stone house made Han-sen confused, though. Is that Cold Palace? Han-sen thought that this little shack surely couldn't be the palace he was supposed to guard. But there was a sign over the door frame that read Cold Palace. Queen said that you must come here on the 1st and 15th of the month to guard the entrance of Cold Palace. You must protect it for a whole 24 hours. Aside from those times, you may do whatever you please. But do not be tardy when you are expected to guard here. After that, Snowbird Duke turned and left. Han-sen had no choice but to hike up to the waterfall alone. The waterfall was pretty, and it was very wide. It felt as if an entire galaxy was descending from the space high above. The sound of surging water was deafeningly loud, but despite that, it carried the wonderful fragrance of trimmed grass. When he neared the stone house, however, Han-sen noticed the temperature drop. It didn't affect him, but it did seem fitting for the title of Cold Palace. It was a sharp contrast to the humidity and heat of the rest of Planet Blade. Han-sen looked at the stone house, but he did not see anything too strange about it. Aside from the lower temperature, it looked like a fairly ordinary house. It looked old and rarely visited, but other than that, it was unremarkable. Why was a stone house like this built here with not even a fence around it? What could it contain that's actually worth protecting? Han-sen wondered. But today was neither the first day nor the 15th, so there was no point in him being there. He looked back over the way he had come to memorize it, then turned to leave. But just as Han-sen was about to walk back down the mountain, his heart jumped. His body tensed as he looked down the mountain path. Someone was coming up that path, and while he seemed to be meandering along, the power he carried was like a tsunami. Every step he took felt intimidating. It felt like the ground was rumbling beneath him. Han-sen squinted his eyes. That scary presence carried enough overwhelming force to sunder the sturdiest stone. It rolled over the region like a wave. The man was approaching, and he was terrifying. Han-sen felt as if the sky itself had changed color. The man's presence battered him over and over, like a ceaseless tide. Who are you? Han-sen stood and squinted, peering at the oncoming form. The wind was tugging his clothes back, making them ripple in the gusts. But Han-sen stood strong. He held his position as if that power did not exist at all. The person walked onwards without saying a word. And with every step the form took, it sounded like rocks were being broken underfoot. Dong! A very light footstep then took its place, reverberating through Han-sen's ear. But it had the impact of an explosion inside Han-sen's head. It made Han-sen squint his eyes even harder. Dong! 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 The shadow approached closer and closer. The footsteps were like a chain of explosions, going off inside Han-sen's head, one after the next. And along with all that, the person's presence was becoming scarier with every step. Han-sen looked at the body, and he noticed that they were both of a similar height. But in Han-sen's eyes, the person seemed greater than him. He got the sense that the other person was a god that towered over him, making him feel small and insignificant in comparison. Han-sen knew that this had to be an illusion. But even so, if this person could use their powers to such a degree, it was unlikely that an ordinary person could fight against it. Since when does an elite like this exist within the race of the rebate? Han-sen was confused by this presence. The body and its presence were scary, to say the least. But its life force certainly wasn't king class. It was a duke at the most. Still, Han-sen couldn't think of anyone else across the entirety of Narrow Moon that carried an aura such as that, especially as a duke. The person continued approaching, but try as they might to subdue Han-sen with fear, the attempt failed. Han-sen did not move. The person eventually stopped walking at a distance of 10 steps away from Han-senator. She stood where she was and just looked at him. Now Han-sen could tell that the person was actually a woman. She was clad in black armor and also a helmet. Her face would have been revealed, had it not been for the face mask she wore. The features of her face were covered, save for the beautiful golden eyes that gleamed from her mask. But it was evident how fit the woman was based on the curves that the armor revealed. She was as tall as Han Sen, and so her longs were very attractive. But Han Sen's gaze wasn't drawn to her eyes or her legs. He was actually looking at her left hand. Her right hand was covered in a black gauntlet, revealing only the length of her fingers. Her left hand, however, was bare. The skin of her hands was pure white, her fingers were slender, and her delicate nails were like crystal gemstones. But Han Sen was not merely admiring the prettiness of it. He looked there because of the power that swirled in her palm. It was a power he could not accurately describe. With no shocking godlight or scary flames, the hand suddenly closed into an elegant fist and shot toward Han. Senator Han Sen's eyes locked onto the fist that was headed his way. And as the fist traveled to Han Sen, he quivered. He did not shudder in fear, though. His twitch was him activating all the power inside him. Han Sen's body gave that single shiver, and all of his power surged up, ready to be unleashed. The pressure he felt from that incoming punch prompted Han Sen to gather up all the power he could. Standing before the black-armored woman, he felt a grave sense of danger. Han Sen had no intention of dodging, though. When the punch was swung, it felt as if the entirety of that pocket of space was filled up by it. That fist was everywhere, and it seemed as if there was no place for him to run to, even if he wanted to do so. Naturally, Han Sen was not actually planning to hide. He clenched his right hand into a fist, filled it with the gathered power of his trembling body, then sent a return punch at the woman. The fires that carried the fist were very demonic. They were tinged with scary teeth powers, and they came right at the woman's fist. The fists came against each other, and the power inside Han Sen's fist shattered. The jade fist had collided with Han Sen's own with tremendous force. Boom! Han Sen felt the unstoppable powers coming from that jade fist. It was like a supernova, and the unleashed force hurled Han Sen away. Han Sen used his legs to cleave a trench through the stones and the earth, trying to stabilize himself. But the power that sent him flying was too great. He tore through the ground for a few hundred meters before crashing into a stone wall that exploded on impact. And while the wall might have been destroyed, Han Sen was still standing. His right hand was injured, and his bones were cracked, though. "Who are you?" Han Sen asked the woman again. The woman's fist was so strange. It felt like something entirely indestructible. Even someone as strong as Han Sen could not withstand the force it unleashed. And after Han Sen had taken that punch, he knew for certain that the frightening, black-armored woman was actually a marquise just like he was. That surprised Han Sen more than anything. With this power she wielded, there was every possibility that she was even stronger than Lone Bamboo. That scary punching power was a testament to that. Han Sen thought he might have to retaliate with Break Six Skies. That could be the only way to combat her fist effectively. "You can withstand my Extreme King final punch? It is no wonder you are regarded as being as good as Lone Bamboo. You have passed." The woman's golden eyes peered at Han Senator. Her voice was icy, but also very seductive. "I will give you a chance to join the knights." "You are of the Extreme King?" Han Sen looked at the woman while he spoke. "Yes," the woman answered. "Did you come all the way over here just to cause me trouble?" Han Sen asked. The woman replied in a toneless voice, "I was here to deliver a recruitment paper for Isha. I was going to leave, but I heard that you were in the vicinity. So, I came to take a look at the individual who is said to be as strong as Lone Bamboo himself. You have most certainly passed, and so, I extend you an invitation to join the knights. I'm sorry, but I've made no plans to abandon Narrow Moon." Han Sen was on high alert as he spoke. He was prepared for the possibility that the woman might attack again. But the woman wasn't planning to. When Han Sen declined, she turned around and left. Han Sen watched her fit body as she walked away, her long blonde hair rippling behind her. But the sight was tinged with sorrow, as if to tell Han Sen that he had no idea what he had just missed out on. What an arrogant woman, Han Sen thought to himself. After leaving Planet Blade, Han Sen did not see the woman again. He asked Black Steel about her, and he was told that Extreme King had indeed sent someone there. But aside from Moon Will King and the other kings, no one had been granted an audience with her. Her identity was still a bit of a mystery to them. Han Sen had a bit of an interest in the entities of Extreme King now, especially after witnessing the punching skill employed by that woman. Their levels and bodies were of a similar capacity, but that punch she unleashed was truly frightening. Han Sen had many Geno arts, but he believed the only one that could effectively combat her was Break Six Skies. And in regards to using his super spank powers, Han Sen could only use that while he was Dollar. If he used it as Han Sen, he might be recognized. After all, that was like a signature power of Dollar. It wasn't something Han Sen would use on a whim. But ever since that first encounter with the Extreme King woman, Han Sen hadn't seen her again. It was likely she might have left Narrow Moon. Han Sen went to Cold Palace just before the first day of the month, planning to wait there until the next day rolled around. If Isha had asked him to handle this matter, he knew it had to be something special. Due to that, he did not want to risk running late or being careless. Han Sen settled himself on the porch in front of the stone house. The porch was clean, as if it had been frequently visited and used. It was far cleaner than the stone house, and it looked as if Isha sat in the same place he was right now when she kept watch over the construct. Han Sen sat on the porch and observed the stone door, waiting for 12 o'clock to come. He didn't see anything inside the house. Time passed, and eventually the clock struck 12. At that moment, Han Sen felt the temperature drop. Han Sen looked at the stone house, and he immediately noticed that the chill air was coming out of the house itself. The stone building was releasing a cold air that was actually quite overbearing. No matter how cold it became, though, no frost appeared on the walls. The stone house looked like it always did. The only difference was the coldness it was exuding. As Han Sen observed with curiosity, the stone building's door began to open soundlessly back into the house. It revealed a cave-like entrance that was completely dark. When Han Sen looked closer, he realized that it really was a cave. There was a cave inside the stone house, and the chill was creeping out of that black space. The chill now swept out in full force, gushing through the open doorway like a tide. It froze the nearby rivers and even the waterfall. The ice crept up the grand waterfall, turning the entire river into a solid chunk. That's a very strong frost air, Han Sen thought in shock. The Cold Palace Guardian tablet, which was attached to his waist, had also started to glow. It protected Han Sen from the chill draft, separating him from it. Han Sen wished to use the cold air to practice Jadeskin, but the tablet was keeping the chill air from touching him. He wanted to put the tablet away, but all of a sudden, noise sounded from the stone cave. Han Sen looked towards the stone cave. It was obscenely dark. Even Han Sen's vision could not pierce that impenetrable veil of darkness. But he was still able to hear something moving around in there. Not long after, a body emerged from the dark. It was half a meter tall. Han Sen stood there stiffly, trying to guess what it was. Weirdly, the thing looked like a toad made of green jade. A series of red symbols were inscribed across its green back. Its body was very cold, and when it appeared, the temperature fell so fast that it was difficult to imagine. Everything around the beast was immediately covered in ice. The mountains, the rivers, the plants, the trees, and all the animals were frozen. It seemed like space and time had frozen as well. The world became so quiet when the toad appeared that even the wind stopped. Only the Cold Palace Guardian tablet on Han Sen's waist was shielding him from that cold power. It allowed Han Sen to move as he wanted to. Han Sen was shocked, though. Is it a deified creature? I didn't know Narrow Moon had a deified creature. Does something this powerful actually serve Narrow Moon? As Han Sen pondered its presence, the green toad fully removed itself from the stone house. It looked like a slippery thing as it slid out of the doorway and turned to look at Han Senator. It noticed the Cold Palace Guardian's tablet, then ignored him. It ventured over to the frozen waterfall. Han Sen felt as if he was in a lot of danger. It is fortunate I didn't put the tablet away. I do not know if my jade skin can resist this much cold power. And this thing only seems to recognize the tablet. The fiend would probably kill anyone who wasn't wearing it. That must be why everyone needs a tablet to come here. The jade toad hopped its way beneath the waterfall, and the ice around it began to melt. In the blink of an eye, a small pool of water formed beside the toad. The waterfall remained frozen, so there was no more water coming down to fill the basin. The green toad then dove into the water and quickly disappeared from sight. Han Sen did not know how deep that water was. He could only see the first 100 meters, and he had no idea what lay at the bottom. After the toad sank into the water, no further sign of the creature emerged. Han Sen was supposed to be on guard, and he did not know when he could expect the toad to reappear. Isha wanted me to guard this place, but why? So I could watch a toad go for a dip. Han Sen pondered this entire scenario, but he couldn't come to any satisfying conclusions. I don't care. I don't know when the deified toad will come back out. So I'll make the most of this and use the cold air to try to refine my jade skin. Han Sen cast jade skin, and his entire body became an icy figure. He then set the tablet down beside him. As soon as the tablet left Han Sen's body, he felt the true power of the cold air suddenly pound into him. In no time at all, he knew it would freeze his body and solidify his blood. Han Sen was shocked by the power. His Marquis jade skin granted him the ability to freeze others, so his resistance to the cold should have been extremely high. But now, he could hardly withstand a single ounce of the chilling power that the toad had unleashed. It was difficult to comprehend. A very powerful deified creature. Before Han Sen became completely frozen, he grabbed the guardian tablet and put it back on his belt. A cold light gleamed across his body and separated him from the cold air. Some of that cold air remained in Han Sen's body, though. The guardian tablet's power was like a shield. It was unable to clear out the cold air that was already within him. Han Sen felt very cold, and numbness began to creep through his limbs and into his chest. He quickly used jade skin again, refining the cold air that had invaded his body. The deified toad's freezing powers were unusual. Even Han Sen, with his jade skin, was still being frozen by the ice inside him. Try as he might, he could not remove the frosting from his skin. Without jade skin's cold elemental abilities and great resistance to ice, any ordinary Marquis would have been frozen stiff long before this. Even so, Han Sen felt as if he was going to lose consciousness. He kept casting jade skin as powerfully as possible in a bid to refine the cold air that was afflicting his body. Han Sen cast jade skin again and again, doing his best to refine the cold air invading his flesh. His bones and muscles became transparent, looking very much like jade. While Han Sen was refining the toad's cold power, he realized just how scary the deified toad really was. This was more than the simple cold elements Han Sen was used to dealing with. There was an inclusion of space and time in the mix. This power could actually freeze places in time. Although this was Han Sen's first time seeing something like, he immediately knew how frightening the beast was. Han Sen spent the next 10 hours trying to eliminate the deified toad's cold air, but he was unable to completely remove it. Normal dukes would have died merely attempting to hold off such potent power. After 20 hours, though, Han Sen was finally able to fully remove the cold air. And over the course of that time, he learned a whole lot more about what he had been dealing with. The final realm of ice powers isn't how cold they can be. I used to use jade skin to summon the ice jade skeleton. Now that I think about it, that is the true path of jade skin. Its practice in the sanctuaries is just a smidgen of what it is capable of in the Geno universe. It is like, by making preparations ahead of time, things become easier to accomplish in the future. It is easier to complete the path, and it will be easier to go further. I don't know who built the sanctuaries to enable this amazing effect. There was still too much mystery surrounding the sanctuaries. Like creatures in the sanctuary could max out their super genes and gain a super god body. Han Sen's super god body was titled Super King Spirit. Everyone's super body was different, but each one of them was quite spectacular. Any creature that left the sanctuaries with maxed out super genes would have talents that could equal a higher race in the Geno universe. Or even better in some aspects. Even though there are no humans, the creatures and spirits that leave sanctuary are sure to be similar to the higher races I've seen populating the Geno Hall. It's scary to think about. Whoever created the sanctuaries must have been quite terrifying. That deified toad had not yet re-emerged from the water. So Han Sen used his deified spectacles to have a look at the cold powers and see what he could analyze. It was quite difficult to analyze the powers of a deified being. The analysis didn't go quickly, but it was progressing. When Han Sen finally got a proper look at them, he understood the ice powers a lot better. On the 24th hour of the first day, ripples and waves began to appear on the surface of the pool. The deified toad came out of the water and headed for the banks of the river. Han Sen watched the deified toad, and when it entered the stone cave, Han Sen turned his attention to the pool itself. Han Sen used his right purple eye to examine the pool. There Han Sen saw some jade tadpoles swimming around the basin. They were around the size of a fist, and they swam around the water like emeralds. The heirs of a deified creature? Han Sen was quite shocked by what he was seeing. There had to be 30 or 40 of the tadpoles, far more than Han Sen would have expected. If they all grew up, then they'd probably all become deified creatures. It was a prospect that was rather scary to think about. But the Geno universe was different from the sanctuaries. The heirs of a deified creature here would have better blood. But if they wanted to be deified themselves, they'd still need to level up slowly. Becoming deified was not a birthright, as it still required a lot of effort and luck. The deified toad crawled into the stone house, and when it did, the door closed behind it. Meanwhile, the green tadpoles were still flitting madly around the pool. They could not see the deified toad anymore, but even so, they seemed to swim around happily. The frozen river and the waterfall began to melt, and shortly after, they returned to running as they used to. Han Sen finally realized that the task of the guardian was not to safeguard the toad, but to protect the toad's tadpoles. They needed to remain undisturbed while they were floating around in the water. Seeing those tadpoles swimming up the waterfall, Han Sen used his Danshin aura to watch and observe. He was not going to allow any strong creature to appear and eat them. Han Sen was overthinking things, though. The rebate had already slain all the powerful creatures that had once existed in the area. No other creature would appear and threaten those tadpoles. Standing guard there all alone was just to ensure the safety of the place. In addition to that, there were benefits to claim. After a short time of playing on the surface, the tadpoles sank further down into the pool until they could no longer be monitored. Is that cold power the benefit that the guardian may take? That doesn't make sense, though. Ordinary marquises most certainly couldn't absorb it. And it isn't as if all nobles practice with cold powers, either. The true reward cannot be as little as that. There must be something else that I haven't yet found. Han Sen examined the area for a while longer, but he could not discover any further benefits to claim. He eventually left Cold Palace, still suspicious about what he was supposed to claim. Half a month later, Han Sen returned to Cold Palace. The deified toad appeared through the doorway again. This time, when it entered the pool, a group of tadpoles came up to the surface. They traveled up the frozen waterfall to reach the top. The tadpoles wriggled their tails to swim up, and they reached the top alongside the deified toad. They surrounded it, and together, the group observed the countless moons that populated the skies of Narrow Moon. Suddenly, Han Sen saw the deified toad open its mouth. A bunch of full moons came out of its mouth and drifted up into the skies to be with the others. The moons seemed to have symbols that changed. Everything was shining under the strong glow of the moonlight, and eventually, they stopped their drift. The birds in the sky stopped moving too, but they did not fall. It was like they had been frozen in the air. Han Sen had the guardian tablet to protect him. He was not frozen, and he just watched as the moon changed its symbol. Then, the energy inside his body began to shift. When Han Sen's energy started to show movement, a beam of moonlight pierced through the shroud of light that protected him. It went straight into his body like spring water, rinsing all of his cells gently. The tadpoles bathed in the glow of the moonlight, happily absorbing every ounce of the light they were receiving from the moon. Now, Han Sen understood how the guardian benefited. When the deified toad spat out moons, everything would freeze. Even the light stilled. The creatures and people around would not know what was occurring. save for the guardian with the tablet for protection. Only the guardian would witness the moons and share the moonlight. The moonlight was very useful for one's body. That was because the moonlight enhanced genes and increased fitness. That sort of growth was very rare but widely beneficial. Even kings had to level up their fitness, after all. There was one more benefit that was even better for Hansen, who was now the guardian. Since he had practiced with ice powers, he could absorb the deified toad's cold air. By doing that, his jade skin would level up far faster. He could use the first day of the month to absorb cold powers, while on day 15, he could bask in the glow of the moonlight. Hansen's only disappointment was in the fact that the 2 days went far too quickly, and he could only enjoy each of these opportunities once a month. Hansen wanted to hunt dukes in his free time, but in Narrow Moon, duke xenogeneics were very rare. And furthermore, they were mostly under the control of someone or something king class. He couldn't go around killing dukes as he pleased. So Hansen planned to embark on some missions. By completing the missions, he could kill dukes on the way and collect the duke genes he wanted. Hansen thought that those genes, aside from leveling up the body's fitness, would also have another use. He just hadn't yet found out what that was. Before Hansen took the next mission, however, he received some fairly shocking news. A trader of the destroyed had fled into the area and gone to hide somewhere in the 6-star xenogeneic space. The 6-star xenogeneic space was a xenogeneic space that belonged to the rebate. The destroyed was requesting that the rebate seal up the 6-star xenogeneic space to keep him there. But for some reason, many other races had sent some of their people to the 6-star xenogeneic space. They proclaimed they had sent teams to protect their members who had already entered that xenogeneic space. But it seemed as if they were more interested in the trader of the destroyed. The teams entered, but they never left. According to outside sources, it was whispered that the trader of the destroyed had stolen one of their treasures. That was why there was a big fuss about all this. Because the 6-star xenogeneic space was an open business place of the rebate, many of the races went there. But even though so many teams had entered, quite strangely, the destroyed trader had yet to be located. Where he might have been hiding, no one seemed to know. Hansen was interested in this little affair. He perused what information he was allowed to view, and he came to learn that the 6-star xenogeneic space was quite popular right now. Many elites were headed there, and many teams comprised of marquises and dukes went there in an effort to find the traitor. Many king-class elites were sitting outside the place. That was one of the conditions of locking down the 6-star xenogeneic space. The rebate didn't want too many elites poking about the xenogeneic space, as they didn't want the news to become too big. That was a xenogeneic space belonging to the rebate, and so if something was to happen, it would be on them. There weren't that many kings anyway, so there weren't many participating in the teams that went in to search. Right now, the 6-star xenogeneic space would only allow entry and not exit. The destroyed really wanted to find that traitor, and they didn't care what it took. Other races tried to search for the traitor, too, or find the treasure he had stolen from the destroyed. What did he steal from the destroyed to bring the attention of so many different factions? Hansen wondered to himself. He planned to go to the 6-star xenogeneic space to see for himself. But Hansen wasn't interested in looking for the traitor of the destroyed. Many factions were already looking for him, and even many marquises and dukes that belonged to Narrow Moon were out in search of him. If Hansen went in alone, the chances of finding the traitor before everyone else were practically zero. Hansen was going to the 6-star xenogeneic space because it was now open. Even the xenogeneics that populated that space were up for grabs. So Hansen fancied hunting down some duke xenogeneics to collect their genes. Hansen messaged Zero, Hanmenger, Little Angel, Bauer, Little Invisible, Little Silver, and Little Star, asking them all to meet at the 6-star xenogeneic space. When Hansen arrived, however, things quickly appeared to be worse than he initially thought. Moon Will King and the other kings were there, and they were controlling the traffic of the elites that were allowed in. The 6-star xenogeneic space's interior was a bit of a mess, too, as many of the marquises and dukes that were looking for the destroyed traitor began to fight. Many of them died in the clashes. Hansen, this situation is too complex. You should not go, in case something bad happens to you. Black Moon King, who was guarding the exit, tried to convince Han Sen. Although many King-class elites were blocking the way in, there were still many powerful dukes in there. They were a whole level higher than Han Sen, which would make things very dangerous for a marquise. Han Sen appreciated Black Moon King's concern, but he still took Zero, Little Angel, and the others in with him. He had his demon bug by Sima, so not even a king-class enemy was going to scare him. And if they didn't scare him, the dukes certainly wouldn't. He had 4 demon bug by Samace, and Han Sen chose to hold one of them himself. The other 3 were given to Han Menger, Zero, and Little Angel. Bauer and Little Silver were always with Han Sen, so they could share his. The 6-star xenogeneic space in terms of size was pretty average. That being said, the landscape was very complicated. Aside from the 6 planets that existed there were many asteroids. Finding a marquise inside the asteroid belts would be very difficult. The stories of the traitor marquise said he was very good when it came to living in space. He could last in space for a few years without needing to eat or drink. So, many of the races compartmentalized their search radiuses and slowly locked down each area in which the traitor might have been hiding. Han Sen did not search amidst the asteroids, though. He brought his companions to one of the planets. The one selected was called Planet Sodi. It had many xenogeneics, and many of them were dukes. That was why Han Sen wanted to go there in the first place. People were used to paying large sums of money to hunt xenogeneics on Planet Sodi, but with the mess going on right now, the rebate couldn't enforce the tolls, and so anyone could come and go. Han Sen took his companions there, too, saving a lot of money in the process. Han Sen had only just entered Planet Sodi when he was given a shock. Many people had been planning to do the same thing as him. People had spread all over the planet as they hunted xenogeneics. This is obscene. How can they take advantage of a situation like this? Han Sen demanded angrily. He had totally forgotten he was there for the same reason. Han Sen and company walked across Sodi for several hundred miles, and in that distance he was unable to kill a single xenogeneic. There were too many dukes and marquises already taking advantage of the planet's offerings. Han Sen saw many dukes and marquises fighting and killing xenogeneics before he could reach them. No one was leaving Han Sen a single xenogeneic to fight himself. And if Han Sen drew close to the others, they'd stare him down as if they were ready to start a fight if he took another step. Han Sen walked forward, hoping to head deeper into the mountains. Han Sen was at the foot of the rise when Qing Li and a number of other rebates approached. Han Sen, are you here to kill xenogeneics? Well, I don't think you'll be able to. I'm just taking a look around. Han Sen coughed. Qing Li lifted her lips. We have been walking across these mountains for over half the day, and we haven't been able to locate a single xenogeneic. Those bastards down there are going to kill them all before we get a chance to. The few rebates of Duke and Marquis class looked tired. Everyone was using the excuse of finding the traitor to exploit the 6-star xenogeneic space. And because of that, the rebate were losing so much. But they had to relent and allow this due to the pressure that the destroyed were putting on them. If that powerful race hadn't been leaning on them so heavily, the rebate would have never let them in. As the two were speaking, however, someone else approached. It was a group of the destroyed. Most of them were marquises, but the leader of the bunch was a duke. That team of destroyed were out in pursuit of the traitor. But when they saw Han Sen, they immediately looked hostile. That was because in Metal World, Han Sen had taken the effort to protect the other races. The destroyed there, however, had been completely wiped out. And after those events, no other race was very fond of the destroyed. Their reputation had taken a tumble, and they had paid a high price. That was why they were not fond of Han Sen. But still, they did not actually try to attack him. They just looked at him with distaste. They were still in territory that belonged to the rebate, after all, and they weren't arrogant enough to fight him there. Just as the destroyed were about to leave, the face of the Duke leader changed. He shouted at the mountains, "Bar!" Han Sen and the others looked in the direction that he had called. They saw a man with bone armor. He was carrying a bone knife that was around 2 meters long on his shoulder. "That is one of the destroyed?" Han Sen asked, looking at Bar with a quizzical expression. Bar had 3 faces, but he did not have the traditional 6 arms. His three faces were different than those of the destroyed, as well. The three faces were all masculine. Qing Li's face changed, and she quietly said, "Do not provoke him. He is, for lack of a better word, abnormal amongst the destroyed." "What is that supposed to mean?" Han Sen quietly asked. Qing Li quickly explained, "He is a mix between one of the destroyed and someone of another race. He is very talented, but also very cruel. The destroyed love violence, but even they call him by the name of Born Destroyer. See how scary he is." A rebate duke quickly told Han Sen, "Let's go. We cannot provoke him. He is also a part-time hitman, and he's killed geniuses that belong to all races. Many powerful people have died by his hand. To me, it sounds like you might be in danger." Han Sen frowned, but he did not move. He had noticed that Bar was already coming after him. Bar's energy had already locked onto him, and he couldn't run. Han Menger felt Bar's focus on Han Sen as well. She stepped in front of Han Sen and summoned her death goddess bow. She pulled its string, and a black beam arrow manifested. The arrow tip was trained on Bar. "Are you crazy? Put the bow down." Seeing Han Menger lift a bow and aim it at Bar, Qing Li and the others started to freak out. A person like Bar would merrily murder someone if they were only suffering a bad mood. Han Menger was now pointing her loaded bow at him, so they imagined it to be something of a death wish. The group of destroyed were coldly smiling at them. But even though they were of the same race as Bar, there was an element of fear in their faces. They didn't want much contact with Bar either. And now, one of Han Sen's people was aiming a bow at him. The few destroyed started to backtrack a little, so they could comfortably watch the show that was about to unfold. It seemed as if a killing fest was about to begin. Han Menger did not put the bow down. She coldly watched Bar approach, and as she did, her bow gathered up more power. She was only a marquise and Bar was a duke. But Bar was hostile to Han Sen, and so she wouldn't back down. "Han Sen, tell her to stand down," a rebate duke next to Qing Li said. "There is no need," Han Sen said coldly. The bow in Han Menger's hand was fully charged. Without a moment of hesitation, she fired at Bar. The arrow had been created from a formless swirl of black smoke, and it became almost impossible to see as it flashed towards Bar. It flew near him, ready to perforate his heart. Everyone was shocked. They thought Han Menger was incredibly brave to take the first shot at Bar. The rebate dukes didn't dare say a single word, though. They were afraid Bar would go crazy on them all. So the duke pulled on Qing Li and the others to leave. They wanted to get as far away from Han Menger and Han Sen as possible, so they could avoid getting involved in their dispute. The destroyed stepped back even more as well. They were still smiling coldly. They looked at Han Menger as if she was a dead woman. Bar was not only a cruel fellow. The others did not know much about him, but the destroyed most certainly did. He had been given the title of Born Destroyer by the leader of the destroyed himself. He was the strongest out of all of the destroyed. If Bar had been a pureblood destroyed, his talent would have most certainly given him the opportunity to become the next leader of the whole destroyed race. Although Bar had not received much support from the destroyed, he still did far better than most others of the destroyed, especially those of the same level as he was. And because he loved killing, his name was deeply associated with cruelty. He was also more famous than most kings of the destroyed because of all this too. Bar had once slain a dragon duke. Dragon 1 pursued him across a dozen systems in retaliation, but he managed to get away. While he was running away, he killed many dragon dukes and marquises too. That made the dragon look really bad, and it gave Bar's notoriety an enormous boost. Dragon 1 was a king, but he failed to chase down a duke. And Bar had killed many of the dragon. That was why he became famous. Bar saw Han Menger's arrow come right for him, but the speed he used to approach had not changed. He did not use the bone knife slung behind his shoulder. Instead, he reached out his hand to grab the arrow. Bar's hand came into contact with the tip of the arrow, and the expressions on Bar's faces hardened. A black light that looked indestructible cloaked his hand, and it looked like the arrow would shatter against it. That black arrow seemed to be sharper than expected, though. and when the black arrow came against the black light, it did not break. Bar's power was unable to deflect it. The arrow flashed into Bar's hand like black lightning, and it spun as fast as a drill head. The black light broke, sending a flurry of sparks everywhere. Everyone watched as the arrowhead drilled into his hand, tearing through skin and bone. Blood spurted from the entry wound. The arrow had pierced right through Bar's hand, much to the utter disbelief of Qingli, the destroyed, and the rebate that were watching. They stared as the arrow proceeded towards his heart. Dong! Bar fell backward and struck out with his bone knife. It hit the arrow and made a very loud noise. Finally, however, he had managed to break the arrow. Just as everyone thought that was the end of the matter, they heard an explosion. The broken arrow exploded, becoming a black sun that swallowed Bar's body. When that scary power faded away, the black light went with it. Qingli and the others could see that the bone armor Bar had worn was now all gone. His big body was exposed. But his body was heavily injured, too. Blood was everywhere, and his bones and organs were clearly visible through his wounds. No one could believe a Marquise's arrow had just damaged Bar like that, oh so simply. How is that possible? This is Bar. The destroyed dukes were all in complete shock. Not even most dukes could have hurt Bar in that way. Qingli and the rebate were in shock as well. They didn't expect this sort of result. They never thought Han Sen's faithful Marquis ally could wield such wicked strength. Han Sen was just as surprised as the others, though. He hadn't expected Han Menger to be that strong, but he knew that was her talent and ability. Power like that at Marquis level was definitely competition with what Break Six Skies offered. Pure and utter devastation when wrought like that was incredibly scary. If Menger learned Break Six Skies, combining her power with the explosive abilities of that Geno art, how strong could she possibly get? Han Sen got excited as he thought about the prospect. This is amazing. The injured Bar looked very excited. He was still gripping his bone knife, and he now looked like a wolf that had found some prey. He began to shine red. Bar's wounds, as grievous as they were healing extremely quickly. The gashes on his body closed as they watched, and his power and presence were starting to erupt like a volcano. His black shadow loomed like a black beast. It was like the whole of the earth had been covered in the shadow of something terrifying. A roiling power was swallowing up the whole region. Han Menger did not move when faced with that presence, though. She simply drew the string of her bow. Immediately after, a black arrow went soaring through the skies and headed for Bar. It was like a black thunderbolt going right for him. Bar's unnerving excitement hadn't diminished, and he started to dance as he swung his bone knife. His faces were filled with demonic joy as he tried to strike the arrow. But when the bone knife almost came into contact with the arrow behaved like magic. It vanished into thin air, and when it appeared once more, it was already at his chest. The diamond-like arrow tip started to shred the flesh of his torso. The black arrow pierced through his chest and punctured his heart. Stum! 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 An entire murder of black arrows soared through the skies at him, fast as lightning. Bar kept swinging his bone knife, but he was unable to break a single arrow. All of those arrows were like magic. Whenever Bar's bone knife was about to come into contact with an arrow, it would just disappear. And by the time it reappeared, it would already be digging into Bar's flesh. In a split second, Bar's body had been riddled with at least a dozen arrows. It was like he had been pierced by black thunderbolts. Qingli and the others were all frozen. They couldn't believe the sight that their eyes were relaying to them. The destroyed marquises and dukes were all thinking to themselves, "How is this possible? That is Bar." Boom! Han Menger, still holding her bow, fired another arrow at Bar. And when this one plunged into him, it exploded. It split into a number of black suns that quickly worked to ravage and shatter Bar's body. Dong! When that scary bone knife fell from the hands that clutched them, it struck a rock. It quivered in the rock at an angle, the hilt rising over Bar's shattered body. You couldn't find a single complete muscle from the messy slop that remained. This was a very shocking turn of events. Qing Li and the other rebates all stopped. They looked at Han Menger, who was standing in front of Han's senator. Her cold but pretty face would forever be branded into their minds. Han Menger didn't rejoice, though. She frowned and looked at Bar's bone knife. Suddenly, the scraps of flesh that remained began to move. The bits and pieces were all drawing together. Not long after, the flesh started to assemble itself and come together. The Tom muscles and bones recomposed and rebuilt themselves. The figure of Bar was wholly reassembled. He looked like a doll that had been ripped apart, then sewn back together. There was still a number of seams across his body, of course. They looked like centipedes writhing over him. The scars disappeared quickly, and a living Bar stood before them once again. He picked up his bone knife, looked at Han Menger merrily, and said, "I haven't enjoyed a delicious fight such as this in a very long while. My stomach's already rumbling, you know. Feeling hungry is a wonderful feeling. Now, however, you are my prey. Tell me your name, so that I may remember and record the dish that you will become." The onlookers stared with open mouths. His body had been ripped apart, but then it had reassembled itself really quickly. Bar's power seemed to be stronger now, too. Impossible. Impossible. The destroyed cannot heal themselves. Can they? And no, that was far too incredible to be referred to simply as healing. It is as if he can actually revive himself. Qing Li looked at Bar in sudden fear. That is why Bar is Bar. And this is only the beginning. The destroyed dukes laughed. Although Han Menger's power had been a surprise, they were still quite confident that Bar would be the victor. Bar might not have been a pure-blood destroyed, but he was most certainly the strongest among them. Han Sun looked at Bar with surprise. Han Menger's power was undoubtedly the best out of all marquises. She was just as powerful as Han Sen when he used Break Six Skies. But even after being subjected to that massive amount of power, Bar was able to heal at an alarming speed. And on top of that, the life force inside his body became stronger. That had to be something more than a simple healing ability. It was obvious that Bar had a powerful body, and that must have been how he was able to survive Dragon One's pursuit as a duke. The guy's eyes looked menacing, as if killing was his only desire. What Bar saw now wasn't just prey. Han Sen knew the man before him loved nothing more than the pleasure of taking a life. A born killing machine, Han Sen thought. Bar's ugly face looked very excited. It was a rather twisted sight. He licked his lips while he stared at Han Menger. Slowly, he started to approach her. The blood air of the bone knife spread out like a tide and then rose up like black fire. It was wholly demonic. The scary presence of it began to spread and suffuse his body. Han Menger was going to raise her bow once again, but Han San stopped her with a hand. He smiled and said, "Let me do it. His body is weird, and I think we'll need something more than simple damage output to deal with him." Han Menger's strongest ability was the destructive arrow, but it had now been rendered useless against Bar. Han Sen didn't want her to take any more risks. When Han Menger relaxed her fingers, the bow disappeared. Then, she moved to position herself behind Han Sen. When Bar saw Han Sen step between Han Menger and himself, his face darkened. The bone knife in his hand lurched toward Han Sen, the knife's red power spreading like the abyss. "Get lost!" he screamed. Bar's original target was supposed to be Han Sen, but he had now decided that Han Menger would be his prey. He wasn't interested in Han Sen anymore, and all he wanted to do now was slay Han Menger. He looked as if he had spent the last 3 days and nights hungry, deprived of food, and now he had stumbled across a feast that was being taken away from him. There was no hitman more stubborn than Bar. Han Sun looked calm as he pulled out his ghost teeth knife and slashed in his opponent's direction. Dong! When the knives came against each other, the black blood and the purple air shattered. The blades hit each other with enough force to tear the fabric of space. And indeed, space really did break, cracks spreading from the impact like a spider web. The dark red and purple colors were lost in the chaos. Die! Bar's ugly faces looked more and more excited. The fire in his eyes was almost becoming something real. He looked at Han San and quickly waved his bone knife again. The dark beast's shadow appeared behind the oncoming strike. Bar's knife skills were very rough. There was no finesse or technique to his movements. There was nothing amazing about his skills, and he was a very different fighter than someone like Lone Bamboo. His knife skills were very rough, wild, violent, and flawed. He didn't care about the more granular details. His efforts were focused into brute force. Now, Hansen knew why Bar was not born as a bona fide destroyed. It was like he was only there to destroy things. It was as if he didn't have any care for himself, and all he wished to do was wreck whatever got in his way. While knife skills like his were riddled with flaws, Bar did not care. He did not even try to fix them. He just wanted to kill whatever opponent he encountered. Kill! 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 The ugly face kept screaming, and it looked more and more creepy as time progressed. The bone knife was swinging wildly with the aim of consuming Han Sen's body. Catcha! Han Sen's ghost teeth knife slashed across Bar's chest. A deep red cut appeared, and blood and purple air began to leak from the seam. But Bar did not care. The wound did not slow down his assault. If anything, it made him look more excited than ever. Although the wound could not heal because it had been infused with teeth power, the attack wasn't strong enough to spread and tear up his body. The purple gash just remained where it was. Han Sen went on to deal another 10 of those attacks. They did not work well, and it seemed like Bar was getting as strong as the devil. And all he wanted was to see Han Sen dead. Dong! Ghost teeth knife and the bone knife struck each other again. This time, though, Han Sen felt a powerful force come against him. He was sent flying 50 meters back through the air. In a few minutes, Bar's power had doubled. And furthermore, it was continuing to grow. The wounds weren't making him weaker. They were actually making him stronger. Han Sen is strong. He cannot be any weaker than Lone Bamboo. Ordinary dukes definitely couldn't beat him. It is just a shame that he has picked on the wrong enemy. Bar is a genuine killing machine. During a fight, he continues getting stronger until he can destroy his enemy. Even a king like Dragon One was unable to kill him. A destroyed duke looked at Han Sen and smiled confidently. Qing Li observed Han Sen's situation, and she acknowledged that it wasn't going very well. She felt nervous and wondered out loud, what is Bar's body actually like? Why can teeth power not spread across him? Han Sen was also beginning to understand just how powerful Bar was. He knew that if he was to deal with an enemy such as that, straight-up violence wouldn't be enough to take him down. Even teeth powers couldn't rip up Bar's body, and that spoke volumes about the man's talents. The more he fought, the stronger he was going to get. Seeing Bar holding his bone knife in front of him like some demon, Han Sen thought of something. Then he made a move. He dodged Bar's bone knife and put his ghost teeth knife away. A pair of pistols then appeared in his hands. Pang! Pang! 2 bullets thudded into Bar's chest. But at this point, the muscles had become too strong to penetrate. The bullets shattered the moment they came against the steel-like bands of Bar's chest. But those 2 bullets each left behind an image of a turtle. Bar tumbled to the ground, leaving a deep crater. Now he was many times slower. His body is strong, but he is not good at resisting debilitative effects. Turtle worked on him perfectly, Han Sen thought to himself. Seeing Bar's reduced speed, Qing Li was very happy. She exclaimed, "It works! That must be the trick called Turtle which Han Sen himself created. It is so strong that it has actually managed to suppress Bar. If he thinks a ceiling power is enough to defeat Bar, then he is very wrong." One of the Duke destroyed snorted in disdain. "This is good. I am so excited. So much food for me." Bar's ugly faces devolved further and further into insanity. The cold face in the middle was suddenly starting to move. The eyes turned black and began to shine. Then Bar's body began to turn black. He was turning into dark steel. He was like a demon statue that had been forged from some ancient metal. The turtle spell, which had previously slowed him down, suddenly lost all effect. Bar's body was freed, and he flew up high. He slashed towards Han Sen with the power of a devil. Han Sen moved like a shadow, and Bar's slashing bone knife was unable to strike him. Han Sen couldn't counter Bar's strength directly, so he had to remain fleet of foot. Even blocking one of those blows with his ghost teeth knife would damage him a great deal. Bar is getting stronger. Qing Li had finally seen the problem that Han Sen was having. Bar's increase in strength was becoming obvious to all of the onlookers. And Han Sen's power remained what it was, not increasing at all. After the power increase, Han Sen was suppressed. All he could do was keep dodging. He couldn't fight Bar anymore. Qing Li became very worried that there might not be a ceiling to Bar's increase of strength. Even if Han Sen used all of his power, if he couldn't avoid Bar's strikes, he could be killed in one shot. A destroyed Duke laughed and said, "Bar is invincible against those who are of the same level as him, and Han Sen is only a marquise. He might be strong, but a marquise is just a marquise. He's offended Bar, so death is his fate now." Han Menger, Zero, and Little Angel were watching intently. They hadn't said a word thus far. It was usually a noisy affair when women got together, but the three of them weren't the fondest of speaking. So none of them said a word as they watched. Little Silver and Little Star were standing with them. They too watched quietly. Up! Han Sen suddenly leaped upwards and used his knife tip to press forward. A purple knife silk appeared in the air, thinner than a strand of hair. Bar was trapped and tangled up inside the knife silk. He was no longer able to move. Bar's fire was still growing. He looked at Han Sen with eyes full of rage. His motionless body began to expand, but he couldn't sever the incredibly soft yet durable knife silks. The knife silks dug into his flesh, making the man bleed profusely all over. Bar laughed. He cared nothing for the wounds he was incurring. He fought back with all his strength, laughing the entire time. And then there was a catcha. He exerted too much strength, and the knife silks cut him to pieces. But a second later, those broken limbs were reconnected once more. Bar was standing again, and his body looked even scarier now. This guy is pretty hard to deal with. I could totally annihilate his body with super spank, but I really shouldn't use it with so many people watching. Han Sen frowned. His mind raced for a way to get rid of Bar. Bar was powerful, and the destroyed said Bar was the strongest duke. Han Sen did not believe the man was invincible, though. Perhaps Bar was the best out of the destroyed, but Han Sen did not believe that any random genius in the Geno universe could overwhelm his power, especially not someone who was a duke. The bodies of the dragon were strong and powerful. This was especially true of the king-class ones. Bar's body might have been powerful, but not to a degree that elicited fear. His power was limited, and that was why he had been forced to escape from Dragon One. There was nothing to suggest he was actually invincible. "Thank you," Bar crooned. "Thank you so much. Thank you for letting me enjoy such a delicious fight. The moment I kill you will be the best moment of my life." Bar was crazy. Every strike carried an endless murderous presence. Many black and red knife flames rose in the air, crossing over each other. Every scrape across the ground left behind a large knife mark. Bar's power and speed were better than any others of the same level. It was likely only a small handful of dukes that had what it took to fight him now. So strong. Han Sen complimented his enemy. He also had to admit that if he did not make use of super spank, defeating his opponent would be impossible until he was a duke. Blowing him into pieces via break six skies would be a futile endeavor as well. The enemy would survive and end up even stronger. By the way Bar was getting stronger, Han Sen could guess that Bar was using his own injuries for power. The harder Han Sen struck him, the stronger he became. But he could also tell that the power Bar had absorbed from him wasn't permanent. If it was permanent, Bar wouldn't have been damaged so easily upon their first encounter. When he first saw Bar, Han Sen noticed that his power was not all that higher than the average duke. He was nothing special amongst them, but right now Bar was ranking amongst the best of the dukes. To continue fighting this way would only give him even more strength. It is useless. No matter how hard he tries, Han Sen is going to die. Many of the destroyed were smiling. If Bar could kill Han Sen, it'd be a notable boost for the destroyed. Han Sen could not kill his enemy, and neither could he risk injuring him. He was getting pretty desperate. Die! Bar's bone knife kept on swinging. The power it carried was enough to sunder mountains. It struck Han Sen's head. The bone knife met no resistance, and it went clean through Han Sen's head. Then, Han Sen's body exploded like a water balloon. It was another one of his moon doppelgangers. The real Han Sen was now standing right next to Bar. His hair was close enough to touch Bar's face. Han Sen smiled at Bar, and he said, "You are strong, unreasonably strong. I cannot kill you. But of course I am going to kill you." Bar swung his knife with the aim of cutting Han Sen in half. Han Sen moved as smoothly as the wind, while Bar's bone knife whistled through the air after him. But there was still a distance between the knife and Han Senator. It felt as if some invisible waves were enabling Han Sen to evade the bone knife. "I cannot kill you, but I can still beat you." Han Sen laughed. "I think he is crazy. If he cannot kill Bar, then how can he defeat him?" A destroyed Duke grunted repeatedly. As this was happening, Han Sen raised a pistol with the word, "Spell," scrawled across it. He aimed it at Bar's body and pulled the trigger. Pang! A bullet whizzed out of the gun and struck Bar's forehead. The bullet hit Bar's forehead and disintegrated into dust. It left a red mark and a spell behind. "This skill again? I have told you already, and I can tell you again. Your sealing powers won't work on me while I have my chaos powers." Bar looked at his foe with disdain and roared. He used his knife to try to attack Han Sen again. But after he brought his knife up, his faces went blank. A light sheet of ice began to seep from his forehead, and it started to spread across his entire body. Before he could wipe it away, his body was completely frozen. He looked like an ice statue, sculpted into the shape of a person about to strike. The destroyed dukes saw Han Sen use an icy force to freeze Bar on the spot. One of the dukes looked on Han Sen with a sneer. "Ice powers are worthless against the real might of Bar. His power is evil. He has a body of chaos and a spirit of disaster. An ordinary destroyed has 3 special talents. We can wield light, dark, and chaos powers. Bar's power is different, however, due to the mixed blood in his veins. He has 3 amazing talents. He can use the evil power to kill. He can use the body of chaos to disturb things. And he can use his spirit of disaster, which is a mysterious power even to us. Each of them possesses incredible power, and together, they make Bar practically invincible." The destroyed Duke coldly laughed and said, "Cold powers will not work on Bar. They will only end up making him even stronger. Let's see what happens, shall we? Bar will break the ice very soon." It looked as if Bar was answering his words, for a squeaking noise began to come from his frozen form. It sounded like glass cracking under pressure. "Ha! That is a powerful body. Even my upgraded cold powers from Jade Skin can't freeze him effectively." Han Sen complimented his enemy. But Han Sen was aware that if he had used his Jade Skin godlight in the beginning, Bar would have been unable to escape. Bar was now bursting with power because of their long, protracted fight. It had allowed Bar's power gain to build up a ton of momentum. If Han Sen had tried this sooner, Bar wouldn't have been able to break free from the Jade Skin Godlight's freezing power. Luckily, Han Sen wasn't depending on the Jade Skin Godlight to freeze Bar. His other hand was holding a pistol. He lifted it and fired at Bar. A bullet with an ice light was fired. It hit Bar's frozen body, and the Jade Skin Godlight froze Bar once again. But this bullet was different from the one with the earlier Jade Skin Godlight. This bullet was equipped with a strange and hidden symbol. When Spell reached Marquise, a weird symbol began to appear on her ammunition. Its design reflected the symbol on Spell's forehead. It was imbued with the power Spell obtained when she became a Marquise. It is useless. No matter how much he tries to freeze Bar, it is all for naught. Doing this will only boost Bar's resistance to the ice powers. Does Han Sen have a death wish? The destroyed Duke grinned haughtily. After firing, Han Sen blew across the barrel of the pistol. He put the pistol away and turned around to look at Han Menger. With a shrug of his shoulders, he said, "Let's go. This guy is too difficult to fight. I am unable to kill him." Han Menger and Zero had no opinion of their own. so they were swift to follow Han Sen's decision. A destroyed duke loudly said, "Han Sen, there is no point in running. Bar is going to break that ice power. You cannot run. Once Bar has made you his target, there is no escape." Pang! Han Sen didn't turn around. He simply drew his gun and fired a bullet at that duke. The destroyed duke's face went white, and it was too late for him to dodge. The three heads shouted, while the 6 arms wielded 3 different orbs of light in a bid to deflect that incoming bullet. Pang! The tricolored godlight hit the bullet, and the bullet exploded. A mushroom cloud rose from that spot, turning the place where the destroyed duke had stood into a small crater. The entire team was blown up into a bloody mess that painted the region. The destroyed duke up front was nothing but bits. There were 2 destroyed dukes a little away from the group. They weren't killed in an instant, but they were left to bleed out. Death would come for them soon enough. They lay writhing on the ground, looking up at Han Sen in horror. "You guys aren't Bar, so don't talk crap to me." Han Sen put his pistol away and left the area with his companions. Qing Li and the other rebate were paralyzed on the spot. They knew Han Sen was strong, but they did not know he was that strong. He was only a marquis, but in a split second, he had wiped out an entire group of dukes with a single attack. That level of power was scary to behold. No wonder he shared the same name as Lone Bamboo. That is way too frightening. Qing Li's pretty eyes looked upon him with complete admiration. In her heart, she was thinking, should I keep begging him to be my teacher? Perhaps he should be my teacher instead of Knife Queen. But he already rejected me once before. Now he definitely won't accept me. Bar will kill you, wheezed the 2 dying destroyed. Blood was drooling out of their mouths. They knew they weren't going to live long, so they put their hopes of vengeance on Bar. They hoped Bar would be able to break the ice and kill Han Sen. They looked upon the frozen Bar with excitement, hoping to see Bar burst free before they passed. They imagined Han Sen then being killed by Bar. It made their dying bodies grasp a smidgen of power to stay alive just a little bit longer. But Han Sen and the others were already leaving, and the frozen Bar had yet to move. He was still holding the bone knife, and he was facing down like a frozen statue. Impossible. How can that ice freeze chaos power? Impossible. Bar must be able to break the ice. He just needs a bit of time. The destroyed thought desperately. Han Sen and the others left the area. Bar was still frozen on the spot, not moving. At first, the destroyed were optimistic. Then they were disappointed. And lastly, they looked to be drained of all hope. Their final breaths were spent staring at the frozen Bar. They did not close their eyes, but even so, Bar remained frozen. He did not move. Other elites soon came walking by, and when they saw the frozen Bar, they were stunned. When they realized Bar had been frozen by Han Sen, they were even more shocked. Bar was an infamous duke, so it was hard to imagine how a marquis had managed to trap him like that. The destroyed nobles eventually came and took the frozen Bar away, but it was several hours before they arrived. This was the first time Han Sen had used spell while it operated with the power of a marquis. He did not know what the new power was called, but that symbol had a strange power that would not fade away. So Han Sen called it Eternity. Han Sen only wanted to freeze his foe for a while, so he could buy them enough time to vacate the area. Han Sen did not expect the Eternity effects to be so strong. A few hours later, Bar was still frozen. Han Sen and his group traveled across a number of mountains and swamps. He was able to find a few xenogeneic corpses, but he couldn't find a single one that was still alive. They couldn't find any Duke xenogeneics, and not even any low-level ones either. Why are there so many people taking advantage of a time like this? Han Sen felt depressed. But with the way things were going, he realized there was nothing he'd be able to do about it. He decided to leave planet Sodi. But suddenly, many Duke elites began to descend from space. Seeing the skies fill with spaceships and elites coming to planet Sodi, Han Sen raised his eyebrows. Had they not been flying in a number of different directions, Han Sen might have believed they were coming for him. Planet Sodi is under lockdown. Please do not try to leave the surface. An announcement was aired through the skies. Battleships and airships all sat in a gridlock over planet Sodi. Even space fortresses were kept in the orbit of the planet. Weapons were aimed at planet Sodi from every direction as well. If they all fired their weapons, planet Sodi would have been reduced to space rubble 10 times over. Many small aircraft flew out of the greater battleships, and they all seemed to be heading down towards planet Sodi. Han Sen was shocked, and he wished to know what was going on. That destroyed trader cannot be on planet Sodi, can he? If he is, then he must be a very brave fellow. He might have been hiding in plain sight, but it appears someone has exposed him. Han Sen could not think of any more potential explanations for the current scenario. But still, he was just guessing. Nothing was confirmed yet. Han Sen would know soon enough if the traitor was there, though. That much he was sure of. The whole of planet Sodi was locked down. It was impossible for Han Sen and the others to leave the planet now. All the battleships and space fortresses were put into combat mode. If Han Sen's group forced their way out, they'd surely be attacked. This was a territory belonging to the rebate, so at least Han Sen was a part of them. There was no need for him to try to run. So, Han Sen took Han Menger and the others to the only city that existed on planet Sodi. It was called Steel City. Han Sen was something of a VIP amongst the rebate. When he entered Steel City, the workers there gave him a glowing reception. They heartily invited him in and gave him a room at the most luxurious hotel in town. I hope the lockdown doesn't last too long. I don't want to be late when I am supposed to guard the door. Han Sen didn't think it would take too long, though. They had locked down the planet with a large host of dukes and marquises. It would be impossible for the marquises they sought to escape them. But 2 days went by, and those enforcing the lockdown still hadn't found the traitor. Han Sen frowned. There were so many dukes and marquises there. The entirety of planet Sodi had to have been searched from top to bottom by now. Despite their exploration of every nook and cranny, the destroyed traitor had eluded capture. There were only 2 possible explanations for this. Firstly, they might have been working on incorrect intel. Perhaps the traitor wasn't even on planet Sodi, and that was why they were having trouble locating him. The second possibility was that the destroyed traitor wasn't actually hiding. Perhaps he really was walking around in plain sight, but he had changed his appearance. And as a result, nobody recognized him. Han Sen didn't think the first possibility was correct. If they hadn't been able to confirm that this was precisely where the destroyed traitor was, there was no way they would have blanketed the sky with such a dramatic show of force. Apparently, the authorities were confident in their intel. The traitor was most likely there. If he really has disguised his identity, that is very bad news. There are so many marquises here on this planet. They cannot check everyone, and so if that is the case, they will be unable to find him. Han Sen was worried that it might take too long for him to return to Cold Palace in time. Han Sen and Han Menger and the others were all merrily eating in the hotel lobby. Eventually, Han Sen detected a certain presence that was familiar to him. He lifted his head to take a look, and there he saw that same extreme king woman he had encountered before. She hadn't left the territory of the rebate yet, and on top of that, she had come to the 6-star xenogenic space. She must have also been looking for the stolen treasure of the destroyed. What could he have stolen, I wonder? It has even prompted the people of Extreme King to come out in search of it. Han Sen was shocked. The Extreme King woman saw Han Sen, but she pretended that she hadn't. She walked right past Han Sen and sat near the window. Han Sen didn't concern himself with her too much. If she wanted to ignore him, then he figured there was little point in him approaching her. He might find himself asking for trouble. Not long after, Han Sen saw many different races coming into the restaurant. Many of the elites that were out in search of the traitor had come to Steel City. They realized the problem now. The destroyed traitor was no longer hiding. The traitor had changed their identity, and now no one knew who it might have been. A few Buddha came into the restaurant. One marquise in particular came up to Han Sen and bowed before him. Amitba, Mr. Han. Thank you for saving me. Han Sen remembered that Buddha as one of the marquises he saved in Metal World. He hadn't learned the man's name, however. You are welcome, but I was just trying to save myself. Han-san responded quietly. When Han-san and that Marquis Buddha spoke, many marquises and dukes heard them and approached. Khan was amongst them. When he saw Han-san, he smiled and sat down next to him. Brother Han, how much of a coincidence is this? We have met once again. I have heard that you froze Bar. That is very scary. You becoming a Marquis was a little late, wasn't it? If you were Marquis a little earlier, I bet that dollar would have met his match against you. You should have been the first name on the Geno being scroll. Khan had turned into a rather obnoxious bootlicker. All of the elites looked over to Han-sen, with a mixture of complicated expressions. Han-sen ignored Khan's praise. That guy was like a cockroach and he never died. Although Khan was just a Marquis, Han-sen had tried to kill his giant golem body twice and failed. Khan was still alive, and everywhere Han-sen went, he kept bumping into the annoying man. Ha! Khan grunted, and his face went a little pale. That was because a large man had walked into the establishment, clutching a bone knife. Han-sen turned his head. Bar stood there, holding his bone knife. The freeze effect had vanished. Bar's appearance made the whole lobby stop. That cruel man would kill anyone, anywhere. He had no concern for law or morals. Khan saw Bar approach, and so he stood up. He forced a smile at Han-san and said, "Talk soon." After that, Khan returned to the table he was at earlier with the rest of his demon fellows. Bar came in front of Han-san and said coldly, "I'll eat you." After that, he did not wait for Han-san's response. He walked to another table and thrust the bone knife into the ground. He sat there and looked at Han-san without blinking. Han-san knew Bar hadn't found a way to defrost fully. If he had, the monster would have struck Han-san without speaking. No one knew what was going on, but there were many dukes and marquises there. Droves of them filled the lobby. "Can I sit here?" asked a voice near Han-san. Han-san raised his head and saw a feather woman standing beside him. She had blue eyes and blonde hair. Her snow-white wings were very attractive, and the gorgeous curves of her body were difficult to look away from. Han-san looked around and noticed that all the tables were taken. There weren't many empty seats in the establishment. Bar was occupying a table all by his lonesome, but no one wished to sit with him. "As you please," Han-san said casually. Then he proceeded to ignore the feather woman's presence as he went back to scoffing down his meal. Something seemed to be very wrong. The atmosphere of the place held a subtle tension, and he had the sneaking suspicion that something awry was on the verge of happening. He planned to stay there and watch whatever event was about to unfold. The feather woman ordered something to eat, but she didn't talk much. She just sat where she was quietly, and when the meal came, she began eating without making a sound. Many creatures came into the restaurant, but there were no more tables for them. They filtered through the building, looking for a spot to sit near someone else of the same race. When someone couldn't find a seat, they stood by the wall instead of leaving. Finally, a duke with the head of a bull arrived. He and a few of his kind moved over to the extreme king woman's table. They didn't say anything, and they just reached for chairs. Han-sen knew that what happened next would be entertaining. "Get lost?" The extreme king woman barked before the bull-headed men had settled themselves. "Young one, don't be so cocky. That won't turn out well for you." The bull-headed duke looked on her coldly. He had no intention of heeding the extreme king's warning. He smiled as he pulled out a seat for himself. "Damn it," Han-sen sighed. He knew those bull-headed people were brainless. Even if the duke didn't know that she belonged to Extreme King, he should have known something was off when he saw one woman sitting by herself while every other table was packed to the gills with other people. And on top of asking for a seat, he dared to provoke her with harsh words. As the bull-headed duke sat down, the woman moved her arm. Before the bull-headed man realized what had happened, he had been sent flying. Pang! The duke's airborne flight sent him crashing through a wall. He flew out of the hotel's restaurant and skidded across the ground. He struggled to get back to his feet, and blood spilled out of his mouth. Everyone looked at the extreme king woman in shock. The other bull-headed men in her proximity lurched back in fright, then started to run off. They picked up the injured bull-headed duke and fled without saying a word. Although the bull-headed duke was not a real elite, a minor slap from the woman had almost killed him. She obviously possessed a disturbing amount of power. Qingli sat down and quietly told Han Sen, "Right now, every race is thinking that the traitor is hiding someplace in Steel City. They are checking around everywhere in the hopes of finding him. The bullheads and the destroyed seem to have a connection, too. If I am guessing correctly, they were sent here to test that woman. No one expected the woman to be so strong, and so they're wondering if she is the traitor." "Do you know where the traitor comes from?" Han Sen asked. Qingli thought for a moment. The one that betrayed the destroyed isn't actually one of the destroyed himself. He was an outsider that joined them. The destroyed did not say which race the person belongs to, so we have no clue who it might be. According to our investigation, the traitor's race has yet to be determined, and there's a good chance that the traitor can shapeshift into any race. After that, Qingli looked at the feather woman. Her eyes narrowed slightly in suspicion. Han Sen nodded and asked, "Do you know what treasure the traitor stole?" Qingli nodded and said, "There is some news, but I'm not sure whether or not it is the truth. It looks like the traitor stole a deified treasure called the Destroyed Bible. That is why the destroyed are so on edge. They really need to find that traitor and reclaim the Destroyed Bible. All the races are looking for the treasure as well. That is why the situation has become so complicated." "Where did this nugget of information come from?" Han Sen looked at her queerly. "No one knows the original source, but the topic is being discussed everywhere." Qingli looked confused, and then she went on to ask Han Sen, "Do you think it isn't true?" Han Sen shrugged. "I'm just wondering. Maybe the traitor released the news himself, hoping to stir up all this chaos. That might be the way he has managed to survive. Otherwise, something so secretive wouldn't have spread so quickly. This is just a guess, of course. I don't really know much of anything." Han Sen paused, and then went on to ask, "What is the Destroyed Bible? Sounds like a Geno art. Why is it considered a treasure instead?" Qingli looked at Han Sen in surprise. "You've never heard of the Destroyed Bible? It's a destroyed treasure. The story goes that when the destroyed Alpha died, his xenogeneic gene became a deified treasure, and it also contains the destroyed Alpha's powers. Inheriting that power is very difficult, however. No one can really understand it, so they can't make use of the Destroyed Bible's power. Even so, the Destroyed Bible is still their most important treasure. They cherish it because it represents their race as a whole. So, the destroyed really want the Destroyed Bible back. They won't allow any other race to take it." Han Sen didn't speak, but to himself he was thinking, "A deified treasure sounds valuable indeed, especially if it carries the power of a destroyed alpha. It is no wonder that everyone seems to be after it. Even I fancy poking around for it now. But with that being said, anyone who takes it would find much ire directed at them by the destroyed." Han Sen noticed that the destroyed marquises and dukes were staring at Zero, Han Menger, Little Angel, and the Feather Woman. Their eyes were intent. Han Sen's heart jumped, and he thought to himself, did they find out that the traitor that stole the destroyed Bible was not a man, but in fact, a woman? And then Han Sen looked at the Feather Woman. If the traitor was a woman, then the Feather Woman really did seem suspicious. She was all alone, after all. As he looked at her, Han Sen became more and more intrigued. The woman's presence seemed like an ordinary feather marquise on the surface, but when Han Sen scanned her with his Dongxian aura, her aura seemed like nothing more than a disguise. That woman's presence actually ran really deep. It possessed a depth Han Sen's Dongxian aura could not even reach. Is she the real traitor of the destroyed? Han Sen guessed.